All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without prior written permission from the author. This book is a work of fiction. Names, characters, businesses, organizations, places, events, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidental. If you're uncomfortable with themes of heavy angst and dark, toxic relationships, I kindly suggest you exit without leaving any negative comments about the story. Thank you for understanding. This is a book, and a book should stay as a book. Author does not support any actions of abuse here.
I sat on the bed, letting out a heavy sigh for the 5th time, my gaze fixed on my reflection in the mirror. Today was the day I was starting at a new college. To be honest, I was more terrified than nervous. My stomach churned, and a sense of dread washed over me. I was about to face a new chapter in my life, but it felt like the pages were blank, and I had no idea what was coming next. My name is Maya Morales. From the moment I was born, I was a scaredy cat, an introvert who found comfort in solitude, never quite fitting in with anyone. I didn't have friends, not a single one. My world was small, just me, my books, and my family. I liked it that way. It was easier to retreat into the safe cocoon of my room than face the chaos of the world outside. People said I was weird, too quiet, too different. I was the exception, the odd one out. And being different made me a target. Bullying became my constant companion. They ridiculed me for my silence, for being shy. But one day, things went too far. One of my classmates beat me because I was fat, one of my biggest insecurities. After that incident, my parents decided enough was enough. They transferred me to a new school, but the bullying followed me. Eventually, my parents made the decision to homeschool me until I was ready to face the world again, until my college life began. And now, here I was, standing at the edge of something new. A new college, a new city. I was a little lost and overwhelmed, but I had no choice. This was it. I took a deep breath, my eyes closing as I tried to steady my nerves. I was trying to remind myself that I could do this, that I could survive. But it was hard. Then, a knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. I stood up slowly, the weight of the world still heavy on my shoulders, and opened the door. My mom was standing there, her gaze soft and full of understanding. Without thinking, I pulled her into a tight hug, needing the comfort more than I could express in words. Mom, I don't want to go. They'll bully me again. They'll call me names. I can't, please, I can't, I begged, my voice trembling as I clung to her. She held me tightly, her hand rubbing my back in slow, soothing motions. How long are you going to keep feeling this way, Maya? You're my beautiful daughter. No one will call you anything, baby. It's a new city, a new college. Let's start fresh, okay, let's start fresh. We want to see you strong, Maya. We believe in you, she whispered softly into my hair. Her words stung, cutting deep, because no matter how much they wanted to help me stand strong, I didn't feel strong. I didn't feel brave. I was just a pathetic loser, scared of everything. I couldn't even find the courage to face the world outside my door. But I nodded, trying to push my self-doubt aside, not wanting them to feel worse. I didn't want to burden them any more than I already had. I wiped away my tears and forced a small, weak smile. Let's go. I won't disappoint you this time, I said, my voice more confident than I felt. Only I knew how broken I was inside, how much those words tore at me. We walked downstairs together, me clutching my backpack tightly. Evan and Dad were already sitting at the breakfast table, their faces lighting up when they saw me. I knew my daughter was strong, Dad said, grinning as he clapped his hands like a child. I smiled at his goofy enthusiasm, then turned my attention to my little brother, who was watching me closely. Hey, cutie, I said softly as I sat beside him. His wide grin made my heart ache. All the best, he said, his smile stretching across his face. I chuckled, reaching over to ruffle his hair. Mom. Sister is ruining my hair. He yelled, whining dramatically. The breakfast table filled with laughter, and despite my racing heart, I felt a small sense of comfort. This was my family. They were my everything, my anchor in this storm of emotions. But even as I smiled and joined in their light-hearted moments, my thoughts were still heavy. My heart was still beating erratically, each thump a reminder of the fear that gripped me. I will do it, I whispered to myself, over and over, trying to convince myself that I could survive the day. I had to. For them. Let's go, Maya. Dad will drop you off today, Dad said, his voice warm and reassuring. His smile stayed on his lips, though I could tell he was concerned too. I nodded quickly, trying to hide the panic building up inside. We walked out of the house, my mom and Evan giving me thumbs up as I climbed into the passenger seat of the car. Dad started the engine, and I tried to calm my nerves, praying silently that nothing would go wrong. But little did I know, nothing was going to go right. On the other side of town, third person's POV. Things were already falling apart in a way I couldn't yet understand. Ah! A scream echoed through the air, followed by the unmistakable sound of metal rods clashing against the ground. A scoff was heard. Didn't I give you what you wanted, then why can't you still stand? Reyes' voice was cold, his eyes locked onto the boy lying on the ground, blood pouring from a wound on his head. I'm sorry, Reyes. I'm sorry. Please, I beg you, leave me alone. The boy sobbed, his hands trembling as he reached out to clutch at Reyes' leg in desperation. But Reyes didn't even flinch. Where's that courage now? Reyes sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. You said you'd fight me like a man. So, where's the man now? His disgust grew when he saw the boy's blood staining his white branded shoes. With a sharp motion, Reyes swung the metal rod again, sending the boy's body flying. You fucker, you're about to ruin my shoes. Reyes shouted in rage. He turned to face the group of students watching from a distance, their faces a mixture of fear and fascination. A dark smile spread across his face as he approached one of the students, who tried to step back but was frozen in place by fear. Drama's over, Reyes taunted, his voice low and dangerous. The student didn't move, and Reyes' smile grew. So go! He yelled, and the terrified student fled, pissing himself in the process. As the rest of the students scattered, Reyes let out a maniacal laugh, his friends joining in. It was clear that Reyes revealed in this power this ability to make people fear him. The new semester starts tomorrow, Max said, glancing at Evan, who was watching Reyes with a smirk of his own. Reyes, oblivious to their conversation, was taking a long drag from his cigarette. New toys to play with, Reyes said with a grin, his voice dripping with malice. His friends laughed, shaking their heads at his twisted excitement. The classes are starting. I'm out, Liam said, patting Max's back before heading to his class. One by one, they all left, except for Reyes, whose attention was suddenly caught by a blonde girl in a blue dress. The two of them disappeared into an empty classroom. Bent down, baby girl, the girl looked up seductively at Reyes and bent down, opening her panty and pulling up her skirt, giving full view of her plumpy ass for Reyes to fuck. Which he quickly did, starting with the slow pace and then fucking her like an animal and finally letting the cum spread on floor. Lick all of it, I don't want the floor to get dirty, whore. He said in his deep voice, making the blonde feel shivers. She quickly got down on her legs and made her face closer to floor, licking every mess which they created. Reyes walked out of the room, leaving the blonde while playing with his Rolls-Royce key and humming a tune. He knocked the door harshly and got in without asking for permission and sat on the back seat with his friends. Maya's POV, our car stopped just at the front door of that beautiful campus. I looked at Dad, who smiled back and opened the car door. Once my feet were on the ground, I felt some chills on my body. I looked back and started taking small steps, leaving my only support. I looked back, and Dad left while gesturing a thumbs-up sign. A big sigh left my mouth. I clenched the long strap of my backpack, looking down. I was wearing a big red hoodie and black jeans, which were doing a great job hiding my body while the hood was hiding my face from everyone. All the students were also going inside with me, and to my relief, no one paid attention to me. I kept looking at nothing but my white sneakers and sometimes in front too, trying not to bump into anyone. Once I reached the grey-painted building, I took the 5 stairs in the front and got inside. I looked around and found a teacher, asking him about the principal's office. He replied with a stern face, to the left, room number 15. I walked and found it, knocking softly before saying, "May I come in, sir?" The principal, who looked around his 80s, smiled and said, "Yes, you can." He gave me my schedule, and I left, trying to find my class. It didn't take me that long because it was just on the first floor. I took a deep breath and entered the class, pulling my hood further down. As I entered, the class fell silent. I heard the professor's voice. "Welcome, student. Please take a seat, but first, introduce yourself to the class. I closed my eyes and opened them again. My heart started beating abnormally fast, and sweat began rolling down my head. Yeah, yes, I said in a very low voice. I knew no one had heard it. I clenched my fists and walked to the front of the class, remembering nothing but my family. Hello, my name is Maya Morals. I hope we can be friends in the future. I let those words out quickly, keeping it short and simple. The students clapped their hands and welcomed me. I was shocked, to be honest, but I knew it was nothing but a formality. The teacher told me to sit in the empty chair next to a boy wearing a white shirt, his black hair falling on his forehead. He looked effortlessly handsome. I sat down and opened my backpack, taking out my notebook to take notes. We never talked. It was time for the break. I got up and started following the students toward the canteen. There was a huge line at the food stall, which made me feel like giving up. I couldn't be in that crowd, so I thought I should just sit at an empty table until the break ended. I was about to walk towards it when I heard a voice. Bro, that's spicy. Go and bring me water, a boy said. I shook my head and started walking again when. Hey, you in the red hood, come here. Another boy called, his voice cold and mocking, coming from the same large table. My fists clenched in fear, and I lowered my head, trying to avoid anyone's gaze. People were looking at me after that boy called out to me. I was debating whether to go or not when the voice shouted again. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? Come here. I flinched, my eyes filled with tears, and my lips started trembling. This was why I never wanted to go outside. I turned and walked towards their table with my head still down. When I reached them, one of the boys threw an empty water bottle at me. Bring me water, the boy said. I nodded timidly and left to get water. My hands were trembling as the water filled the bottle, soaking my sleeves. I bit my bottom lip and closed the cap before walking back towards them. I reached them, but they didn't notice me. I didn't know how to get their attention, so I just stood there until I was about to cry. I gathered all my courage and said, Here. I heard a chair scraping on the floor. A boy got up and quickly came close, grabbing me by my shoulders. You're a girl, he shouted. I flinched and started crying silently, trying to get away from him. This was too much for me. I didn't say anything, but he continued. Why the fuck wearing something like this, dude? I couldn't even recognize that you were a girl. Are you ugly? He mocked. Ugly? Pathetic. Those words echoed in my mind, and more tears streamed down my face. I was so scared that I wanted to run, but his grip on my shoulders kept me in place. I want to see her face, another boy said, clapping his hands. They all started beating the table like drums, making noise. I kept trying to push him away, but he was strong. He pulled my hood off in one go, but when his hand was on my hood, I pushed him. The force of my hasty step made me fall too. My hood was off. I heard gasps from the people, and I knew they would call me nothing but an ugly monster. The boys at the table hadn't seen me yet, but I heard a very angry voice from behind. How dare you push me, bitch! The boy came near me with angry footsteps and grabbed my hair, pulling me up and making me stand. A whimper escaped my mouth in pain. He turned me harshly towards their table, still gripping my hair, and I closed my eyes, not wanting to see anything anymore. But there wasn't a sound for a few minutes, making me impatient. I opened my eyes slowly to see nothing but a devilishly handsome boy sitting in the middle, his eyes so dark, so deep, and so dominating that they scared me. His gaze held mine, his lips curved in a devilish smirk. I looked around him to see more boys, one with red hair and one with brown. They all looked nothing but evil, and I was like a prey they were going to destroy. The boy holding my hair looked confused, glancing at his friends, but when he turned his eyes back to me, they widened. He released his grip on my hair, and I did nothing but stand straight. I didn't know what to do anymore. So many bad things had happened to me in just one day. Well, looks like Reyes has found his prey, a boy whistled and the boy in middle smirked looking at me before roaring, eyes off her, she is my prey. I trembled after hearing that voice, his gaze still locked with mine. I couldn't hold it anymore. I quickly looked down and ran. I ran without even knowing the direction I was going. I knew it was a bad idea. I was running when suddenly I bumped into someone. I quickly apologized and walked away, this time at a slower pace. I looked around and every student was staring at me. I trembled at the thought of what they were thinking. They all kept whispering something to each other, and I felt a sudden urge to cry. I looked down, keeping my eyes on the floor. I found myself somewhere unfamiliar, but there was a small garden with a water fountain and lots of trees. There were no people, so I quickly hid behind a tree, letting myself fall and cry. This was bad. I kept crying until I felt someone's presence near me. I quickly looked up to see a boy crouching down close to my face. "Here," he said, passing me his handkerchief. I didn't know what to say. It was something I never expected, so I stood up and walked away without looking back at him. I was about to leave the garden when I heard a painful shout. I quickly turned back, and what I saw made me feel dead inside. There he was, the man who called me his prey, beating the boy who tried to give me the handkerchief. I looked around, but there was no one to help that boy. He kept crying for mercy with his bloodied face, but that demon never paid attention. I kept trembling in my place, frozen with horror. "Reyes, stop. He will die," another boy shouted. He might have been one of his friends. His hand was holding a cigarette, which he threw away before shouting. "Reyes," that name sent chills down my spine. Finally, he kicked the boy mercilessly in the stomach and stopped. I was still standing there when his eyes locked with mine. A devilish smirk appeared on his face. Something was wrong, very wrong. I didn't waste any time and quickly ran towards my class. The classes were about to start, but I knew I couldn't stay any longer, so I picked up my bag and ran outside of the college, directly home. Mom was sitting with my brother watching cartoons when I stepped in. Their eyes widened, and wide smiles appeared on their faces. Mom quickly got up, grabbed both my hands, and pulled me inside. She made me sit on the sofa and asked, "How was your day, baby?" There was still a pretty smile adorning her face, while my brother's eyes sparkled with excitement. I gulped and then forced myself to smile. "It was good, Mom," I said, swallowing the tears that were about to fall. It was a lie, but this lie made them happy, so happy that they both hugged me. "Go and change. I will make your favorite today," Mom said, getting up from the sofa. "But you were making my favorite today, Mom," my brother complained. I nodded my head, ignoring his complaint, and got up to walk to my room. Once I reached it, I didn't wait any longer and threw myself on the bed. Those deep, dark hazel eyes, with something so crazy in them, scared me. They kept coming back whenever I tried to forget. I clenched one of my pillows, pulling it close and hugging it, closing my eyes to keep myself calm. Being calm, only this could help me. After some time, I stood up, changed into something more comfortable, and washed my face. I walked downstairs. Mom had already made my favorite pizza and chocolate milkshake. We all sat on the sofa, and like any other day, my mom chose what to watch. I felt myself returning to normal because this was my home, where I felt no fear. Not knowing what destruction those eyes holds, Dad came and went, eating the food while talking to each other. I lied a lot about my first day of college, but that lie made them happy. I never wanted to be a burden on them, but I knew I was. The next day arrived. Dad once again offered to drop me off, and I accepted. I sat in the car, looking outside, praying it would be a good day. I got out of the car, and Dad left after saying goodbye. I clenched the bag straps. Just like yesterday, I was still wearing loose clothes, but the only thing that changed was a mask. I wore a black face mask today, which I hid in my pocket until Dad left. I walked inside my class, and the good thing was I arrived early today. There weren't many students there. I sat at my desk, took out some of my books, and started reading them. After some time, the students started coming, and at last, the professor arrived. The lunch break arrived, and this time I stayed in my place. I folded my hands, put my head on them, and closed my eyes, thinking nothing but I didn't want to see him, not today, not ever. Third person's POV. In the canteen, the sounds of throwing heavy things echoed. "Where is she?" Reyes shouted, throwing one of the benches in anger by kicking it. His friends just stood there, watching his madness over the new girl. "Find her anyhow, or you all will be dead," he said in a loud, angry voice. Everyone gulped, and then suddenly, a voice spoke. "I saw that girl in the classroom, Senior." Reyes quickly turned towards the voice and started taking heavy steps towards the person. The person, a small girl wearing large glasses with 2 long braids in her hair, spoke. "Where?" Reyes asked again in a stern voice, making the girl gulp in fear. In the classroom. The girl said. I asked where is the classroom, you fucking bitch, Reyes shouted suddenly, making the girl cry. Reyes, control yourself, Max shouted quickly while pulling Reyes away from the girl. You all can go, leave quickly, David said, looking at the other students who were terrified by the scene. What is fucking wrong with you, Reyes? Max shouted in anger while looking at Reyes and pushing him a little. I fucking don't know, Reyes shouted more loudly. Okay, calm down. We will talk, okay, David quickly blurted out, looking at his friend's outrage. They all sat at the table and looked at each other. David was the one to speak up. Reyes, what's going on? Do you like that girl or something? He asked. No. I don't. But didn't you see how fragile and terrified she is? It's just so mesmerizing. Reyes spoke, taking a deep breath, inhaling the air. His eyes showed nothing but madness. A vision of Maya's face appeared in front of his eyes. You are not making any sense, Reyes. What do you want to do with her? Max asked, getting impatient. I want to destroy her. I want to see the fear in her eyes. It's going to give me a different type of pleasure. I want to command her and punish her when she doesn't follow. I want to dominate her until she submits herself to me. Reyes said while looking at the window with a devilish smirk. Did you fall in love or what, bro? Max asked. Reyes chuckled darkly and looked at him. Isn't she beautiful? He asked. Max and David looked at each other and then at Reyes before nodding their heads. And I hate beautiful things. I'm going to cut her wings and then smash them under my shoes until she dies. Because beautiful things don't deserve this cruel world, right? He asked again while a smirk came naturally to his lips. Let's go. I can't wait to meet my butterfly. Maya's POV. I felt someone's presence just beside me, so I quickly looked up just to see my desk mate. That boy who wore glasses yet still looked handsome. He sat quietly for a few seconds and then let out the words. Can I be your friend? My jaw dropped to the floor. What had just happened? I pinched my hand slowly while hiding them under the table, not wanting to embarrass myself if it wasn't real. And yes, it was real. Let's go. He stood up, grabbing my hand, and I flinched at the sudden physical contact. He removed his hand and placed it on his neck. His ears turned red, and I guessed it was embarrassment. I'm sorry, but I'm not fond of physical contact, I said in a slow voice while looking down. He hummed and said. I'm sorry, it's just. Let's go. He cut the sentence in the middle and started walking. I didn't want to go outside, but I couldn't say no to him. So, I followed him with slow steps. We reached one of the rooms, and I quickly read the name. Library. Finally, I found it. My introverted self would never have allowed me to ask someone about it, and now I was glad I followed him. Sit, he said before pulling the chair for me like gentlemen do, and I felt something tickle inside me. He took out a book and placed it on my desk. It was a novel called Deeper Than the Ocean. As I started to read it, I found myself immersed in it, forgetting my surroundings. Slowly everything blurred, it was only me and the book now. Until he came. Should we introduce ourselves before becoming friends? He asked. I looked at him, removing my gaze from the book. Ryan, he said with a soft smile on his face. He looked so charming that it made me feel something. I nodded my head softly before letting out the words. My morals, I said in a slow voice. He was about to reply when we heard a loud voice. Sorry to disturb you, Miss Andrea, but I have to find someone. Reyes. The name unknowingly escaped my mouth. I quickly looked towards Ryan. He wasn't a little bothered by it, not even the teachers. Isn't he Senior Reyes, son of our college's biggest trustee? He said, looking at me with a questioning gaze. I never knew about it. My face lost all its color after hearing that. And do you know who the trustee of this college is? I shook my head no. Alessandro, Bernard, Ryan said, showing his white eyes. I looked at him blankly. Alessandro, Bernard, the mafia leader and the most powerful businessman, who kills people like ants, who tortures people just for fun, and his son is just like him, cruel. I clenched my fists in fear, feeling my eyes tearing up. I couldn't sit here anymore, I needed to run just to breathe. Ryan, I need to go outside, I said slowly while looking at him with my blurry vision. He gave me an expression I couldn't understand because of the tears. He didn't say a word. I quickly blinked my eyes to clear my vision when suddenly I felt some hot breath just behind me. Where do you need to go, Butterfly, he said huskily, the sound of his shoes tapping near my ear. Now he was just beside me, his huge frame hiding me from the side, his gaze down, right into my wide-open eyes. I flinched when his hand started coming near my face. He smirked, looking at me, and took his hand back. He turned his head towards Ryan, looking at him. Who is this, Butterfly, he asked in his deep voice, his gaze never leaving Ryan. I didn't know whether to answer or not, but I wanted to get away from here without offending anyone as quickly as possible. Classmate, I muttered, hating myself for stuttering like this. He chuckled. Classmate only, right, Butterfly, he said, turning his gaze towards me again. I quickly pushed my body backwards. He smirked devilishly again and crouched down, pressing his hand on my chair while coming close to my face. Just a friend, right, Butterfly, because I don't want any bees near my butterfly. I let out a whimper when a lone tear fell from my eye. I want all of you to hear this carefully. This girl is my captive. I don't want any one of you to have any connection with her, he announced while standing up straight and shouting. My mind just echoed one word. Captive. What did he mean by that? His gaze never left my face. His hands went up in the air and made a small gesture. Before I could understand, I heard a painful grunt from Ryan. I quickly stared at Ryan in horror. The boys who were always with Reyes started punching and kicking Ryan. I was about to get up when Reyes kicked my chair, making me fall harshly to the floor. I let out a loud cry for help, but no one did anything. They all stood like statues, looking at us emotionlessly. Please leave him, I shouted, gathering sudden courage. I didn't want them to hurt him. Was he targeted just because of me? I felt nothing but guilt eating at my heart. Reyes suddenly came towards me with heavy, angry steps, grabbing my hair and pulling me up with a sudden jerk. His face was just near mine, his red eyes staring into mine. He tightened his hold on my hair, pulling it more harshly. Didn't you say he was just a classmate, Butterfly? Then why the fuck are you begging for him? Please leave him. I let out another loud, painful cry along with the request to leave Ryan. My eyes stared at the teacher, who was wearing a tucked sky blue shirt and black jeans, looking at me with pity. Look at me, Maya, he shouted, and my mouth opened in shock. How did he know my name? I looked into his dark hazel eyes, which did nothing but scare me more. He was like a devil who would do nothing but bad to me. Please. I let out again, my saliva becoming more slippery, wetting my lips with the saltiness of my tears. My eyes were shedding tears furiously. My breaths were uneven, and suddenly all of it stopped when his hand touched my cheek with full force. My head turned to the side, but his hold on my hair didn't let me fall. He again pulled my face in front, this time closer. His heavy breaths hit my face, his dark eyes going up and down, touching my face with them. I felt numb, not knowing why he did this. Why I was being bullied again? Was it because I was ugly? But then why Ryan? Just because he was with me this time. My tears fell silently, burning my cheek where he slapped me. His hand again came near my face, making me flinch. I thought he was going to hit me once again, but this time he did something else. His hand softly touched my cheek, caressing it gently. I looked into his eyes, which showed nothing but darkness. I kept trembling in his hold. You can't beg for him, Butterfly, he whispered so close to my face while his voice trembled in anger. Let's leave, he commanded while still staring at me, and left just like that, giving no answer to my question. There Ryan was on the floor, bleeding furiously. My knees felt like they were losing their strength, and I, too, sat on the floor, looking at Ryan's body. His white shirt was covered with shoe marks. His face, which I found handsome, was now covered in bruises. Just because of me, I harmed him. Take him to the infirmary, Miss Andrea said. Some boys quickly picked Ryan up and started taking him away from me. I wanted to go towards him, but it would harm him again. So I just sat there, looking at the white floor blankly. I wanted to collect my thoughts and get up but couldn't, it was tough. The students left, leaving me alone. I clenched my fist and brought it to my knee, holding it, and stood up. Slowly, I walked towards the door without looking anywhere. Once I was outside, I saw him, smoking with his friends, his eyes still holding anger. I wanted to run, but my feet just walked in his direction to know the answers. I walked with trembling steps, looking at him. When he turned his head, our gazes met. He gestured for his friends to leave, and this action made me even more terrified. Talking alone with Reyes Bernard was my worst nightmare. My eyes suddenly cast down when I reached him, standing just a hand's distance away. What, he asked coldly. I flinched but slowly looked up, meeting his eyes again. Why did you do this? I stammered, each word more difficult than the last. He smirked and started taking steps toward me, one by one. My courage seeped away, and I began stepping back until he shouted. Stop there, butterfly. I flinched again, my breaths growing heavier with fear. He came closer, the smirk never leaving his lips. He stood straight, so close that his face was inches from mine, looking down at me. What did you ask, butterfly? I couldn't hear it. Can you say it again? He asked in a mocking tone, making me inhale sharply. A hot tear burned my cheek. I clenched my fist and asked again, why did you do this, Reyes? This time, my voice was steady. Suddenly, his hand grabbed my chin tightly, and I let out a small cry of pain. He stared at me with angry, red eyes, his tongue poking his right cheek. He looked dangerous. Reyes. Who gave you the right to call my name, Maya? He shouted loudly. I quickly closed my eyes in fear, tears streaming down my face. So, sorry, I tried to speak, but his grip on my chin silenced me. No. You can't say my name, butterfly, he said in a raspy voice, his lips brushing my nose from the closeness. And about why I did this, didn't I say it clearly, Maya? You are my captive. Only mine. No one can come close to you except me because I love how pathetic you look in my hold. He chuckled, mocking me with his words. His grip tightened before he threw me away from him. Remember this, Maya. From now on, your life will be hell, made by me. Hearing those words, I felt something choking inside my throat. I was about to turn and run away from him when. From now on you will call me Reyes. Maya, I am giving you the permission now. He said while laughing out loudly. I widened my eyes, then turned and ran away from him. I got inside my class, asking for permission to enter as the lesson was still ongoing. I sat down, clutching my stomach tightly. The feeling was disgusting, scary, and painful. I just wanted the classes to end. Once I got home, I would tell my parents everything and leave forever. I didn't want him anywhere near me after all this. On the other side. Run as much as you want, Maya, but I will make you crawl back to me. You've got my attention, so how can I let you go, butterfly? This time, I was sitting alone, away from the other students. Maybe they knew about everything too. The feeling of being treated like a virus started making me feel vulnerable. My thoughts were all about Reyes and Ryan. I kept my gaze fixed on the board, but it was tough. How could I, when someone got injured because of me, someone who was about to become my first ever friend? Ringug. The bell rang, indicating that classes were over. I looked to my side towards Ryan's seat and swallowed a lump of saliva. I took my bag from under the desk and slung it over my shoulders, then started walking towards the door. The students were making way for me, or rather, distancing themselves from me. I walked with my head down, my white shoes softly making sounds. As I left, I heard the loud murmurs of students, and I knew I was the topic of their conversations. I clenched my fists and ran. Once I was out of the college, I stood, gasping for breath. I started walking slowly when I saw him. Reyes stood straight, looking at me blankly. Beside him was his car, painted in black matte finish. He started taking steps toward me, and I stood there, not knowing what to do. He came near and extended his hand. I just stared blankly when he took a long breath, his face showing angry frustration. He grabbed my hand tightly, pulling me towards his car. The door clicked, snapping me out of my trance. I panicked as he started the car. It roared loudly before speeding up. I sat pushing myself into the seat. I hadn't worn the seatbelt, and the way Reyes was driving seemed like an invitation to death. My hair kept flowing back and forth with each turn because of the open windows. I didn't utter a word out of fear, not even glancing at him. I kept my gaze straight, hoping he wouldn't hurt anyone with his reckless driving. Yet, he avoided people like a professional. Professional? I gasped. The car I was in was a racing car, an Audi R8 LMS. I knew the model. My brother is a fan of cars. Is he a racer? The thought crossed my mind as I looked at him. Suddenly, he stopped the car with a jerk. I was thrown forward with the sudden halt, my eyes widening. I looked at the road ahead, it was clear, so clear that there wasn't a house in sight for a long distance. Why the hell did I get in his car? I wanted to cry at my own stupidity. I was lost in my thoughts when he got out and opened the door, pulling me harshly from the car. He held my waist, pulling me closer to his chest. If someone saw us, they would think we were lovers, but the reality was something else. His fingers pinched my waist tightly, and I let out a whimper of fear. He pushed me onto the ground, and my gaze took in my surroundings. It was a small farm with lots of greenery. I turned my gaze back to him. He was searching for something in his pocket, and when he found it, he let out a small smirk, his gaze meeting mine again. "Get up," he ordered, and I obeyed. He took out a small box of cigarettes, taking one from inside and putting it between his lips. He threw something at me, and it fell on the ground. I looked near my shoes. It was a silver lighter. "Pick it up," he commanded, taking the cigarette from his lips and holding it between his two fingers. I picked it up slowly and looked at him. He arched an eyebrow, and I knew I had to go closer to him. I took small steps towards him and was about to hand it back when he said, "Light it up." He spoke, and I looked at him with an open mouth. His eyes turned dark, and I quickly broke the eye contact, staring at the lighter. For God's sake, I had never used one. How could I light it? I quickly looked down at my feet before whispering, "I don't know how to." "What?" he shouted. I flinched and looked up with teary eyes before repeating myself, this time more loudly, "I don't know how to." "What are you, illiterate?" he said harshly, and that was enough to make me cry. "Push that black point down," he said in a stern tone. I nodded, crying and hiccuping. The lighter sparked, and I felt a small amount of heat on my thumb. I wanted to throw it away, but I carefully moved it towards his cigarette. It ignited, showing bright orange from inside. Reyes smirked and put it back in his mouth, taking a huge breath and then blowing the smoke in my face. I coughed. "That's harmful. I'll die," I let out. He started laughing out loud. His laugh made me shiver. "Did I say something wrong? You sure are interesting," he said, pulling me closer. I was scared the hot cigarette would touch my forehead when he took it from his lips and held it in his other hand. "Let me kill you then," he rasped before putting the cigarette back and blowing more smoke in my face. I kept coughing in his hold, and he kept smoking near my face. Once he was done, he grabbed my hand again, pulling me inside his car. "Where is your house, Butterfly?" he asked, and I didn't know whether to tell the truth or lie. I closed my eyes and gave him an address. Of course, it was the wrong one. I wouldn't let him know where I lived after what had happened in the last 2 days. He drove the car and stopped when we reached the house. I quickly opened the door and got inside the metal gate of a small yet classy house. God knows whose house it was. I had just given him the address of some stranger's house, which was about 4 streets away from mine. He just stood there until I knocked on the door, and a lady walked out towards me with a questioning gaze. I looked back inside in relief when his car finally left. "I'm sorry," I said quickly and turned around, walking the right path to my home. Once I got inside my house, my legs lost their strength, and I sat on the floor, remembering everything that had happened today. Mom was probably in the kitchen. I sighed and shouted, "Mom!" She came looking at me in panic. I looked into her eyes and lost the strength to tell her that I didn't want to go to college anymore. How could I, when they had spent their money, time, care, love, and everything on me? She crouched down and asked, "What happened?" I didn't say anything for a few seconds, making her more worried, and then finally let out the words, "I am not feeling well, Mom." Her gaze turned concerned, making me gulp. She held my shoulder and asked, "Can you get up, sweetie? Rest in your room. Mom will call Dad, then we will go to the doctor." I nodded my head and got up. She took me to my room, making me lie on my bed, and left after covering me with a soft blanket. I looked at the ceiling blankly, and suddenly my body started burning. I touched my forehead and realized, I had a real fever. I wanted to laugh at my lie, which had turned out to be true. I closed my eyes, but the only thing I saw was his face, his smirk, the smoke, the slap, the orders, and the domination. I curled my body together and took a long breath, trying hard not to think about him. Mom came and sat beside me on the bed, caressing my hair, and after that, I didn't know when I fell asleep. The next thing I saw when I woke up was a clinic. The doctor checked me, giving my mom instructions for the medicine and telling her, it was just because of the new environment. We all sat inside the car and drove back home. I was lying on my bed again, but this time with my little brother. He came to tease me, but after knowing I had a fever, he gave up. He sat for a few minutes, got bored, and then slept. Mom cooked some light dishes for me, which I ate quietly before falling asleep again. Throughout the entire day, I didn't mention his name or what had happened. The next morning arrived soon. My mom came and checked my fever, which still hadn't left my body. She said, "You don't have to go to college today," and I was so happy after hearing that. I spent my day reading books and watching TV, but mostly sleeping because of Mom's scoldings. Not knowing that the leave I took will be so bad for me, I sat on the bed, all dressed up for college, wearing a large blue t-shirt with half sleeves, paired with white jeans. I took 2 days off instead of 1. In those 2 days, my mind never found peace for a second, he just kept circling in my thoughts. "Are you ready?" Mom said, coming into my room. I nodded, and we both walked downstairs. Today, I had to walk alone. I took a deep sigh and turned towards Mom to say goodbye. Once outside, I quickly put on my mask and wore my earphones. The way to the college wasn't that long, but I still had to take a short bus ride. I got on the bus and sat in one of the empty seats. My feet kept tapping on the floor in anxiety. I didn't know how he would react today. I hoped he'd forget me, hoped he wouldn't see me. These thoughts kept swirling in my mind until the bus announced my stop. I stepped down and clenched the straps of my backpack. Walking down the street, I noticed some other students around as well. The college was now right in front of me, but I couldn't take a step forward. I kept clenching and unclenching my fists, trying to gather a little courage. I took one step when I heard a loud, painful shout. I froze in place. The students started running towards the sound, pushing me aside. I didn't let go of my ground and stood straight, balancing myself. I was terrified to even think about what was happening. Suddenly, a loud car sound approached, and the students made way for the vehicle. The car was speeding towards me, and I recognized it was Reyes' car. But the car was coming with those painful shouts. I wanted to hide, but my feet wouldn't move, I was too shocked. Whoosh, the car sped right past me, and my eyes widened. I ran behind it, shouting for it to stop. When I felt I couldn't run anymore, I stood there, breathing heavily and crying out loud. Ryan was tied with a rope from the car's number plate, being dragged at full speed. Ryan was bleeding furiously, it could be seen from far away. I held my knees and cried out loud when I heard the sound of a horn. I looked up and saw his dark eyes with a smirk on his face. "Move aside, butterfly. You're in the way." I didn't reply, just stared at him for a few seconds, then started running towards the car, wanting to see Ryan. Suddenly, Reyes opened the car door and stepped out. I was about to run past him, but his hand grabbed my arm tightly and pushed me against the car window. I couldn't grasp the situation as it happened so fast. A painful shout escaped my mouth from the impact. He came closer, pushing me harder. "Where were you?" he asked, looking at me with a deathly stare. "Please let him go," I begged, crying. I gasped when he punched the car with full force. "Wrong answer, butterfly," he said softly, so close to my lips with a smirk. "Get inside," he ordered. "Please." I begged again. "Get inside now, butterfly," he shouted, and I couldn't do anything but get in. I kept crying, looking back, but I couldn't see Ryan. I couldn't hear him, and that thought drove me crazy with fear. Reyes kept driving, we were going on an unknown path, leaving the university behind. I kept crying and begging him to leave Ryan, but he didn't budge. With a jerk, he stopped the car, opened the door, and slammed it shut with full force. I sat inside, watching Reyes shout like a madman. The area was silent, with no people around. There were many big buildings, but I didn't recognize them. I was about to open the door to see Ryan when Reyes approached with heavy steps, opening the door with full force and looking down at me. "Where were you, butterfly?" he asked again. This time, I answered with a single word, "Home," while taking big hiccups, my lips wobbling in fear. "Please leave him," I pleaded again, looking at him. He crouched down, looking into my eyes darkly, bringing his face closer to mine. "Wrong words, butterfly," he said darkly. I cried loudly again, not knowing what he meant. "Please," I said again, and he burst out in anger. I said wrong words, Maya. Sorry, the word escaped my mouth unknowingly, and he smirked, coming close to me. That's the right word, butterfly, he said, pulling me by my hair and throwing me to the ground. Beg. Beg me to forgive you. I looked at him in horror while he stared at me with his dark eyes. I let my tears fall and closed my eyes. I moved closer to him, looking down, and then glanced up, meeting his gaze with my teary eyes. I beg you, please, Reyes, I stuttered. His stare turned blank before he said, kneel, butterfly, kneel before me. I said nothing and glanced to the side where Ryan was. I couldn't see him, but I didn't want to imagine his state at that moment. Eyes on me, Maya! He shouted. I flinched before nodding at him. Slowly, I knelt down, looking at him. He came closer, leaving only a small distance between us. I'm sorry, Reyes. Sorry, I said while crying. He smirked and crouched, sitting on his heels. His hands moved toward my face, gently placing them on my cheeks, his eyes scanning my face from top to bottom. Say it with me, butterfly, he said sternly, and I repeated, from now on. I won't go anywhere without telling you, Reyes said. A whimper escaped my mouth, but I repeated it. Forgive me for everything, Reyes, he said again, and I echoed him. His hands left my cheeks. He stood up, and when I was about to rise. Who gave you permission to get up, Maya? He shouted, making me tremble in fear. I tightly closed my eyes and knelt before him again, looking down. He pulled my hair harshly, making me look up. Did you think I wouldn't know you lied about your address? He said coldly as I cried. The sun grew harsher, and I was sweating through my clothes. My tears had stopped, and I just stared at Reyes, who sat inside the car with the door open, his gaze unfazed as he looked at me. He was merciless. A few more minutes passed before he finally spoke. Get up, butterfly. This time, his voice was a little softer, but I ignored it. I quickly got up and ran towards the back of the car. There was a rope, but no Ryan. He was nowhere to be seen. I heard Reyes laugh, which sent shivers through me. It was dark, so dark. He wasn't here from the start, Maya. But now you've made a huge mistake. You ran towards that bastard, leaving me. So stay there until he comes to take you. He said loudly before starting the car with a roar. I widened my eyes and ran towards him. No. Please, Reyes. Don't leave me here. I shouted, running behind the car. But who was I kidding? The car's speed was too fast. I dropped to the ground, crying again at my own stupidity. After a few seconds, I got up, wiping my tears. My hands wrapped around my arms, providing a small comfort. I started walking in the direction Reyes' car had gone. I was completely unfamiliar with the area. I kept walking, passing the huge buildings one by one. I had my phone with me, a small keypad mobile. I wanted to call someone, but who, dad or mom? I couldn't call them, and besides them, I had no one. A small cry escaped my mouth again. Then I heard a sound, the sound of his car. Reyes, his name left my mouth. I felt a little happy that he hadn't left me alone here. His car reached me and passed, leaving me confused. I quickly looked back, and the car was turning towards me again. I let out a sigh of relief when I realized he was just turning around. When the car reached me, the window rolled down. I stared at Reyes with hopeful eyes, but he didn't spare me a glance, just looking straight ahead. Follow me, he said coldly, and I knew what he meant. I took a deep breath and nodded my head. I knew he didn't look at me, so I let out a small okay. He was driving the car at the slowest speed while I followed it silently. My face was sweaty, and my breaths were heavy. After walking for 5 minutes, I was losing my strength. The sun was so hot, and my throat itched for water. Sit inside, butterfly, I heard his voice again, and a smile spread across my face. I quickly ran to his car and opened the door. I sat beside him, his stare still on the road. He didn't say anything after that, and neither did I. The car drove silently down the road as I sat there, clenching my dress, trying to hold back my tears. Reyes sat beside me, his face still twisted in anger. We reached the college in just a few minutes. The car stopped in the parking lot, but I didn't move. I wanted to leave, but I wasn't sure what he wanted. So, I just sat there, waiting for his permission. Another minute passed, and he still hadn't said a word. Summoning some courage, I asked in a trembling voice, "Can I go?" "No." His reply was cold, stern, and immediate, his gaze fixed ahead. I squirmed in my seat, discomfort crawling under my skin. "You know what, Butterfly?" he continued, his voice laced with a chilling threat. "If you dare to talk to anyone after this, I swear, I will kill you." His cold eyes met mine, sending a shiver down my spine as he spoke in a dangerously low tone, making me gulp. I quickly nodded. It wasn't hard for me because I knew my introverted self would never even try to talk to someone. "Words?" he demanded, his voice icy. "I understand," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "Go," he commanded, and I didn't waste a second. I unbuckled my seatbelt quickly and reached for the door handle. But just as I was about to leave. "And don't you dare wear clothes like that again." "What are you, a slut?" his voice boomed with a dirty smirk on his face. My eyes widened at his words, and I followed his gaze to my jeans, ripped pattern at the knees, revealing a small glimpse of skin. My hands tightened into fists around the sleeves of my hoodie, and I lowered my gaze. I had always been self-conscious, but today, I felt ashamed. "Do these clothes make me look like a slut?" I asked myself as my eyes welled up with tears, stinging from his cruel words. "Go," he shouted, and I flinched, quickly turning my back on him and running away. When I reached my class, I saw that it was still in session, so I didn't enter. Holding my backpack in my hands, I sat on the floor, away from the door. The class continued for more than 15 minutes before the bell rang. The professor walked out, ignoring my presence. I stood up, clutching my bag to my chest, and entered the classroom, my eyes fixed on the floor. I slowly made my way to an empty seat and sat down. There was no sound when I entered, not even the usual hum of human breath. The room was silent, and I knew why. No one said anything. I quickly buried my head in my arms on the desk, covering it with one hand. Then they started speaking. It was awkward. All I wanted was to go home as quickly as possible. Another professor came in and started teaching. I hastily pulled out my notebook and began jotting down important notes. When the bell rang, signaling break time, I let my books scatter across the desk and returned to my position, hiding my head. I closed my eyes, letting out a small sigh. It was exhausting. My mind replayed his words, making me feel even more vulnerable. Suddenly, a loud noise startled me. I quickly looked up, trying to figure out where it came from, but the classroom was empty. Fear crept over me, and I quickly got up, desperate to leave. I was almost at the door when I saw him standing just outside, kicking the shoe rack. I took 2 steps back, away from him, as I noticed the anger radiating from him. "Let's go, Bertie. I'm hungry," he said sternly, his voice trembling slightly with anger, making me even more scared. I didn't want to go with him, not now, and I wasn't hungry. I didn't know what to do, but the only thing I knew was that I didn't want to go anywhere with him. "I had breakfast at home," I stammered, cursing myself for being so pathetic that I couldn't even speak clearly in front of him. "Did I ask you?" He arched an eyebrow, tilting his head with a creepy smirk, and I knew something was very, very wrong. "Let's go," he said again, turning his back to me and starting to walk away. I clenched my fists, swallowed hard, and followed him to the cafeteria. His friends were sitting around one of the round tables, talking about something. When we reached them, all eyes turned to Reyes, then to me. Reyes sat down in an empty chair, and I stood there, not knowing what to do. "Go bring us something to eat, Butterfly," Reyes ordered without looking at me. I opened my mouth to say something but quickly closed it. What should I get? I didn't know. I wanted to ask, but I didn't have any courage left until one of his friends spoke up. "Hey, Butterfly, I want a hamburger," he said with a smile, sitting beside Reyes. I was about to reply when Reyes abruptly kicked his chair out from under him. The screech of the chair echoed in the silence, and my eyes widened at his action as the boy fell to the ground, looking up at Reyes in fear. The boy looked confused, and so was I, until I heard Reyes' chilling words. "No one can call her anything besides me. Remember that." The boy quickly nodded, standing up and dusting off his pants. He picked up his chair and sat back down beside Reyes. I whimpered, glancing at Reyes. It was terrifying. I quickly turned away, hurrying to get anything for them to eat. Hamburgers for everyone, with Coke, Reyes's voice echoed in the silence after the storm, and I quickly said yes before running toward the stall. The lady at the counter smiled as she served me. I gave her a little awkward smile, not in the mood to be happy, and started picking up the boxes two at a time, with the Coke glasses, placing them on their table. I repeated the process a few times until everyone had their meal. Go to your class, Butterfly, he commanded. As soon as the words left his mouth, I ran back to my class. I didn't care how the students or teachers looked at me, I just wanted to get away from him. The break was over, and the classes continued. Once it was finished, I was the last one to pick up my bag and leave. I didn't want to bump into anyone. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my class, only to see him standing there, leaning against the wall. My legs felt weak as I looked at him, and then I made the biggest mistake. I ran, leaving him standing there. I glanced back at him, his dark gaze piercing my soul, and then a loud, chilling laugh escaped his lips. I stopped right there, realizing I'd made a mistake. I quickly looked down, sobbing, and turned back, taking small, hesitant steps toward him. Even with the students outside, I felt alone. My steps made soft noises as I got closer to him. His eyes scanned me while mine darted to the floor. My fingers kept fiddling with each other, uncertain of what would happen next until he took a step forward. Invading my personal space, I squirmed in place. I clenched my bag strap tightly, waiting for him to say something. He didn't make me wait long before he let out a single word. Pathetic. He stepped back and began to leave, while I stood there, my lips trembling with the painful sound that was choking me from inside. Why do you hate me this much? I shouted, and he stopped but didn't turn around. Why? Answer me. Is it because I'm ugly? I shouted again, and this time he turned and smirked. He started walking towards me again, but this time I didn't step back. I just stood there, waiting for him to come. When he did, he grabbed my chin tightly, bringing my face so close to his that our lips were almost touching. He smirked and said, "Ugly." His eyes were dark, looking at me with something so dangerous that it made me gulp in fear. He chuckled suddenly, making me frown, and then tightened his grip on my face. "Ugly, yes you are, so pathetically ugly. And yes, I hate ugly things like you who have these plump red lips," he said as his eyes traveled to my lips, then met mine again before saying, "These brown doe eyes, this small pointed nose." He moved his face even closer until his nose touched mine. His fingers caressed my cheeks as he continued, "These puffy red cheeks, this body." His gaze traveled down, scanning me, which made me shiver. "So perfect, so hot," he said again, and I couldn't say anything after that. I just wanted him to let me go, yet I had a question I was scared to ask, but I did. "Do you love me?" I asked, trembling in his hold. He chuckled, and I grew even more confused. "I hate beautiful and pathetic things, Butterfly. And you are both," he said and pushed me away harshly. I fell to the ground, and a painful whimper escaped my lips as I felt a sudden pain in my toe. It was bruised, revealing a small amount of blood. I stood up and sighed, at least that wasn't as bad as it could have been. I started walking towards the stairs and saw him again, a cigarette between his lips, his eyes locked on me. "Let's go," he said, and I nodded. He walked ahead while I followed him from behind. Once we reached his car, I heard a horn from the opposite side and saw my dad through the front windshield. I quickly ran towards him, opened the door, and sat inside. Dad reversed the car, and I saw Reyes again. This time, his eyes showed nothing but redness, and I quickly slid down in my seat to escape his gaze. Yet I saw him throw the cigarette harshly onto the road. "Are you okay, sweetie?" Dad asked, and I took a deep breath before replying, "Yeah, everything's okay, Dad." "Who is that boy?" he asked again. "Senior," I said softly, and he hummed. I sat comfortably in the seat and sighed. I think I made another mistake. We both reached home, and I quickly ran to my room to change into pajamas. I lay down on my bed for a few minutes, then stepped out towards the kitchen when suddenly the doorbell rang. I looked at the door curiously as Mom opened it slowly, and my eyes widened in shock. "Reyes," I whispered as his gaze met mine and then shifted to Mom. He smiled at her. "Who?" Mom asked. "Maya's friend," he said, and Mom frowned before reverting to a polite smile and inviting him inside. Mom made him sit on the sofa, where he sat as if it were his own home. Dad came in and arched an eyebrow at him, but Mom explained that he was my friend, which I wanted to deny but couldn't. Mom and Dad sat opposite him, and I quietly took a seat in an empty chair far from Reyes. Maya. Reyes said in his deep voice. Yeah, I replied, stuttering. You forgot this, he said, showing me a book in his hand that I had never seen before. Still, I slowly nodded my head and said, thank you, and I'm sorry for troubling you. I said in a soft voice, clenching my fists. He smiled creepily while looking at me and said, oh, forget it. It's my duty to take care of my junior's things. What's your name, son? My dad asked, and Reyes replied, Reyes Bernard. My dad's eyes widened, and he turned to me. I gulped, it was awkward and scary at the same time. Then I'll go. Reyes said. No, no. You've come here for the first time. Wait, I'll make something for you. Mom said, getting up, but Reyes quickly interjected. It's okay, Auntie. I'll come some other time, and then there was silence. He got up from his seat, looked at me with the same dark gaze, and left. Mom and Dad both turned towards me, and I just looked down, not knowing what to say. What was that? Mom asked, and I stayed silent. I just forgot this book, Mom, and he wanted to return. I didn't know he would come home. I replied, cursing myself for shuddering, but Mom came, holding my hands in her warm ones, and said, I am glad you made a friend, sweetie. Aren't we, honey? Mom said excitingly, looking at Dad, and I looked at Dad, who looked at me silently. Yes, baby, we are, but don't offend him, okay? They are powerful. Dad said and smiled. I nodded my head, gulping my own saliva. What was happening? I went to the kitchen, grabbed a cold water bottle, and gulped it to calm myself. Don't drink the cold water, Maya. Your fever has just recovered. Mom shouted. I quickly closed the bottle and left it. Dinner was filled with daily talks, and I finally walked into my room. My heart dropped in fear as a loud gasp escaped my lips. Reyes was sitting on my bed like he owned it, staring at me darkly. I froze, and he smirked. Close the door, Butterfly, he ordered sternly. My legs weakened. No, I whispered. He clapped his hands once, sighed, and stood up, stepping closer. I backed away with every step he took. Please leave, I stuttered, tears streaming down. What did you think, Butterfly, that you could leave, and I'd let you? His tone grew darker, more dominating. Before I knew it, I was near the railing. My bare feet touched the metal, sending chills down my spine. Don't come closer, I whimpered. I turned, trying to call for my parents, when he suddenly grabbed my hand. The door slammed shut with a loud thud. Maya, don't play around with doors. Mom called from downstairs. A loud cry left my mouth as Reyes squeezed my cheeks painfully, his dark eyes locking onto my tear-streaked face. Take out another sound, Butterfly, and see what I'll do, he warned. Yes, I whispered. He let go, walking around my room before standing by the window. Come here, Maya, he commanded. Trembling, I obeyed, taking small steps. You made a mistake, Butterfly. You know that, right? He said. I nodded, lowering my head. Then on your knees, Butterfly. I clenched my sleeves tightly and dropped to my knees. His piercing gaze never left me as he crouched, lifting my chin forcefully to meet his eyes. Maya. He whispered before smirking. He pushed a small pot off the window. My eyes widened in fear. Your time starts now, Butterfly. Make me forgive you before your mom gets here, he said. Panic set in. My body shivered as I clasped my hands and cried. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. I begged, glancing between him and the door. I am sorry. Please leave. I sobbed louder, but he smirked. Knocks echoed on the door. Maya, what's this noise? Mom asked. My knees gave out, and I slumped onto the floor, crying. He scoffed before saying, pathetic, Reyes muttered, grabbing my hair and yanking my head up. I want you out of your house in 10 minutes, Butterfly, or I'll come back and take you myself. He threatened before jumping out the window. Maya, Mom called again. I pushed myself up, wiped my tears, and walked to the door, biting my lip. Opening it, Mom arched an eyebrow and walked in. Mom! I whispered. Oh my god, what happened to my vase? Mom gasped, looking at the broken shards. I was in the bathroom. I lied, lowering my head. Why'd you leave the window open? A cat must have come in. Now look, your favorite vase is broken, she said, closing the windows. It's okay, Mom. I'll clean it up, I said. Mom nodded and left. I stared at the vase and then at the window. Stepping closer, I looked outside. Reyes's car sat there. The headlights flashed on and off, signaling me. I quickly backed away. Suddenly, my phone rang, making me jump. An unknown number appeared on the screen. My trembling hands swiped to answer. Hello, I stammered. You have 5 minutes more, Butterfly, Reyes's chilling voice commanded. I froze in my spot, gripping the phone so tightly that my knuckles turned white. His tone was steady, unnervingly calm, but the subtle edge to his words sent shivers down my spine. What did he mean by 5 minutes, and why did it sound like a threat wrapped in a sickly sweet nickname? My heartbeat quickened in fear after hearing his voice. I knew I had to go, or things would turn bad, but how? I was never the kind of girl who ventured outside much. Even if I needed something, I would wait for my father to buy it. Leaving the house in this manner felt foreign and utterly terrifying. Biting my lips repeatedly, I paced back and forth, my gaze darting to the closed window. Finally, I decided. Slowly, I opened the window and looked down. The distance wasn't far. My home was small with just 1 floor, but I was still scared. My hands trembled as I kept looking down. Then, the phone rang again. I picked it up, biting my lips, my eyes still cast downward. My focus remained on reaching the ground safely. Butterfly, Reyes spoke, his voice deep and calm this time. I just hummed, not removing my gaze. Oh, it was an illusion. For fuck's sake, are you thinking of jumping? He said angrily. I answered truthfully with a small, trembling, yes. You should have told me. I would have pushed you myself. He said sarcastically. Unknowingly, I lowered my head, and a pout of sadness formed on my lips. I would have died then. I mumbled, forgetting his presence on the call. And that's what I want, Butterfly. Just stay there for fuck's sake. He suddenly shouted, his voice harsh and demanding. A small sob escaped my mouth, and tears filled my eyes again. Don't you dare start crying now. He yelled louder this time. Oh, I hate it, he muttered under his breath. I heard him. Stepping away from the window, I stood there, frozen. Within a few minutes, I heard faint noises outside. I quickly ran to the window, only to see him climbing up the decorative designs on the wall. As he neared the top, he paused and looked at me for a moment before frowning. Can you fucking move? My hand is slipping. He shouted. I flinched, quickly stepping away from the window, and he climbed inside. My head lowered in fear and sadness. Reyes glanced at me before muttering, annoying. He grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the door. He opened it slowly, scanning the surroundings. After ensuring no one was around, he dragged me outside. My face paled in fear. No, Mom, Dad will see us, I stuttered in panic. Shut up and just follow me, Butterfly, or it won't be good, he ordered. I clamped my mouth shut instantly. I wasn't following him, he was dragging me. My feet froze at every spot where he stopped to check for anyone nearby. We were near the door when I heard my mom's voice. She was asking Dad about his dirty shirt. Opening the door quickly, Reyes pulled me out of the house. He sighed, while I made a crying expression, my fear intensifying at the thought of being caught. Reyes tightened his grip on my hand and dragged me toward his car. Opening the door, he pushed me inside. I obeyed, sitting silently. My mind was still stuck on the thought of sneaking out of my home with him. Reyes started the car and made a sharp U-turn, driving at a frightening speed. I quickly grabbed the seatbelt and fastened it tightly around my waist. His face was stern, his jaw clenched, and his hands worked professionally with each turn and twist. The speed increased, making me more scared. I was on the verge of tears. Can you please slow down? I stammered. He turned his head slightly toward me. What? He shouted, his voice barely audible over the wind and engine noise. Can you please slow down? I shouted, tears streaming down my face. He made a clicking sound with his tongue but slowed down. Then, without warning, he stopped the car abruptly. His eyes darkened, and a smirk played on his lips. A wave of dread washed over me. "Are you scared, Butterfly?" he asked. I didn't answer. Instead, I lowered my head, small hiccups escaping my mouth. He chuckled. "Oh, this is going to be a fun, long ride, Butterfly." Starting the car again, he sped up, his laughter echoing in the confined space. I pressed myself against the seat, my nails digging into the seatbelt as loud sobs left my lips. "Reyes, please stop!" I screamed. "Please stop! I'm not feeling well," I begged repeatedly. But he didn't listen. The unease in my stomach grew stronger, until I couldn't hold it in anymore. My stomach emptied in his car, spilling onto my dress. He stopped the car with a sudden jerk, making me feel worse. "What the fuck? Shit! My car!" he yelled. I cried harder, overwhelmed by sickness and guilt. I'll clean." I stuttered through my sobs. He unbuckled his seatbelt, slammed the door, and got out. I felt utterly ill, clutching my stomach tightly as tears poured down my face. I wanted my mom and dad nothing else, but they weren't there. Only Reyes was, yet now, he wasn't even in sight. A sudden fear gripped me. What if he left me here because he was disgusted? The thought made me cry harder. "Reyes, please don't leave me here," I whimpered, even though I was convinced he had already gone. Closing my eyes, I tried to accept the situation when a knock startled me. I opened my eyes to see Reyes standing outside the window. "Reyes," I whispered before breaking into sobs again. "Why the fuck are you crying again?" he shouted, shoving 2 water bottles into my hands. With trembling hands, I took them. Loud sobs still escaped my lips as he opened the door and gestured for me to step out. Slowly, I got out, cleaning my mouth first and then my clothes and the car. It wasn't enough to get the mess off completely. Reyes grabbed a dirty cloth from the back seat and tossed it at my head. Using it, I cleaned the car thoroughly. Finally, I stopped crying. "Thank you," I said quietly. He didn't respond. "Fuck, this is the worst day," he muttered, sitting inside the car again. He kept cursing the day over and over, and I just stood there, silently watching him. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to me, and I quickly lowered my head. "Are you waiting for me to pick you up bridal style and seat you like a princess there? Fucking get in quickly," he said sarcastically with a scoff. I hurriedly got inside, fixed my seatbelt, and sat silently. The car started, and I turned my head towards the window. The scenery outside moved in a blur, but it still felt better than looking at him and his raging expression. He made a scoff sound, and I glanced at him again. "What's so good there when I'm sitting right here? Look at me," he commented without taking his gaze off me. His words left me unsettled, but I hummed softly, unsure how to respond. Adjusting my position, I turned my body slightly towards him and rested my head against the seat, silently looking at him like he wanted. The drive was long, and I was growing tired. I fought to keep my eyes open, but every time I blinked, my eyelids grew heavier. Finally, I succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep sleep, unable to fight it any longer. Third person's POV. Reyes kept glancing at the road and then at Maya, who was clearly struggling to stay awake. A smirk appeared on his lips as he watched her head tilt slightly with drowsiness. His gaze returned to the road, but the sight of her kept drawing his eyes back to her peaceful face. After a few minutes, he stopped the car softly and leaned back against his seat, letting out a long, exasperated sigh. His fingers drummed against the steering wheel as he stared at the empty road ahead. His eyes lingered on the road for a moment before he turned his head to look at Maya. She was completely lost in her sleep, her face serene and vulnerable in the dim light of the car. "Maya," he murmured softly, her name barely audible, but it seemed to echo in the silence. His lips curved into a dark chuckle as he watched her. For a moment, he allowed himself to take in the sight of her. Then, as if a sudden thought struck him, he turned back to the steering wheel. His grip tightened on it as he suddenly started the car, revving the engine loudly. The car roared to life as he pressed down on the accelerator, the sound sharp and jarring in the stillness of the night. Without warning, Reyes slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden, violent halt. Maya was thrown forward, the seatbelt snapping her back into place. If it hadn't been for the seatbelt, her head would have collided with the windshield. Maya's POV. Ouch! I screamed as the sudden force threw me forward. My heart raced so fast it felt like it would leap out of my chest. My hands clutched the seatbelt tightly, and fear coursed through me. A devilish laugh filled the car, and I turned to face Reyes. He was laughing uncontrollably, the sound echoing around us. I closed my eyes, biting my lip hard to stop the tears threatening to fall. My anger boiled, mixing with the fear that had already consumed me. I couldn't take it anymore. Unlocking the seatbelt with trembling fingers, I quickly opened the door. His laughter halted the moment he heard the click. Without sparing him a glance, I left the door open and stormed away. Maya, get back inside, he ordered, his voice sharp and commanding. I ignored him, walking faster as my breathing quickened. The car's engine roared to life again, and I heard the tires crunch softly against the gravel as he slowly drove after me. Maya, I said, get inside, he repeated, his tone slightly more urgent now. My steps faltered, but I kept moving, wanting to be as far away from him as possible. Maya, I said, get the hell inside the car right now, he shouted, his voice booming. My feet froze involuntarily. Turning my head, I glared at him with tears streaming down my face, hatred burning in my eyes. No, I don't want to, I shouted back, my voice shaking. He stared at me in silence, his expression unreadable. Just then, a voice came from the side of the road. Hey, you wanna come with us, baby? A man slurred, stumbling closer. He was followed by an older man who looked to be in his 60s. The older man held a liquor bottle, taking swigs as they approached. Fear shot through me like ice water. My eyes darted to Reyes, whose gaze remained fixed on me through the windshield. He didn't move, didn't react. Before I could reach the car, the older man grabbed my arm, his grip like a vice. I gasped, tears welling up as I struggled against him. The other man caught my other arm, leering at me with glazed, drunken eyes. Reyes! Help me! I screamed, desperation lacing my voice. He smirked at me, his expression cold and detached. Didn't you say you didn't want to come? He called out mockingly. His voice sent a wave of frustration and fear through me, and I shut my eyes, shaking my head. I felt helpless, trapped in a nightmare of my own making. It was my mistake to leave the car, but Reyes was heartless. Crying, I let the men turn me towards them, their disgusting intentions clear. You're a beauty, little girl, let us taste you, one of them sneered, his face inching closer to mine. I cried harder, my body trembling with disgust. Suddenly, a painful scream pierced the air. My right arm was freed, followed by my left. Opening my tear-filled eyes, I saw both men on the ground, clutching their crotches and writhing in pain. Don't you know a little self-defense, butterfly? Reyes said, his tone laced with sarcasm. He turned to me with a smirk, his eyes glinting dangerously. Sobbing uncontrollably, I ran to him and threw my arms around his neck, seeking solace in the only safety I had. You're making my new t-shirt dirty, Maya, he muttered, but I clung to him tighter, my fists gripping his shirt as tears streamed down my face. The older man groaned, trying to get up. Reyes stepped on his chest, pinning him down effortlessly. Without a second thought, Reyes scooped me up by the waist, lifting me into the air. A gasp escaped my lips as I realized where I was. My grip on his t-shirt loosened as panic surged through me. The older man let out a final scream as Reyes' heavy boot pressed harder against his chest. With a swift, brutal kick to the man's jaw, he fell silent, his head lolling to the side. Let's take you home, butterfly. That's enough punishment for today, Reyes said, turning towards the car. Still holding me with one arm, I dangled slightly, my feet swinging uselessly in the air. Leave me, I stammered, my voice barely audible. Here, okay, go. I didn't know you wanted to stay with them, or I wouldn't have kicked them. Look at how pitiful they look, he said, setting me on the ground. But as soon as my feet touched the pavement, I grabbed his t-shirt again, shaking my head furiously. He chuckled, his amusement evident. Placing me back in the passenger seat, he got into the driver's seat. Before starting the car, he glanced at me and said, "Lock the seatbelt, because it's a long journey, butterfly." The weight of his words lingered in my mind as I stared at him, unsure of what to feel. The car hummed quietly as he started the engine, and the drive ahead was filled with silence, a silence that seemed to press down on me, suffocating any chance of conversation. I had been told to keep my mouth shut, and I obeyed, sitting there silently, my eyes fixed on him throughout the entire drive. His cold, unwavering gaze never left the road ahead as he drove. When we finally reached home, he did something unexpected. He grabbed a ladder from my neighbor's yard and placed it near my window. Without saying much, he told me to climb up. I didn't argue, I obeyed. But as my hands gripped the cold metal, fear began to creep in. Tears stung my eyes, but I kept going, unsure of what else to do. A heavy sigh escaped me as I remembered everything. I didn't want to do anything today, I just wanted to sleep, to escape from all the tension and anxiety swirling inside me. Why aren't you ready? My mom suddenly burst into my room. Her voice filled with frustration. I closed my eyes, stifling another yawn that escaped my mouth. The exhaustion weighed me down like a heavy blanket. Mom didn't wait for an answer. She pushed me into the washroom, urging me to take a bath. I did as she said, the warm water giving me a slight sense of relief. When I stepped out of the shower, I was about to grab the dress I had planned to wear, but then Mom spoke up again. Wear this today, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she held up a beautiful dress. Look, it's so beautiful, you know. I saw my favorite actress wearing something similar, and it looked so good on her. I wanted to wear it too, but you know, I'm too old for that now. She rambled on, her voice rising in enthusiasm, while I stood frozen, staring at the dress in her hands. My heart skipped a beat. The dress was stunning, and I couldn't deny but I didn't want to wear it. My eyes blinked again, hoping against hope that this was all just some strange, bad dream. I silently wished I could wake up from this nightmare. Turning towards Mom, I hesitated for a moment, my voice barely a whisper as I spoke. Mom, can I not go today? I'm really tired. She stopped, arching an eyebrow and folding her arms across her chest. What were you doing last night? Then her question was sharp, and my stomach twisted in fear. Before I could even answer, my phone rang, and I immediately knew who it was. I quickly answered, trying to keep my voice steady despite the dread flooding my chest. Yes, I said, my voice shaky. I'm waiting, Reyes said, his deep voice sending a chill down my spine. I nodded, though he couldn't see me. My gaze shifted nervously towards my mom. Yes, I'm coming, just wait for me, okay? I quickly said, trying to sound as normal as possible, and grabbed the dress. Mom, I was reading a book, I said loudly, trying to explain, but she immediately shot back with disapproval. That's why I've told you again and again not to read those books, right? She snapped. Her tone was scolding, and it stung. I won't, I promise. I replied loudly, hoping to end the conversation. After that, I heard the door click shut behind her. I stared at myself in the mirror as I tried to pull myself together. I looked at the dress, my fingers tracing the fabric as if to reassure myself that this was just another day. My hair was left loose, cascading around my shoulders, but the dress had a wide neckline that made me feel exposed. The dress fell just below my knees, and I couldn't shake the image of Reyes's reaction. Would he be angry? Would he hurt me? I didn't know what to expect, but I couldn't do anything about it now. I quickly grabbed a long hoodie from the wardrobe and tucked it into my bag, hoping it would cover enough. As I walked down the stairs, I muttered a quick goodbye to my parents and hurried outside. Once I reached the garden, I quickly slipped the hoodie on behind a wall, trying to hide myself as much as possible. But I still couldn't shake the feeling of my exposed legs. I would have worn pants, but it would have looked too awkward. My heart pounded in my chest as I clutched the dress tightly, walking towards his car. My sneakers made small sounds on the ground as I kept my head down, trying to avoid making eye contact with anyone. As I got closer to the car, I saw Reyes sitting in the driver's seat, his eyes focused on his phone. My heart raced in anticipation, knowing how angry he would be when he saw me. I gave a soft knock on the window, and he looked up. Without a word, he unlocked the door, but his gaze quickly returned to his phone. I pulled the door open, but I didn't enter right away. I stood frozen, afraid of what might happen next. A few seconds passed. Why are you standing there? He finally asked, his voice cold, as he turned to face me. His eyes darkened as he looked at me up to down, and I quickly lowered my head. My nails dug into my palms in an attempt to steady myself. The intensity of his gaze sent chills through me, and I could feel my body tremble under his scrutiny. Who do you want to seduce, Maya, me, or some other guy? His voice was mocking, yet dark with anger. His teeth clenched and unclenched as he controlled his fury. I dared to look up at him, my voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, made me wear it," I stuttered, my legs weak with fear. His eyes flared with rage, and my legs nearly gave out as I stumbled, a hiccup escaping my mouth. "And you couldn't say a fucking no, right?" he shouted angrily, his voice cutting through the air. Tears welled up in my eyes, and I gripped the dress, trying to hold myself together. "Fucking get inside, right now!" he yelled louder this time, and I flinched, nodding through my tears. I stepped into the car, my head lowered in shame. "Wear your seatbelt, for God's sake, and stop crying like a pathetic bitch," he said coldly, his voice laced with annoyance. His tongue poked into his cheek as he made a dismissive sound. I wiped at my tears, but the sniffles wouldn't stop. He drove the car in the opposite direction, and I didn't dare question him. I let him take me wherever he wanted, my mind too clouded with fear to think clearly. The silence between us was deafening, heavy with tension. He stopped the car in front of a mall and grabbed my hand, pulling me out of the car. I kept my head down, trying to hide from the stares of anyone around. He tightened his grip on me whenever someone looked our way. He led me into a small office, where he instructed the guard to call the mall manager. Within minutes, the manager appeared. "I want this mall emptied for a while," Reyes said coldly, his tone commanding. The manager, already sweating with nerves, nodded quickly. In less than 5 minutes, the mall was deserted. Not a single person remained, not even the guards or the manager. Reyes grabbed my hand again, but this time his grip was softer, though still firm. He dragged me towards the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. When the elevator stopped, we stepped out, and Reyes immediately started searching for something. He found what he was looking for and changed direction, pulling me into a clothing store. Without hesitation, he picked out a pair of loose pants and scanned me from head to toe. Without saying a word, he pulled me towards the dressing room, opening the door. He stepped inside first, then pulled me in after him, locking the door behind us. My eyes widened in shock as I looked at nothing but him. I felt a wave of nervousness crawling down my spine, my heart hammering in my chest. I wanted to say something, but my voice failed to leave my mouth. It was as if fear had gripped my entire being. Reyes turned toward me and stared into my trembling eyes. They desperately tried to break the connection, but I couldn't look away. Suddenly, he came closer, and a soft whimper escaped my mouth. My breath caught in my throat as I opened my mouth wide, trying to speak, but no words came out. I quickly began taking steps back, my body reacting instinctively, but he smirked and kept advancing. With every step he took, my heartbeat quickened, rising from fear. "Reyes," I mumbled, my voice barely audible as my back met the wooden wall. He placed both of his hands around me, closing the space between us. His presence felt suffocating. His body was so close that I could feel the heat of his skin. I quickly tilted my head back, desperately trying to create some distance, but he just smirked. "Remove your hoodie, butterfly," he said, his deep voice sending chills down my spine. The smirk on his face only made me feel even more terrified. "What?" I stuttered, my breath unsteady. My mind scrambled for words, but nothing came out right. I said, "Remove your hoodie, Maya, let me see if you can even seduce me," he purred, his voice dark and husky, sending an electric shock of fear straight to my core. Tears welled up in my eyes, and small sobs began to escape my lips. He stood there, too close to me, his dark gaze never leaving mine. "You are so bad," I stammered through the tears, my voice shaking. "I told you that I didn't wanted to. It was my mom's wish." I cried, trying to explain, but he showed no sign of fear or remorse. His expression remained unreadable, cold. His face came closer, and I quickly bowed my head, the tears flowing freely now. "Then, if I told you my wish is to see you naked, would you strip?" His voice was dangerously dark, tinged with anger. Before I could even react to his words, he punched the wall just inches away from my face. The force of the blow made me flinch, and I cried out loud, startled by his rage. He placed his head on my shoulder, taking deep breaths for a few seconds before speaking again. "Don't test my patience, Maya. Remove the hoodie." His voice had a sharp edge, a clear warning that something worse would happen if I didn't comply. I'm sorry. I will do it. Please, just let me go," I pleaded, my voice breaking as I cried. He chuckled darkly, the sound sending a chill down my spine. He stepped back, his face now far away from mine, and leaned against the mirror. His piercing gaze fixed on me, his scratched knuckles red with blood. I kept my eyes on the floor, unable to meet his gaze. Small hiccups escaped from my mouth, and I fought hard to control them. Grabbing the end of my hoodie, I slowly slid it off my upper body, trying not to look at Reyes. I couldn't bear to see his reaction. When it was completely off, the silence in the room became suffocating. I wanted to look up, but I was too afraid to see what would be in his eyes. The silence was broken by the sound of mirror shattering. I quickly looked up, and there he was. Reyes was punching the mirror with his side fist. His hand was beginning to bleed, but he didn't stop. He kept hitting it again and again, his knuckles tearing open more with each blow. I wanted to run, but the sight of his fury froze me in place. My legs buckled beneath me, and I collapsed onto the floor. Sitting there, I stared at his bloodied hands as he continued to punch the mirror. The maniacal force of his movements made my heart race in fear. Finally, the mirror shattered completely, falling around his feet, with some pieces dropping near my exposed legs, scratching them slightly. My eyes shifted to the blood drops falling on the mirror, reflecting Reyes' body. It was like watching a nightmare unfold. He began walking again, his boots crushing the broken pieces of glass beneath him with each step. My whole body trembled, and as he got closer, I could see his legs looming in front of me. He crouched down until his piercing, dark eyes met my teary, blurry ones. A loud sob left my mouth as I cried uncontrollably. His gaze was so intense, so terrifying, that I couldn't look away. His bloodied hand reached out toward me, and I turned my head away, trying to distance myself, but his other hand grabbed my hair, pulling me toward him. His bloodied hand gently cupped my cheek, his thumb brushing across the skin. I cried louder this time, clenching and unclenching my fists, which were pressed into the floor for support. Maya. He whispered my name, his breath hot against my skin. He leaned in closer, and a whimper of fear escaped my mouth. I struggled in his grip, trying to push his hand away from my cheek, but every effort was in vain. Slowly, he removed his hand and, with deliberate slowness, slid his bloody finger from my forehead down the side of my face, tracing a line to my exposed neck. He made patterns with the blood, leaving streaks of red in its wake which I couldn't guess, which I couldn't feel because of the fear. I cried harder, breathing heavily, wanting nothing more than to push him away, but his dark eyes held me captive. His gaze never wavered as his finger traced the pattern, moving upward and following the path it had made before. He finally pulled his hand away, leaving me trembling in his wake. No one can see you like this in my presence. Not even the mirrors. His voice was dark, almost cruel, and I closed my eyes, allowing my tears to fall silently. He stood up, and I heard the click of the door opening. I thought about running, but he stood there, blocking the way. He turned toward me again and spoke coldly, "Change into them, Maya. Be quick, because I'm not a patient person." He closed the door behind him as he left. I wiped my tears away, trying to remove the mix of blood and tears from my face. My hands were trembling as I picked up the corner of my dress and wiped my face with it. Then my eyes suddenly landed on the broken mirror, which reflected my exposed neck. Fear surged through me, and I quickly picked up one of the smaller shards of the mirror. Placing it carefully just in front of my neck, I slid it slowly from right to left, reading the patterns on my skin. R-H-Y-S. The shard dropped to the floor, and an unsettling feeling churned in my stomach. But this time, I didn't cry. Only fear remained. I wiped the words off my neck, my legs shaking as I stood up. Picking up the pants he had left for me, I slipped them on, removing my dress completely. The hoodie he had discarded on the floor was the next to go. I slid it on quickly, then opened the door. There he was, turning his back to me. He stood looking at some items from the hanger. I slowly stepped towards him, looking down. When I was about 5 steps away, I called out to him in a soft voice. He turned around with a phone in his hand, hushing me to stay silent. I nodded my head and went completely quiet, waiting for him to finish. He took more than 5 minutes talking with the person on the other end. My heart raced, the rapid beats echoing in my chest as memories of what had just happened surged through me. I knew I had to get away from him, no matter what. His eyes never left me throughout the entire conversation, pinning me in place. My feet were glued to the floor, my instincts screaming not to move, not even to think about it. Reyes took one step closer to me, and I felt the small hairs on my body rise in alarm. He took a second step, making my fists clench involuntarily. With the third step, I gulped down a large amount of saliva, and by the fourth, my entire body trembled. My feet tangled with each other, and I stumbled, trying to put some distance between us. He smirked, clearly enjoying my state. Taking one more step, I found myself on the floor, staring at the white marble tiles. They reflected a blurry image of my upper body and his silhouette, looming over me, mocking me. Reyes' shoes clicked against the floor as he moved closer. Slowly, he bent down, bringing his face near my head. The blurry image of his face I had seen in the tiles was now crystal clear. Those mocking eyes, that slightly curved lip forming a sinister smirk. My hair was suddenly grabbed in a tight fist, forcing my face to turn towards his. My teary eyes met his dark, piercing ones. His gaze roamed up and down my face, scanning every inch of it. He moved even closer, and I instinctively shut my eyes. His grip on my hair tightened, sending sharp pain shooting through my scalp. A small whimper escaped my lips as I was forced to open my eyes. His hot breath collided with mine, and tears streamed down my cheeks. "I hate you," the words spilled out of my mouth between sobs. He showed no reaction, his face remaining impassive as I continued sobbing, the exhaustion weighing heavily on me. Suddenly, his hands dropped to the floor, and he let out a small chuckle. Moving away from me, he sat cross-legged on the floor, laughing as he looked at me. I was shocked and terrified. Crying silently, I stared at the floor, watching as my tears formed tiny puddles on the marble. My entire body trembled every time his unsettling laughter grew louder. Then, abruptly, he stopped. I looked up at him, his dark eyes meeting mine. This time, they were filled with an unfathomable darkness, something terrifying and raw. "Reyes," I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. He made a disapproving scoff sound, tapping the floor with his fingernails. The sound was soft, yet it echoed loudly in the empty mall, amplifying the dread coursing through me. His other hand reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He began twirling it absent-mindedly, a casual gesture that felt anything but. "Maya," he finally said, his tone as cold as ice, sending a shiver down my spine. "The feeling of hate, let me show you. But before that..." He trailed off, stopping the motion of the phone. His gaze locked onto mine, dead and domineering, piercing straight into my soul. "Let me tell you, those words are prohibited for you. You can't hate me, because only I can," he said, his voice dripping with a chilling finality. "Turn off the lights," he suddenly commanded. A voice from his phone responded, "Okay, sir." Within seconds, all the lights went out. The doors and windows were covered, plunging the space into complete darkness. It felt as if day had turned into a terrifying, suffocating night. "Let's start the show of hate, Butterfly. Shall we?" he said, his voice echoing ominously. A loud cry escaped my lips. "Reyes. Please don't do this. Please, don't," I begged, my voice breaking as I tried to crawl toward him in the pitch-black darkness. But then I heard the sound of his footsteps, the clicking of his shoes against the hard floor as he moved away from me. Desperately, I placed my hands on the floor, pushing myself up and running in the direction of the sound. Tears streamed down my face as I stumbled in the dark, following the faint echo of his steps. But no matter how fast I moved, it felt like we were just going in circles. "Maya," he suddenly called out, his voice coming from a different direction. He clapped his hands, and I froze on the spot. The sound had come from the opposite side of where I was heading. "Reyes!" I screamed, fear gripping my entire being. With trembling steps, I moved toward the sound. 2 steps, 4 steps. This time, he made no sound. The silence was deafening, and then I felt his hot breath against the nape of my neck. "Reyes," I stuttered, turning around quickly. I reached out, trying to hug him, but he pushed me away harshly. "Didn't you say you hate me, Maya? But that's not how hate works," he said with a dark chuckle. His steps echoed again in the darkness before stopping at a distance. "If you catch me, I'll forgive you, Butterfly. But if you don't, we're going to have a very long day here in this darkness until the word hate is wiped from your brain," he said, his voice carrying an eerie calmness that sent shivers down my spine. "Please don't leave me alone, Reyes," I begged, and he chuckled, taking one slow, steady step, the sound of his shoes echoing in the empty mall again. I let out a loud sob, forwarding my hands in the dark as I tried to get closer to that sound, to him. Please. I am scared. I begged again, and he made a scoff sound, saying nothing. His steps made a very small sound, but I knew he was coming closer to me, though from where, I didn't know. Suddenly, I felt his breath on my forehead. I threw my hands here and there, wanting to grab him, but my hands remained empty. You are no fun, butterfly. Find me quickly, and you will have me close to you, just like how you want, Maya. He said huskily, and a small sob of desperation, frustration, and fear escaped my mouth. Yes, I wanted him close, but not the way he was mocking me. Reyes, please. I said again and took one more step. I felt the soft fabric of his shirt on my left hand, but before I could grab it, he grabbed my wrist, twisting it behind my back. My back touched his chest, I could feel those hot breaths against my neck again, I whimpered in pain, crying out louder. He took a deep breath, inhaling my hair before pushing me away from him harshly. I stumbled onto my own feet. Be quick, Maya. I hate waiting. He said and started walking away from me. I swallowed those sobs leaving my mouth, wiped the tears off my face, and started following his footsteps. When he took one step, I took two. When he took two, I took three, wanting to be near him. I could see the faint reflection of someone on the white tiles, which were now fully dark. My tears kept falling silently. My breaths were heavy, and I wanted to just slump on the floor, grabbing my knees and crying. But I had hope, the hope that it would end, the hope I was talking about was nothing but Reyes. He was the cause, yet he was the cure. I was alone because of him, yet he was here with me. He closed all the options to become my only choice. He closed all the doors to become my only way. Pathetic, I wanted to laugh at myself. My shoes felt the touch of a hard wall-like structure, and I knew he was walking upstairs. I followed him, grabbing the metal railing slowly with trembling feet while he walked as if he knew where he was going, like the darkness never affected him. Finally, the stairs ended, and Reyes' steps echoed to the left side. I followed him, I kept trying to find something to hold onto. We were turning again toward the left, and I felt that the space was getting smaller and smaller. The sound of stepping in water came from where Reyes was walking, and I grew more confused about where he was leading me. Then, suddenly, the sound of his footsteps stopped, leaving me standing in place. I looked here and there, wanting to see his form in the dark, but saw nothing. Yet, I could feel his presence near me. Reyes. I called, shuddering. The reply didn't come for a few seconds, then his very deep and husky voice echoed with the name he gave me. Butterfly. Before I could respond, I was pushed by his body, stumbling on my feet, while his body pushed me further and further until something hard collided with my back. I bent down while his upper body hovered over me. I could feel his breath, his stare, everything even when I couldn't see him. I was shocked and scared. His hold was dominating, forcing me to submit. Reyes. I said, feeling his face so close to mine. Hush, butterfly. He shushed, and I obeyed, closing my lips. My eyes trembled here and there, wanting to ask, talk, or cry, but he didn't let me. You couldn't catch me, he said in his deep voice, and I whimpered when I felt his hand, which was behind my waist, pinching the small flesh. Should we stay here all day, as I said, he asked, demanding an answer with his stern, husky voice. I closed my eyes, letting the tears fall that had been building inside since he came close to me, invading my space with his presence. No. Please. I let out in a small voice, shuddering. Then should we change the punishment, he said, this time making his voice deeper and huskier. My mouth let out a small yet loud sob. Those tears made their way into my mouth, my saliva becoming slippery and salty. Should we, butterfly? He asked again, and I nodded, saying yes to him. I saw the mobile's brightness flashing in his hand as he clicked on the contact at the top. Turn on the lights, he said, and I closed my eyes in relief, but no sooner than for a second, his lips suddenly pressed against mine, pressing me harder against the thing I had bent backwards toward. His lips didn't move, just pressing hard, making me pull away. Yet his other hand, which was holding my waist, kept me in place. The muffled sobs of my cries were silenced with his lips on mine. Then the light came on. My white eyes, filled with tears, met his dark ones, filled with an unknown emotion. I was looking into them while he stared into mine, suddenly moving his bottom lip and then making the upper one open, bringing my lips together as one. He coated them with saliva. I trembled in his hold, feeling those moments. My eyes widened more in fear, my hands kept trying to push him, but it never worked. His lips were possessing mine, marking them with his touch. He placed his phone on the stand behind me and moved his hand into my hair, pushing my head from behind. My lips went further into his mouth. I kept whimpering and crying, looking into his eyes, while his just looked at me blankly, sucking my lips slowly. His lips kept changing from my upper to lower lips. Even when my mouth was closed, I could feel his taste inside my mouth. He kept doing it again and again, then stopped. I thought it was over, but suddenly he pulled my hair harshly, and I cried in pain. My mouth opened to scream. He again got close to my lips, and I tried to back away in fear. My neck arched backward a little. I was pushing it further away with all my strength, but his hold was so tight and steady that I felt the tremors of force. He licked my bottom lip, and I let the tears fall, finally giving up. He took my bottom lip with a harsh bite and pulled it. His dark eyes never left mine, and mine never left his, begging for mercy, begging for him to leave me. He kept my lip between his teeth for a few seconds, then released it. His hold on my hair loosened, and he pushed me again, closing the distance between his face and mine. "The punishment is over, butterfly," he said, then chuckled near my face. I closed my eyes, my lips starting to get tortured by my own teeth. Crying with loud hiccups, I fell on his chest. "It's okay," he said and grabbed a small amount of my hair, rolling it between his fingers. Maya's eyes were cast down, crying, while Reyes stared at the large wide mirror attached to the washroom wall, playing with Maya's hair. My breaths were heavy, my thoughts were a mess. I could still feel the burning on my lips. I wanted to get away from him, go somewhere where his shadow wouldn't follow me. But here I was, holding him close, crying on his chest, not knowing what to do. If I ran, where would I go? If I asked for help, who would help me? If I told my family, could I stay home like I used to, or would I disappoint them again? What about Reyes? Didn't he already know where I lived? Wouldn't he come there too? Could the police help me if I tried to complain about Reyes? Bernard, no, right, there were so many ways, but the door to escape was locked. The only way out led me back to him. Unknowingly, I tightened my grip on his shirt. If this was the only way, I would walk with him. I will beg him until he himself opened a door for me to leave. If Reyes was the only one who could let me go, then I would wait for him to make a way for me to leave. "Reyes," I whispered while shuddering, and he hummed while playing with my hair. I wanna go home," I completed, closing my eyes as warm tears fell down my face. I waited for his response, but it didn't come. He just kept playing with my hair. I slowly moved my body up, wanting to look at him, wanting to see his reaction, wanting to talk, but his left hand caged me from my back, pushing me again on his chest. This time, my head was turned towards the mirror side, and I could see him. His expression was the same, unaffected, cold, calm. Yet his eyes still held that devilish aura. My gaze and his were on the same reflection. His eyes were so dark, staring at the image of me and him so close to each other, while my eyes stared at his dark eyes. I felt my soul trembling from the intensity with which he was staring. "I wanna go home, Reyes," I said again, looking at those dark eyes with my teary ones. Suddenly, I gasped when Reyes suddenly shifted his gaze from our bodies to my eyes. I felt the tears leaving my eyes with great speed this time. His hold started burning me with the tightness. This time too, he didn't answer, but I knew, in this cage, I wouldn't walk beside him, but he would drag me wherever he wanted. "Shut your mouth, butterfly," he said in his deep voice. I closed my mouth, crying silently in his hold. Minutes passed, maybe hours too. My legs were throbbing in pain from standing so long, but I didn't dare to move or make a sound. Reyes' gaze, which was still on the reflection, remained the same, filled with darkness. My tears had dried down, yet the sobs and deep breaths of mine were making sound. He stayed a few more seconds like this and then slowly placed his chin on my shoulder. My breath hitched again in fear. He turned his face a little towards mine and then down. His lips touched my clothed shoulder, and a loud, painful sob left my mouth. I closed my eyes, taking deep breaths, trying to calm myself, but it didn't work. Reyes' chin and lips stayed for a few seconds before removing them completely. I remained frozen in my place, trembling, while Reyes stood up and took one step back. His gaze met mine and stayed for a few seconds. In a blink, those dark eyes were closed, and I watched him. Wiping my own tears off, I just watched his actions. A minute passed, and then he said, without opening his eyes, "Let's go, butterfly," he said suddenly, and opened his eyes. Grabbing my hand, he started pulling me with him, and I let him. Looking at his back, I followed him. He was driving the car at a slow pace, humming a song like nothing had happened, while I kept playing with my fingers. My thoughts were blank, yet messed up with everything that had happened. The calm after what had happened was making me feel something I couldn't even describe. The tears, which I kept letting fall, had not fully stopped. My stomach twisted again and again. It was uncomfortable. The fear was uncomfortable. "Reyes." I let out a small voice. He hummed. "Can you please stop the car?" I said, and he turned his head towards me. Stopping the car slowly, he pulled it to the corner, and I quickly opened my seatbelt. Opening the door, I walked out. I wanted to breathe. Reyes's presence was suffocating me. I clutched my stomach and started taking deep breaths, but then suddenly two hands wrapped around my waist, and I knew it was Reyes. Frustration took over me, and I cried again in his hold, wanting to tell him, without a word, that I wanted him to leave me, that I wanted him to stay away from me. My hand went to his, my nails digging into his arm, wanting to cause him pain, but he didn't move. He didn't react. I kept digging my nails into his hand, but his hold remained the same. "What is it, butterfly?" he asked with a stern voice. "Leave me, please," I replied, choking on my own sobs. "Ask me something which is possible, butterfly," he said and chuckled before turning me towards him with a jerk. Placing his forehead on mine, he whispered, looking into my eyes, "Breathe, butterfly." Caging me in his arms, he looked into my eyes. "Follow me," he said again and started taking deep breaths, making me follow his movements, and I did while crying. My breathing was shallow and erratic, but I tried my best to match his pace. His eyes, still blank but so dark, stared at my face, then went down to my trembling lips, which were letting air in and out in quick successions. A few seconds passed, and he loosened his hold on me. I stepped back slowly, looking down while his eyes followed my movements like a predator watching its prey. "Let's go," he said, and I flinched, nodding quickly. I walked fast from his side to go inside the car, but suddenly he grabbed the cap of my hood and pulled me towards him again. My eyes widened, and with a jerk, my body collided with his hard chest. I let out a small whimper when he suddenly back-hugged me, his arms tightening around me like steel chains. "Please. Please," I said in a stuttering voice while my body begged him to leave me. I was trembling in his hold, pushing myself away from him, but his grip kept getting tighter, unyielding. "Maya," he whispered in my ear, and I froze. My face went pale in fear, my hands started trembling uncontrollably. I quickly clutched my hood to stop them, but it was useless. "I am sorry," he said in a husky voice before pressing his lips on my shoulder, and my whole body went cold. It wasn't just the chill from his touch, it was the power he held over me that froze me in place. He put his hand on my shoulder and then replaced it with his 2 fingers. He let those fingers walk from my right shoulder to behind my neck and then to my left shoulder. His feet kept moving along with those movements, and I kept taking deep breaths in panic, desperately trying to calm myself. His feet moved to the side of my face, his face so close to me that I could feel his breath. Then his fingers walked toward my collarbone. Although it was all happening over my thick clothes, I could still feel those touches, leaving an invisible mark on my skin. Finally, he came in front of me, my eyes downcast while he pinned me in my position. His fingers were still on my collarbone, standing in the middle. Then he turned them towards his palm, making them lift into the air. He touched my chin and used a little force to make me look up, and I did. With my teary eyes, I looked at his blurry vision, the darkness in his gaze swallowing me whole. "I am sorry, butterfly, but I am addicted now," he whispered while slowly closing the distance between his face and mine, then pressed his lips on my wet ones. Sucking them once again like he did previously, but with a little softness this time, I kept trembling in my place whenever his lips would move or slide, changing positions again and again. It was as if he wanted to brand me with his touch, to make me remember this moment forever. My fists clutched my hoodie tightly, and I let him. His one hand went behind my neck, pulling my hood's cap over my head and staying there. His mouth opened and closed again, taking the flesh of my lips, giving them slow sucks while I just closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment I had no power to escape. His teeth sometimes bit my upper lip and then pulled the lower one towards him, taking it fully inside his mouth. Fuck. He cursed and pressed the hand that was on my hood's cap, pushing me forward towards him more closely. He deepened the kiss. I could feel the salty taste of my own tears. Those whimpers kept getting muffled in his mouth, and I knew he wasn't planning to let go anytime soon. His tongue licked my lips, rolling over them from left to right, from up to down, wetting them with his hot cavern, then slowly moved away. Pressing his lips one more time, he gave them a suck and left them. Pressing his forehead on mine, he stared at me. My breaths were now making sounds. My whimpers could now be heard. My sobs were getting louder as if they were breaking free from the cage I had locked them in. I slowly tried to take a step back from him, but his hand on my head pushed me again, and with slight pain, my forehead got attached to his again. Don't move, he said in a slow voice and closed his eyes, making me stay so close to him. I could hear the sounds of vehicles going back and forth as it was a busy road. Yet, because we were standing in the corner and our car was hiding us, people couldn't see us. He stayed like that for a few minutes, and my legs started aching again in pain. The weight of my fear and his hold felt unbearable. Reyes, please. I want to go home, I said again in a slow voice, trying to hide the trembling and stuttering in my voice. He hummed but didn't loosen his hold on me, as if he was still debating whether to let me go or keep me there forever. A few more seconds passed when he opened his eyes and looked at me. Moving his face slightly sideways, he pressed his lips on my cheek, and I felt my breath hitch. Trying to move away, I pushed my body backward, but it was still useless. He slid his hand from my head to my neck and then to my back until it reached a little lower than my waist and pushed my body towards him. You can't do that, butterfly, not anymore. Push me one more time, and I will show you what I will do. He threatened, and I stilled in his hold. His words were dark. He let out a chuckle and moved away from me. His hand grabbed mine, which was holding the end of my hood, pulling them towards him and tightening his grip. Dragging me towards the car, he opened the door and made me sit. He lowered his upper body and locked the seat belt. I quickly moved my body farther away, pressing my back into the seat. Mile, he whispered and chuckled, shaking his head a little. His amusement at my fear was like a blade, cutting into me deeper than any words could. He moved towards his seat and started the car. I closed my eyes and pressed my back to the seat, letting my body rest a bit. My closed eyes were trying not to let those warm tears fall, but I failed miserably. I let out those silent tears while Reyes hummed an unknown song. My hands rested on my thighs, and I could feel the drops of my tears landing on my hood. The ride, though not long, felt like it was dragging on for an eternity. I lowered my head slightly when I sensed Reyes glancing at me. My grip on my jeans tightened when I felt his fingers brushing against my thighs. Slowly, he slid his hand up, placing it on my leg. I bit my lip, trying to suppress the cries threatening to escape. My trembling hand moved to the back of his hand, attempting to brush it away. However, without warning, he turned his palm upward, gripped mine tightly, and interlaced his fingers with mine, drawing me closer. I looked at him with desperate eyes, and my sobs grew louder, but he remained unchanged. His gaze stayed on the road, but the song that had been playing kept changing repeatedly, the music flickering in and out, yet his hold on my hand never loosened. As we neared my home, my feet trembled, desperate to run far away from him. But when I saw my house, my heart lit up with a fleeting sense of relief. He stopped the car, and I quickly unbuckled my seatbelt, turning my back to him as I started unlocking the door. But before I could open it, he grabbed my hair from behind and yanked it harshly, forcing me to turn my head with a painful shout. He pressed his lips onto mine in a swift, demanding kiss that silenced me. His actions were rough, taking hard, aggressive sucks at my lips, biting them with force. I could do nothing but cry, the metallic taste of blood seeping into my mouth. After licking the blood from my lips, he pulled away, but his grip on my hair remained just as firm. Butterfly, keep trying to run away from me, and I'll make sure those beautiful legs of yours won't take you anywhere again, he said, his voice dripping with a threatening tone. My breath became heavy, and I clutched his shirt desperately, trying to inhale some air. He loosened his grip on my hair for a moment, then yanked it even more painfully, pressing his fist to my head. He pulled my face closer to his dark eyes locking onto mine. Breathe in. Breathe out. I obeyed, sobbing and trembling, struggling to calm my breathing as he repeated the words. Slowly, my breaths evened out. His gaze, however, remained dark and overpowering, dominating my heart and soul. These eyes, filled with tears, will see no one but me. These trembling lips, still red and bloody from my marks, will touch no one but me. Your mind will obey me. Your heart will beat for me. Your breaths will be controlled by only me. Let any other man come close to you, Maya, and I'll remove your existence from this world, taking you in my world. He said coldly. I closed my eyes and nodded in agreement, trembling under the weight of his words. Words, butterfly, he whispered, his breath brushing against my face. But you hate me, I whispered, my voice shaky, my eyes still closed as I tried to hold back the flood of tears. Not anymore, Maya, he replied, taking a step back, creating a distance between us. Shock coursed through me as I opened my eyes. I wanted to speak, to ask why, to know why he was doing this if he didn't hate me, but my lips trembled in fear, unable to form the words. Before I could ask, he coldly commanded, "Get out." I bit my lip, still aching from his kiss, and nodded in compliance. I opened the door and stepped out, walking toward my house without looking back. I could feel his gaze following me, but I didn't dare meet those eyes again, the eyes that filled me with nothing but fear. Once I stepped inside my house, I heard the sound of his car driving away, knowing that he had left. I walked toward my room, avoiding eye contact with my mom, who was busy talking on the phone with my aunt. Entering my room, I closed the door behind me and sat on my bed, staring out the window at the blank sky. Those moments with him kept flashing before my eyes. His touches burned every part of my body where he had touched me, my wrist, my palm, my chin, my waist, my shoulder, and my lips. I stood up, walking to the bathroom. I turned on the shower, shedding my clothes and stepping under the cold water. I rubbed my body, desperately trying to wash away the remnants of his touch, but it clung to me as if he had marked me in every way possible. My body felt as though it no longer belonged to me. The cold water cascaded over me, but those lingering touches stayed, embedded in my skin. I cried, picking up the body wash and trying to scrub those places where his hands had been. I brushed my lips repeatedly, attempting to erase the burns left behind. Eventually, the tears stopped. Defeated, I walked out of the bathroom, changed into fresh clothes, and headed downstairs. My mom was still on the sofa, speaking with my aunt on the phone. I moved toward her and sat beside her, resting my head on her lap. I let my body relax. My mom's hands softly brushed through my hair, and I closed my eyes, listening to her chatter about the funny conversation she was having. Some funny talks with my aunt. She talked about the bad aunt who had taken something from her cart while shopping, and I found comfort in her words, even though they were trivial. It felt peaceful, like home, away from everything. Away from him. Away from the fear. I didn't know when my eyes closed in my mom's lap, drifting into a deep sleep. Hours passed, and I felt gentle taps on my cheeks. "Maya, get up, baby. Dada is here," my dad said, and I slowly opened my eyes, rubbing them gently. I saw my handsome dad smiling while looking at me. "Good morning," he said in a teasing tone, and I smiled. "I was tired," I said, and he hummed, "Get up, Mom is making dinner," he said, and walked away. I slowly sat on the sofa, folding my legs, my hands stretched, letting out a small yawn. I felt refreshed stepping down from the sofa. I asked Dad, who was finding something on the table, "Where is Evan?" I asked, and he turned his head towards me before replying, "He is doing his homework." I hummed and walked towards the stairs. I saw on my left where Evan's room was. Stepping closer to the room, I slid the door, and his doe eyes looked at me curiously. "What are you doing, Brad?" I asked, getting inside his room and ruffling his hair. "Ma'am gave me so much homework today. Help me, sister," he pleaded, giving me his puppy stare, and I chuckled, pulling his cheek. "Let your big sister help you," I said, and he quickly started rifling inside his bag. Taking out the book, he placed it on the table. I looked at the big fonts in front of me, "Maths." Evan looked at me and chuckled, "Sister, help me, nah, please," he said, looking at me with sparkly eyes, and I took a long breath. "Okay," he opened the Unit 15 and ticked the 5th question. I read it and took my time understanding what the question was saying, but my mind didn't understand a word. Flipping the page back, I searched for examples, but it made the question more complicated. Evan's curious eyes stared at me, but his lips were tucked inside, trying to hide the laugh. I knew he was mocking me, but I can't give up. Right then suddenly, we hear a loud laughing sound. Dad stood in front of the door, looking at us. Dad! I whined, and that was it. Evan started laughing while holding his stomach. It was 6th standard maths, Dad and sister couldn't do that. Evan said, laughing, and Dad nodded his head. She is so dumb, right? Dad said, teasing me with an arched eyebrow while his lips were curved into a smile when suddenly, he screamed in pain. Ow! I saw Mom standing behind his back, pinching his shoulder. Honey, leave me. Dad said, pleading, and I pouted, looking at Mom. I ran towards her. Mom, they are making fun of me. I complained, and she looked at Dad with an angry expression. Hey, why are you making fun of my stupid daughter who doesn't know of maths, she said, and I looked at her with a betrayed expression. Mama! I whined, and they laughed together. Even though I was sad that they called me dumb, this moment was beautiful. My eyes slightly teared up again. Staying at home like before, this thought came over me, but wouldn't it end this beautiful moment? Let's go, dinner is ready. We ate dinner peacefully with funny talks, and that's how the day ended. I was now on the bed, sliding myself inside the warm blanket, looking at the ceiling. My thoughts again went to him, whom I wanted to forget. Reyes, closing my eyes tightly, I tried to remove his image from my mind and finally fell asleep. The next day came, for which I was never ready, as I had to go to college again with him. Stepping out of the bed, I walked towards the window, letting the cold morning air touch my cheeks, when suddenly my eyes went towards the spot where Reyes parked his car every day, picking me up. Although it was empty, it scared me too. Walking outside of my room after getting ready to go to college, Mom came inside my room. Baby, don't go to college today. Your aunt is coming. She said, and I looked at her with sparkly eyes in excitement. Really? I asked, jumping a little. Yes, really. Now change into comfortable clothes. She said, and I nodded my head. When she left, I walked towards the washroom to change but suddenly got reminded, widening my eyes, I ran towards the window, and as I thought, he was there, his car parked in the same place. Biting my lips in fear and clenching my fists, my feet kept tapping the floor in nervousness. Why did I say that? He was here now. What should I do? This thought kept coming in my head, and then suddenly his voice echoed when he warned me about doing something before asking him. So, I gathered my courage, which was maybe only 1%, and walked towards the desk with trembling feet. Picking up the cell phone, I searched for his number from which he had called before, and tapped it. Soon the rings changed with his voice. He didn't say anything, just kept silent, and I kept biting my lips, thinking what to say. Maybe his patience was worn out, so he asked. What is it, Butterfly? Come outside quickly. I am waiting. He said in his deep voice, and I gulped a huge amount of saliva. I can't come today, I said, stuttering, and he hummed, making me frown. That's it again, the silence was there. I wanted to cut the call, but something in how he reacted made no sense. Come outside in 1 minute, Butterfly, or I am coming in. He said suddenly, and my eyes widened in fear. I can't. I was about to say, but the call was cut. Running downstairs, I shouted, Mom, I am coming from my friend's house, informing her about leave. But you can call her, Maya. Mom also shouted from behind, but I ignored it, opening the door. I ran towards his car. Once reaching near it, I grabbed my stomach, taking deep breaths. My eyes looked at his across the car glass, his eyes stared at me coldly, and I gulped. Biting my bottom lip, I clutched the door handle, opening it, and sat inside. Reyes, I said, turning my head towards him, wanting to tell why I can't come, but before I could, his lips attacked mine. His one hand grabbed the neckline of my soft tee and pulled it towards him, rubbing his lips on mine. He groaned. His lips moved against mine, up and down, his tongue slid from left to right again and again. Making me breathless, he finally left me. I was fisting his blue shirt with thin white straight lines on it, tucked into black pants. Leaving it quickly, I backed away, my head turned towards every direction to see if anybody saw us, but to be glad no one was there. My eyes roamed here and there, but his stayed on mine. Picking up some of my hair, he rolled the strand in his finger. Maya, he said, and I looked at him. His eyes were downcast, looking at my hair. I don't like when your eyes wander. It makes me want to burn the world so nothing else can ever take your attention away from me. His eyes, which were downcast, were now looking at me with a dead stare. Every word he said was clear and getting inside my mind. His gaze pinned me in my place, and I stayed silent, not even a word coming out from my mouth until he asked. What were you saying on the call? I trembled with the sudden shift but composed myself. Well, my aunt is coming home, so Mom asked me to take leave today, I said, stuttering, and his fingers stopped their moment on my hair. He chuckled and patted my head suddenly. Good girl, he said, and I lowered my head, biting my lips. I am glad you remembered to inform me, Butterfly, or it would have been very bad for you, he said and smirked, grabbing my chin with his hand. He made me look up and gave my lips a small suck from his. Okay, he said and backed away from me. I nodded my head and said, thank you. Before leaving the car, my heart kept beating faster, and once I was inside my house, I took a heavy breath, but then suddenly, Mom dropped a bomb on me. Maya, Victor is coming too. Aunt has decided to let him study here with you, she said, and my mind froze, looking at Mom with wide eyes and an open mouth for a few seconds before gulping a large amount of saliva. I ran upstairs. With a sigh, I took out a set of comfortable wear, a large blue tee with full sleeves and white wide pants. After drying my hair, I walked towards the mirror. Picking up the moisturizer from the dressing table, I looked at the mirror. Although my hands were working, my mind was going towards what Reyes' reaction would be. Victor was my neighbor, also one of the few people with whom I was comfortable besides my family. He was like an older brother to me, caring, possessive, calm, and polite, the ideal type of any girl's dream. After doing a little skincare and makeup, I walked downstairs. Dad had gone to pick them up from the airport. I sat on the sofa with a bag of chips in my hands and started eating while watching a show. Mom was also preparing something to eat a little more special than usual. Smelling it, I got up from the sofa and walked into the kitchen. I asked you so many times to make me lasagna, but you never did, I complained. Mom chuckled and turned her head towards me before replying. It's Victor's favorite, she said. It's mine too, I argued, and she just shook her head before turning away again. Get out and let me do my work, she said, and I walked out not before taking a tomato in my hand. Well, I liked raw tomatoes, and she knew it. Once again, I made myself comfortable on the sofa seat and lay there. Maya, Mom called, and I whined, already wanting to sleep more, but then a voice echoed. Let her sleep, Aunt. I'm sure she's tired. I quickly opened my eyes and looked towards where the voice had come from. Seeing no one, I got up and sat straight, removing the blanket from my legs. I let out a small yawn. Turning my head back, I tried to look when someone's face came so close to mine. My eyes widened, and his did too. I gulped and quickly moved away. There he was, Victor, sitting on the chair just behind the sofa, looking all grown up. He was 17 the last time I saw him, but seeing him now, he looked like someone straight out of a book, with a cream white tucked-in shirt paired with brown pants. His arms perfectly fit the shirt, his jaw was sharper than before, his nose small and pointed, and his hair dark, matching the color of his eyes, which were covered by glasses. Hey, he said, and I felt my cheeks heating up. Mom's shout came again from the kitchen. Victor, did Maya wake up or not yet? Yes, Mom. I mumbled, quickly getting up from the sofa. I stood, placing my bare feet on the cold floor, and walked quickly upstairs. Getting freshened up once again, I calmed myself and then walked downstairs. Aunt and Mom were chatting, and Victor and Dad were talking about which subject he would choose and everything. Oh, come here, Maya, Aunt said, and I nodded my head, smiling while walking towards Dad. As I was about to sit on Mom's right, I noticed Evan clutching Mom's arm tightly, so having no option, I chose the seat beside Victor, who was on a different couch yet so near to me. Maya, how are you, baby? Aunt asked, cooing in her beautiful voice, and I smiled, telling her, I am all good, Aunt. How are you? How was the journey? And that's how the conversation started. Victor and I never talked, even for a second, although Mom and Dad explained to me all about why Victor chose to study here, which subject he would choose, and everything. To make things worse than they already were, he chose the same subject as me, web development. Of course, he would. He had always loved spending his time more on computers. Also, he was the one from whom Dad always asked advice related to my studies. He had always topped every class. We used to play and talk together, but now he's all grown up, and I am too, with those years of gaps. It felt a little uncomfortable, not that kind of uncomfortable, but just awkward. Finally, the talks were over. I walked into the kitchen with Mom and started helping her place the dishes on the table. The talks started again, and Evan and I were playing with the food, smiling whenever Mom teased Dad about getting older. Dad just laughed it out while Evan and I ate our hearts out. "Did you like it?" Mom asked, and I quickly started nodding furiously. "I asked Victor," Mom said with a stern face, and suddenly I heard Aunt laugh out loud. After that, everyone followed her. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him also smiling a little. And that's how the afternoon went with all the chatting. Victor's suitcase and all his stuff were sent to the room that had been empty for a very long time. Mom assigned me the duty to arrange his stuff and clean the room. I quickly started cleaning the room. Since there wasn't much to clean, I finished everything quickly and placed the suitcase near the wardrobe, not wanting to invade his privacy. Taking all the books and his laptop, I arranged his study table. Changing the white blanket and covers to dark blue, I placed a small lamp near the bed on a small table. On the floor, I placed a matching carpet and let out a long sigh, looking at everything in contentment. I switched on the lights, and the warm yellow glow lit up the whole atmosphere. Feeling proud of myself, I smiled and turned to leave, but suddenly my face came near his again. My eyes widened like before, and so did his. We were both surprised. He moved a little away and coughed. I nodded my head and quickly slid past him without a word. I walked towards my room with heated cheeks. Laying on the bed, I took out a book and started reading those letters, which right now didn't make sense. The embarrassing moment kept going back and forth in my mind. Shaking my head, I tried to remove those images, but it wasn't possible until my phone rang. My face went pale, a little amount of shivers ran through my body knowing who was calling. With a little crawl, I reached towards the table just beside my bed. The number was not his. Maybe it was a wrong call. A sigh of relief left my mouth. I didn't pick up, but it started ringing again. I was not used to picking up, yet this call was making me feel like it was no one but him. With shaky hands, I finally slid the green icon up. "Butterfly." A voice came, and in an instant, it was recognized by me. "Reyes." I whispered, my gaze went down to my lap. Clutching my pants, I rolled the corner with my fingers. He stayed silent, and my heartbeat kept quickening, breaking the silence through its sound for me. Seconds passed, turning into minutes, but he stayed the same silent. I was waiting for him to say something, but when he didn't, I called out his name again. "Reyes. I miss you," he suddenly said, and a gasp left my mouth. What was he saying and why was he missing torturing me or bullying me? "What?" I let out a small sound, and he chuckled. "Come to the window," he suddenly said, and I ran towards the window, panicking. Looking around, I tried to find him, but no one was there. "Where are you?" I asked, and he hummed, not replying until I heard the sound of knocking. My eyes went to the door. Opening it, I looked around, but no one was there too until I heard another knocking sound, and this time, fear crawled up in my body. Walking towards the window, I again looked around, and then a silhouette came, hiding in black curtains. I was about to say his name when suddenly his hand pulled me inside the tiny space. His hands were on my waist while the other still held my hand. His eyes stared at me. The curtain kept flowing, hiding my face from him, and then Reyes held the small part of the curtain, pulling it fully on my face. He placed his lips on me from it, the softness of the cloth touched my lips, along with the heated breaths of his. His lips stayed there without moving. When I tried to pull my lips away, his hand came over the back of my head, pushing me closer. He started moving his lips, and the cloth started getting wet. Now I could feel his lips closer to me. They moved up and down, and I whimpered at his every move. His tongue took the small amount of fabric, rolling it between our lips. He touched me in the most sensual way. His hand on my waist started caressing it. His movements kept making my tea go up and down. Suddenly, his cold thumb touched my warm waist, and I shivered. A sudden moan of his name left my mouth. Reyes. And he hummed, biting my lips together. He tried to pull them along with the white fabric, making me whimper. My hold on him tightened. I didn't know if my hands were grabbing his shirt or the curtain. Maya. He groaned near my mouth before leaving me and then slid the curtain slowly away from my face. I was breathing heavily, looking down while his gaze pierced me with its intensity. He loosened his hold on my waist and then tightened it again, pulling me closer. I missed you, he said, and I hummed, still looking down. My hand clutched his shirt corner, and he let out a chuckle. Pushing my head again from behind, his eyes finally met mine when I looked up with wide eyes in surprise. You know, butterfly, he said in a husky voice. I am loving it. He finished with a small husky whisper, and my mouth opened. He stared at me for a few seconds and then placed his hand on my cheek. His thumb caressed my face slowly and then moved a little lower than my lips. Pulling the skin down with small force, my mouth opened more, and with a surprise, he entered his 2 fingers inside. My eyes widened again in fear, and I whimpered, pushing my head back. I tried to move away, but his hold on my head pushed me more, keeping me in place. Leave me go, I said with his fingers still inside my mouth while tears started leaving my eyes. Suck, he said sternly, his eyes darkening. No, I whimpered when his fingers started rolling inside my mouth. Suck them, butterfly, he said again in a demanding tone, and a sob left my mouth. My lips moved slowly, closing them. I slid them away and then moved forward. Going forward and back, I coated his fingers with my saliva while his fingers kept moving, rolling inside my mouth. It went too long for my liking. My face was covered in tears while his was cold, staring at me with his dark eyes. He pinned me in place, finally taking his fingers out of my mouth. He slid them on my chin, rubbing them there. His fingers moved further down, near my neck. The warmth of his saliva kept going down. The cold air from the window made it colder. He made a pattern from the shiny saliva, again writing, RHYS on my collarbone, and I recognized them instantly. His face moved a little down, looking at my neck. He crouched and placed his lips there. I closed my eyes and let out a small sob. He lifted his head and stared at my face. Open your eyes, Maya, he whispered near my lips, and I obeyed him. His eyes met mine again. Repeat what I say, he demanded, and I nodded my head, whimpering. Reyes, he said. Reyes, I replied. Reyes, he said again, and I repeated. Reyes, he said for more than 5 times and then stopped. His fingers, which were still on my collarbone, slid to the back of my neck, gripping it tightly. Reyes will be the only man in your life whose name you will remember from now on, Maya, understand? He said in a warning tone, and I bit my lips, crying, and then nodded my head. But his eyebrow arched, demanding my voice. Understood, I let out, and he released his hold on me, giving me a small peck on my lips. He climbed down from the ladder, and he left, leaving me standing there in tears. My body was still feeling those touches. Reyes, I let out in a little voice. My knees gave up, and sitting on the floor, I let out my tears more and more. Why can't he leave me alone? My hands touched my wrist, digging my own nails into it. I tried to forget his name, but Reyes, 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 the name kept echoing like that. A knock suddenly came on my door, and I quickly wiped off my tears. Pushing myself up, I stood straight. Walking towards the door, I slowly opened it halfway. I want your help, Victor said, and I hummed, not having the strength to answer anything. Lowering my gaze, I walked out and locked my door, following him. Maya, go with Victor and Dad to buy books that will be needed, Mom said, looking at us as we walked downstairs together. I nodded my head again, and Mom understood, but since Victor was in front of me, he didn't notice. Turning his head, he looked at me. It's okay if you don't want to go, you can tell me the names, he said, and I looked up, staying silent for a few seconds before replying. Let's go, Ray. Biting my lips suddenly, I quickly slid away from him. I was about to say Reyes' name, and the moment made me shudder in fear. I was 1 foot away from him when suddenly he held my hand from behind, clutching my wrist. I quickly looked back at him in surprise. Walk slowly, or you will fall, he said, and I nodded my head. Pulling my wrist from his hold with force, I walked slowly this time. Reaching near my dad, I gave him a soft smile, which Dad reverted back. We all walked towards the parking lot. Dad took out the car, and I stood beside Victor, waiting for Dad. Once done, Dad sat in the driver's seat. I sat in the back, and Victor sat with me. Maya, how is college? Victor asked as Dad started the car. I closed my eyes, looking at the window before replying. It's good, I said shortly, leaving no room for conversation, yet he didn't stop. Maya, he said, and I hummed, but he didn't reply this time. Turning my head, I looked at him. You are beautiful, he whispered under his breath, and I heard it clearly. Looking at him with wide eyes and closed lips, I said a small thanks and slumped in my seat, closing my eyes. Once it all silenced, I gulped a huge amount of saliva, my eyes wanting to break the doors of tears, which I was trying to hide. Reyes never, for 1 second, left my mind. Even when I was talking to someone else, the only thing my eyes were seeing was his dark eyes. What is happening? Maya, Dad called, and I opened my eyes again, but I never removed my back from the seat. Victor is asking you something, he said, and I turned my head a little. My eyes widened when I found his face so close to me. This time, only I was surprised he wasn't. Moving my face away a little, I stared at him and asked, "What did you ask?" He shook his head and said, "I was asking about how many lectures we will have." "Around 5, I replied. "Did you make any friends?" he suddenly asked, changing the whole topic. I thought for a while before nodding my head. "Yes," I hummed. "Uncle, what about the transportation here?" Victor asked Dad. "Your mom has said that your bike will be transferred here by evening. I will show you the way, and sometimes I drop Maya, but since she now goes with her friend, I'm off from that duty," Dad said with a chuckle. Before Victor could ask any other questions, we reached the bookstore. Getting out of the car, Victor and I followed Dad. Seeing the crowd, I clutched my dad's arm tightly in fear. Meanwhile, Victor suddenly came to my other side and moved his hand near my waist but without touching it. I looked at his hand with a frown but chose to ignore it. Dad asked me the name of books, and I answered him in a slow voice. Suddenly, I felt a tug from behind. Turning my head, I looked at Victor's fingers, which were grabbing my tea like someone picks salt. I tried to move my body forward, but his hold was tight. With a frustrated sigh, I let go of my dad's hand and turned towards him fully. Holding his hand with mine, I tried to remove his grip, but he just twisted my hand a little, and now my hand was in his. His fingers quickly entangled themselves in mine. "Leave me," I said in anger while pulling my hand. "You already know my answer, Maya," he said and tightened his hold on my hand. Coming closer to me, he lowered his head near my ears. "Why are you ignoring me, Maya?" he asked, and I started struggling. My hand kept trying to move to make him break his hold. "Why?" he again asked. "Not your concern," I said, and he hummed, leaving my hand finally. Walking towards Dad, he started looking for the book. The area was not crowded for a normal person, but for me, it was. Taking a few steps back, I walked out from the shop and stayed near the car. Taking out the mask from my pocket, I wore it and let out a sigh. My eyes roamed around the area. There was a cafe, colored in green, decorated with beautiful plants and flowers. My eyes were staring at the beautiful scenery until my eyes went to a baby, who was in maybe his mother's hold, looking out from the glass with his doe eyes, his lips busy in eating his mom's shoulder. A small smile came on my lips. "I am sorry," I heard, and turning my gaze, I looked at him. Victor stared into my eyes with his dark ones, which were covered in transparent glasses. "It's okay," I replied, and he smiled. "Are you good?" he asked. It's just too many people here," I replied, and he hummed, supporting his back on the car. "Just like me," he leaned. I quickly stood up straight when I found there was no distance between our bodies, our shoulders about to touch. "Maya." He said my name softly, and I hummed. "Should we be friends?" he asked, and I gulped, my mind racing toward the thought where Reyes had demanded to be away from boys. "No." I was about to deny when suddenly Dad came. The conversation was stopped in the middle, and once getting inside the car, I closed my eyes, letting him know that I was sleeping even when I wasn't. We all reached home. The evening went just like the morning, with so many talks, and finally, the night came along with his thoughts. Climbing up the bed after wearing the night pajamas, I put the blanket over myself. In the cold night, it provided warmth. My eyes were open, looking outside the window. Small stars could be seen a little, even though today was a chilly day. The curtains flowed slowly with the wind, making me remember those touches. His lips' warmth suddenly made me lick my own lips. My stomach twisted after remembering how his thumb caressed my naked waist. Reyes. The name was all over me, like he wanted. I feared the thought of tomorrow. How will I hide Victor? How will I tell him to stay away from me? I was busy in my own thoughts when the phone buzzed. Taking it from under the pillow, I looked at the screen, a text from the contact I could now easily recognize. "Good night, Maya," the text said, and I deleted it quickly. Shutting my phone down, I pushed it back under the pillow. But suddenly, it started ringing. With a gulp, I took out the phone and slid the green icon up. "You didn't reply," Reyes said in a very deep voice, his voice almost sleepy. I didn't saw it," I replied, cursing myself for stuttering. "Then why is it showing seen, butterfly?" he said in the same deep voice, but the sleepiness in it was gone. I heard the sound of a hard object falling but didn't dare to ask. "If you ever lie to me, Maya, I will kill you," he shouted in anger. My hand started trembling in fear, and my heartbeat quickened. Clutching the blanket tighter to my chest, I said, "I am sorry," I let out in a crying voice. "I will see how sorry you are tomorrow," he said and cut the call. And that's how my sleep was gone. The morning misty wind hit my face, sending small shivers through my body. My eyes were tired, longing for peaceful sleep. I clutched the blanket, and with a sigh, pushed it off. Leaving the room, I walked downstairs. No one had woken up yet, maybe. I walked towards the kitchen to make myself coffee when suddenly I heard a sound. Looking around, I tried to find the source. The empty cup I took out from the cabinet was still in my hand. Walking towards the sound, I moved closer. "Fuck," someone cursed, and chills ran down my spine. Wanting to run back, I stopped when the sound kept coming from the garden. I walked towards it. Standing behind the door that connected the hall and garden, I peeked. Seconds passed, turning into minutes. I kept looking at the scene in front of me until a voice reached near my ears. "You are staring." Widening my eyes, I quickly stumbled on my feet, trying to get away from Victor's mischievous gaze. There he stood wearing just boxers, his chest bare, letting me see those huge tight muscles, his body all wet with sweat from exercising. I gulped a small amount of saliva. Stammering on my own words, I let out, I wasn't." Turning my back to him, I quickly ran towards the kitchen, all flustered from the sudden encounter. Making myself a coffee, I poured it into the white cup. Suddenly, a black cup was placed there just beside mine. "What about me?" he said, and I took a small glance before pouring coffee into his cup too. "Too sweet," he complained. "I like my coffee sweet," I said, looking at the hot smoke touching my mouth, sending small warmth. "Perfect," he said, chuckling. I looked at him with a questioning gaze. "What?" I asked. "Nothing," he replied. Once my coffee was finished, I placed the cup in the sink and took my leave from there. "Isn't it perfect that you like sweet and I like mine bitter? Why are you ignoring me, Maya?" Victor whispered, looking at Maya's back as she left without even sparing him a glance. Picking up the cup Maya left, he placed his lips on it, and sighed. Taking both cups, he placed them under the water tap and washed them. Walking towards his room, he glanced at Maya's room and took a step toward it. But he stopped in the middle. Clenching his fist, he turned toward his room and got inside. "Maya," he whispered, taking a deep breath. He prepared his backpack and everything to start a new journey at college. On the other side, Maya stood clutching her own t-shirt tightly, her mind and heart restless. Finding a way to hide Victor from Reyes seemed nearly impossible, but she had to do it somehow, or Reyes wouldn't leave him alive. Walking towards the washroom, she decided to freshen up first. After finally getting dressed in a warm red large t-shirt and black jeans, I walked out of the room. Walking downstairs, I saw Mom placing breakfast on the table. "Good morning, Mom," I said. "Good morning, sweetheart. You woke up on your own. Well, that's an improvement," she replied in a teasing tone. I hummed with a smile and sat at the table, waiting for everyone. I didn't have to wait too long, as Dad, Aunt, Evan, and then Victor came one after another. Victor was wearing a blue hoodie paired with white pants matching the font color, which said mountains on his hoodie. Starting breakfast with small talks and ending it in silence, I stood up from the chair, picking up the bag when suddenly Dad called. Maya, you and Victor should go together since his bike is here now. I froze, turning my head toward Dad. I looked at him in shock but quickly composed myself. But Dad, my friend is waiting for me, I said, glancing at Victor after addressing Dad. Oh, I forgot about that. Tell her to come with us. Victor will take you both, Dad replied. Dad. I stammered. It will be uncomfortable, and I don't like bikes, I said again, trying to convince him. Finally, with a sigh, Dad nodded his head. Okay, go, he said. I let out a sigh of relief, gave him a quick smile, and bid him goodbye. Running out quickly, I saw his car and made my way toward it. My head turned toward my house again and again, making sure no one was out yet and no one was watching us. Opening the door, I sat inside. My back touched the seat as I took a deep breath. From whom are you running, Butterfly? Reyes asked, arching a brow at me. No one, I stammered, and he chuckled darkly, his intense eyes locking with mine before turning back to the road. I was thinking about not punishing you today, Butterfly, but see you made that mistake once again, he said, starting the car. My face went pale with fear. Clutching the hem of my t-shirt, I bit my lip. My heartbeat quickened, as though someone were grabbing my throat, forcing me not to breathe. When the car reached the college, my feet started trembling. Not here. Dad was coming. Victor was coming. They would see me. Get out, Butterfly, Reyes said, undoing his seatbelt and stepping out. But I didn't move. Forcing myself further into the seat, I grabbed it like my life depended on it and, in a way, it did. My eyes began to fill with tears. Reyes stopped in his tracks when he didn't hear my footsteps. Turning back, he walked to the car again. Peering in through the driver's window, he looked at me. Are you waiting for an invitation, Butterfly? Get out, he said. I looked at him with pleading eyes as small tears slipped down my cheeks. Gulping a large amount of saliva, I whispered, Reyes, please, not here. He stared at me for a few seconds before repeating, get out, Butterfly. I didn't reply, tightening my hold on the seat. I stared into his dark eyes, my own teary gaze begging him. Please, I begged. Not here. He frowned, anger or frustration flashing across his face. Get out, Maya, he said again, his voice radiating anger now. Not here, I stammered, crying harder. Punching the car in frustration, he opened the door with a harsh slam and got inside. Starting the car with a roar, he sped away from the university. My eyes widened when I saw Victor following Dad's car. Although the speed made me feel sick, I was thankful at least no one would know about Reyes and me. But for how long I glanced at Reyes. His neck was red, veins popping out. His jaw was clenched, and his eyes glowed with rage. I knew there was no way he was letting me go today. My grip on the seatbelt tightened as the car veered sharply. When he finally slammed the brakes, I realized where we were. My eyes widened. It was the same house where Reyes had taken me before, the house of his friend, the one he had kicked out. Lost in thought, I didn't notice him getting out. Reyes slammed the door again, yanking mine open with speed. Grabbing my wrist, he dragged me inside, his grip like iron. He clicked the doorbell furiously. The door opened to reveal the same sleepy boy. Out, Reyes barked, his tone leaving no room for argument. The boy's eyes widened, and he quickly slipped on his shoes, stumbling as he left. Reyes pulled me inside, locking the door behind him. Suddenly, he shoved me against it. His lips crashed onto mine in a furious kiss. Why do you have to anger me so much, hey? He said between kisses. Biting my lips, he pulled the bottom one away slightly before plunging his tongue into my mouth. He explored every corner with intensity, tasting me like a starving man. His large hand fisted my hair tightly, keeping me in place as he kissed me harder, pushing me further against the door. His other hand searched desperately for my skin. Sliding up my waist, he finally grabbed it, squeezing it tightly. A moan of pain escaped my lips as I whimpered under his hold. Fuck. You drive me mad, Maya, he groaned into my mouth, giving another punishing squeeze. My hands, which had been clutching his shirt, grabbed his arms tightly instead. Leave me, I gasped when his lips detached for a brief moment, only to come back more forcefully. This time, he bit down on my lips with sharp teeth, devouring me like a beast. His tongue was relentless, never leaving my mouth. Reyes, I cried out in pain as the sharp sting on my lips became unbearable and the lack of air attacked my senses. Shut up, he roared, releasing my lips but yanking my hair tighter. His face was so close to mine, his breaths mingling with mine as he gave me a moment to catch my breath. His heavy breathing matched mine, and I closed my eyes, trying to stop the tears that kept spilling onto the floor. Say my name, he demanded suddenly. I opened my eyes to see his closed ones. He had just told me to shut up, and now this bewildered, I stared at him. Say my name, Maya, he repeated, his voice low but commanding. I stared at his face with my teary eyes and said, Reyes. Again. He demanded, and I bit my lower lip, gulping and crying. Reyes. Again. He demanded the same, and I repeated with his name. Reyes. Opening his eyes, finally, he looked at me. This time his eyes were shiny too, but dark with so much intensity. His eyes were demanding my submission, and I gave him it. Stumbling on my own feet, when he took a step away from me, I was dropped on the floor, on my knees. Like the only support which was making me stand was snatched away. My eyes were on the floor and his on me. I could feel that gaze pinning me down more and more. He chuckled, taking one step back, and I looked up, walking back again and again until his back was touched with his study table. Without turning, he pushed the books and stationery from the table. He sat on it with his legs still touching the floor. Crawl, butterfly. He suddenly said, and my eyes widened in fear. The tears which were dropping quietly started making sound as I cried. Shaking my head as no, I kept crying, his expression not for a second changed as he demanded again. Crawl. He shouted this time, and my whole body flinched. Slowly going on my knees fully, I placed my palms on the floor, slowly going towards him, crawling until I reached near his feet. Reyes. I cried out, and he crouched his back down, making his face closer to mine. Maya. I hate lies. He said, looking into my eyes with a dark expression, and I nodded my head letting him know that I understood. And when it comes from your sweet mouth, I want to punish it again and again until it will only say the truth. He finished and tilted his head, looking at me with a dead stare. Understand? He asked. Yes, I answered, and he hummed, moving his face away from me. He sat straight, and then pushed his neck back, looking at the ceiling. Stay like this. He let out and closed his eyes. Minutes passed and my knees kept hurting, touching the hard floor as all my weight was on them. I kept letting out the silent tears. My palms were red with the pressure. My back and neck were aching in pain. Small whimpers of pain kept leaving my mouth, but he remained unfazed. Time kept passing by and then he called. Maya. His voice so deep and husky, sending me chills. Yes. I replied. Maya. He again called, and this time, I didn't reply. He chuckled after hearing the silence, his eyes still closed, yet I felt like he was watching my every move and me. Maya. He called, and I hummed, not knowing what to say. I think. I love you, he said, and stood up before crouching down and grabbing my hair tightly, pulling me up with him. He made me stand straight, and I just stared at him blankly. My mind blank, my eyes blank, my body numb until he pulled me towards him with a jerk. His arm got wrapped around my waist, sliding the fabric off it. He fisted my flesh harshly, my eyes were holding his gaze when his lips touched my nose. Giving it a peck, he moved his face away. Let's go, he said, and grabbed my hands, taking them into his. I was pulled into the car again, but my brain, not for a second, understood his words. I wanted to say so much, yet I didn't let out a voice. The car was silent, but a storm was going inside me, crumbling every part of me. I wanted to run and never come back, yet those invisible chains, whose lock was only with him, caged me near him. They were long, yet a pull from his side and I was at his feet with no way out. Dad. I saw his car going back from the college, and like only hope, I saw him. I will tell him, I decided. Reyes parked the car and opened the seatbelt, coming close to me, and I let him silently. My eyes looked at his every move until his lips touched mine, kissing me desperately, crushing them, giving harsh sucks. His eyes stared at mine, I begged him with my gaze to leave me, and he ignored. The darkness in his eyes kept spreading, consuming me too inside them. Butterfly, he said, leaving a little distance between his and my lips. Now, I don't think it's love, he said, and I looked at him while breathing irregularly. It's addiction, Butterfly, he said, explaining to me with a smirk, and I trembled, pushing myself further into the seat. I am addicted, he again said, and I let out a loud sob in front of his face. He chuckled darkly, looking at me and said before pressing his lips on mine. And you are my addiction, Maya, he said, and I cried, my muffled sobs leaving inside his mouth. His lips moved, touching me again and again. His lips sucked my lips slowly, and his tongue invaded my mouth. Our saliva kept mixing into each other, letting out sinful sounds. He sucked, bit, and thrust into my mouth like he was owning it with his touches. His hand again went near my stomach, moving my t-shirt up slowly. He slid his hands, making me shiver with his touch, until it reached my waist. His hands kept caressing my soft, naked flesh. I kept crying, clutching his shirt tightly in my palms as he worked on my lips. Finally, with a huge suck, he left my mouth. A thin string of saliva made a thread that still connected our lips. Slowly letting go of the hold on his shirt, I got a little away, and this time, he let me. Removing my seatbelt, he sat correctly. Opening the door, he walked out of the car, and I did the same. Finish the classes, Maya. I will be waiting, he said with a smirk while placing his back on the car. I looked at him blankly. With a nod, I turned my head and walked inside the main building without looking back. I walked without looking up even one time, ignoring the stares of some students who were still outside, and got inside my classroom. I walked near my desk quietly and picked out my books from my bag. I knew Victor was here too, but I am not in my right mind to even look at him. My insides were crumbling with the storm named Reyes, who was not leaving me. Why me? What did I do to deserve this? And then, how can he say those words? Addiction, the word he has given to his feelings, made me tremble. I wanted to cry. I wanted to tell someone. The 3 lectures went with his thoughts, and the break came. I didn't move from my seat, but then I heard footsteps. Looking up, I found Victor standing in front of me with a smile. I wanted to shout at him to leave me alone, but the courage never came. Yes, I asked, looking at him blankly. Let's go, he said, and I closed my eyes before opening them again. Looking at him softly, I said, you go, my friend will come. He frowned for a second before nodding his head and walked out from there. Looking at his back until it reached the door, I let my gaze stay there, waiting for him to come. I knew he would. And he did, placing both his hands in his pockets. He walked inside while whistling. Looking at me, he smirked, and his steps kept coming closer and closer until he reached near my desk. Lowering his back, he made his face close to mine. My eyes looked into his. I gulped the small amount of saliva, and as I did, his lips were pressed against mine without moving this time. His eyes just stared at mine. Standing up straight, he left my lips and said, let's go. I hummed and placed all my things inside my backpack. Walking by his side, my eyes remained downcast on the floor. My sweaty palm was in his cold one, holding it tightly. When we were about to reach the canteen, my eyes roamed around, searching if Victor was here. Whom are you looking for? Butterfly Reyes suddenly said, and with a jerk, he pulled me near him. No one, I said. Maya. He said my name with a stern voice, with an arched eyebrow, and I knew he wanted the truth. But how could I say that, so I just lowered my head with a sigh. He pulled me inside the cafeteria with him. The crowd today was too much. I tried my best to hide behind Reyes, but it wasn't working as Reyes was always the main source of attraction. One by one, students started looking at us, and then I saw him, Victor, standing in the line to receive food. His gaze was on me, with so many questions. His eyes stared at me. Until the one who was standing in front of him turned towards him and started speaking something. I felt myself getting nervous under his gaze. The fear of being exposed for the fault I never did was inside me. My fingers searched for support and comfort in Reyes' hold. Moving my own fingers, I entangled his hand in mine, and he turned towards me with a questioning gaze. There, I said, pointing at the empty seats, and he nodded his head. Walking towards them, we sat down. What do you wanna eat, Butterfly? He asked, and I said what I wanted. Rhea's gaze roamed around until it froze in one place, and my body went numb in fear even thinking about it. Pointing his finger at the line, he said loudly, and the whole canteen shushed like it did when I was the one who was asked to bring food. My fingers got away from the skin of Rhea's. My eyes widened. I bit my lips to control the cry that was about to leave my mouth. Desperately wanting to run, my feet began to tap the ground. "Stop the fucking noise, butterfly," Reyes said sternly, and my feet froze there. My toes were still up, and my heels were attached to the ground. "And you in the blue t-shirt? Come here," Reyes said loudly, stopping my feet in anger, which were tapping the floor desperately, wanting to move. His hand reached my thigh, giving it a small squeeze, and my eyes lowered. Victor's curious gaze was still on me, I could feel. While Reyes was on him, waiting for him to come, and he did. The cafeteria was silent after the words of Reyes. The sound of his white Jordans, which Victor was wearing today, made small sounds with each step. My eyes kept flinching with each step in panic. I wanted to disappear, yet I couldn't. Closing my eyes tightly, I tried to forget and erase everything that was happening. When Reyes again asked, "What do you want, butterfly?" A shiver ran down my body. I knew Victor was just in front of us, looking down. I clenched my fist and turned my head towards Reyes, ignoring Victor. "Anything will be okay," I said while biting my lips in an attempt to stop the stutters, but it failed miserably. Reyes didn't reply, just stared at me for a few seconds and then turned towards Victor. "Bring it," he said, pointing at the table of other students. Victor didn't say anything but turned. Then, suddenly, Reyes slid his hand towards the back of my head, pushing my face close to him, while his dark eyes stared into mine. "No one will look here," he ordered before pressing his lips on mine. His lips touched me gently at first, sliding with the slippery saliva of his mouth. His tongue poked my lips to enter inside my mouth, and when it was granted, the kiss turned passionate, pressing me down with the force of it. His lips kept brushing against mine while his tongue traveled blindly, sometimes on my chin and sometimes inside. The warmth of his mouth kept taking over mine. His teeth were pulling my lips again and again like he wanted to make them apart so he could swallow them inside his mouth. I knew Victor was just 2 steps away. He could hear the groans of Reyes and the painful whimpers and moans of mine, and this thought made me scared. My hands, which were pressed against Reyes' chest, slid into his hair and grabbed it tightly. My eyes closed, trying to hide everything inside them. Reyes pushed my head closer, and I let him. Hiding in him was the only thing I saw as a path to disappear. So, I let those sounds out. I let him kiss me until he wanted. My eyes were closed, while his were open, staring straight into mine. Finally, he gave my lips a last hard suck before pulling away from the kiss. Removing his hands from my hair, he let one of them slide on my waist and then pulled me, making me sit closer to him. "Reyes," I said his name, and he hummed before taking my hand into his and kissing the back of it. His dark, dead, intense eyes stared at me before turning them towards Victor again. "Why the fuck are you standing there like a stone? Go and move," he said, and I gulped. Victor moved, taking fast steps towards the stalls, and my eyes followed his steps, which looked furious. Within a few minutes, he was back with a clenched jaw, yet his eyes were downcast. Placing the tray on the table, he served Reyes and me. And then left, without a glance. Leaving the cafeteria, the boy who was in front of him looked at him bewildered before following him too. "I don't like what you are doing, butterfly," Reyes' voice suddenly broke the trance, and I quickly looked at him. "I am sorry," I said. "Eat," he said in a stern voice, and I nodded my head. Picking up the spoon, I saw the food, which, for once, was never seen by me. It was all my favorites. From the drink to the pasta. Placing the spoon in the soft, tender bite, I let it go inside my mouth and started chewing slowly. My mind was too messed up to enjoy the food I was having. Reyes was silently eating his food. With the 35th bite, I knew I was done with it. My stomach was filled with uneasiness at getting food inside it. A small sound was made when I placed the spoon on the tray. "I am done," I said in a small voice, and Reyes traveled his eyes to my food and then turned his head towards me. "I don't like when someone speaks while eating, so keep your mouth shut and finish it." The coldness in his voice made me bewildered. I stared at him while he looked unbothered, focusing on his food. He chewed each bite peacefully. I wanted to say something, but it was like I became speechless. No words came out of my mouth, and what could I even say? It was odd. Deciding to obey his command, I picked the spoon again and started eating silently, just like him. The sound of other people's chatter was there. The cafeteria was bustling, but our table was silent. Reyes' one hand was placed on his lap diligently, while the other was moving up and down with each bite. His eyes did not move anywhere after that. "Stop staring, butterfly, and eat quickly," he said, and I nodded, even after knowing that he couldn't see me. Ignoring the endurance of my stomach, I let it fill with food. While my heart beat furiously, with so much confusion and fear. The feeling was weird, yet I knew they all would be questioned. By no one but Victor. The break was complete, and I was now sitting at my desk, waiting for the professor to come when I saw him. His steps were making sounds on the wooden stairs. My eyes were following his movements. He was near his desk, and I was about to remove my gaze from him when I saw him harshly pulling the backpack from down there and coming straight towards me. "No. Can I sit here?" he asked in a loud voice, and I looked at him with wide eyes while other students gasped too. "No, you can't," I said, but ignoring me, he placed his bag in my lap and sat beside me. "Go," I said. And he ignored me again. "Victor, don't go near her," I heard the same boy in the cafeteria saying while running towards our bench. "Nothing will happen. She knows me," he said sarcastically, and I closed my eyes tightly. Few words were thrown around in the classroom. How does Reyes know? Who is he? Why is he going to get involved? He will be killed. Hearing those words, I was getting scared and angry. "Leave, Victor," I said again, and he turned his head towards me. "Who is he, Maya?" he asked, and I clenched my fists. "Not your concern," I said, before taking my bottom lip between my teeth and torturing it. "It is my concern, Maya." "Who is he?" he asked again, and I stood up, wanting to leave. The students were watching us. Some of them were even saying "Victor, leave her" repeatedly, but he was persistent. Wanting to pick up my bag, I lowered my body and placed my hand on the bag's handle when suddenly, he placed his hand on mine and grabbed it tightly. Pulling it harshly, he made me stumble upon him. His other hand was suddenly placed on my waist, and my hands were placed on his shoulder. His eyes stared into mine softly, and I hated it. "Who is he, Maya?" he asked again, and I didn't say anything. Removing my hands, I tried to stand straight, but he moved his other hand on my waist, placing them tightly on my sides. My hands were again placed on his shoulders, trying to steady myself. "Your boyfriend," he said and let out a chuckle that was mocking me, scaring me, and making me sad. I didn't say anything again this time and just looked into his eyes, asking him to leave me without a word. "Is he your boyfriend, Maya?" he asked this time like he was desperate to get the answer. His voice cracked, like the word was suffocating him, just like it was suffocating me to answer. He was sad, and it somehow made me sad. The tears were starting to develop in my eyes. I wanted to let out everything, but not here, not in front of him. It would get him killed. Gulping a large amount of saliva, I said, "Yes." And then his eyes lowered, hiding something, just like mine. "Somebody call Reyes." A boy shouted, and I trembled. Quickly removing my hands, I tried to get away. His hands, which were on my hand, also got removed, but as they were the only support my bent body had, I fell on him. His arms wrapped around me tightly, trying to make me steady. Quickly trying to get up, I stumbled more while his arms tightened their hold. "Why?" I heard his breaking voice in my ear. "Why didn't you wait for me, Maya?" he said. And I was pushed up, away from him. He made me stand and got up from the seat. Picking up the bag again, he walked out of the class. The professor, who was coming in through the door, met him on the way, looking at him with a questioning gaze, but he didn't look at him even once and left. My eyes followed his back. The words he had said made no sense. I didn't know. I never knew. He was waiting. Why sitting in my place again? I tried to look into my books, but my vision kept getting blurry. The warm tears kept dropping onto the book. The voice of the professor was echoing in the silent classroom. The students were listening to each word carefully. I tried to, too. But it wasn't enough. Reyes had turned my life upside down. My peaceful life was shattered. Telling Dad was not even an option now. Reyes, a person I never wanted to associate with, had become my boyfriend. Hurting someone was never in my thoughts, yet I did. I was guilty. The bell rang loudly, removing every thought from my mind. One by one, the students were leaving, and then I stood up. Picking up the bag, I walked. The sound of my shoes echoed in the silent classroom. Once I reached the door, I saw him. Leaning against the pillar with his hands in his pockets, his eyes stared at me. I nodded my head and walked towards him. When I reached near him, he looked at me more intensely and then said something I wanted to hear the most, but not from him. "Who hurt you, butterfly?" he said as his eyes stared into mine intensely. I didn't know what to say or what to answer. My eyes wavered to his nose, to his jaw, even to his lips, and then to his neck, wanting to ignore the question, while his stare remained unfazed. "Reyes," I called, keeping my gaze on his neck. He hummed. "Let's go," I said in a small voice, and he hummed again. Pushing himself away from the pillar, he stood up straight and took a step closer to me. "Butterfly," he called and moved his hand up in front of my head. Then, pointing, his finger slowly touched my forehead and then slid first to my nose, then to my lips, then to my chin, and finally to my neck. His touch sent shivers through me, my heart started beating fast with each moment. His finger, which stopped on my neck, traced my collarbone from the left side and then traveled to the back of my neck. My breath started to get heavy, and then suddenly, he fisted my neck from behind with his large palm and pushed me towards him. I stumbled and ended up straight near his face, his hard chest touched mine. His dark eyes did not, for a second, leave mine. "No one has the power to hurt what belongs to Reyes, besides Reyes himself," he declared, and I just stared into his eyes. "No one did." "I was sad," I said softly in a small voice, and he pushed me closer until my lips were touching his. "And why, butterfly?" he asked in his deep, husky voice. I lowered my eyes, my gaze went to his lips, which were leaving hot breaths onto mine. Our breaths mingled with each other, creating something I didn't ever want. "No reason," I said while breathing heavily. "Then I won't ask, butterfly," he whispered before pulling me into him. He slid his hands down to my waist and grabbed it tightly, pulling me up with one hand. His other hand, which was on my neck, went to my backpack that hung on my shoulders. I gasped when I was suddenly lifted in a bridle hold. "Reyes," I mumbled, and he heard. "Hold me tight, butterfly," he said and started walking. I moved my hand, which was grabbing his shoulder for support, and slid it to the back of his neck, caging it. "Don't be sad, butterfly, because I don't like it when the reason for your sadness is not me," he said. My mouth closed. Gulping a large amount of saliva, I went still in his arms. My backpack was still hanging between his hand and my back. His steps echoed in the empty hallway with clicks. Some teachers were staring at us, but no one dared to make a sound. He took me away with him, saying nothing. It was peaceful yet so fearful. I wanted everything to be a dream, but I knew it was reality. When we reached the parking lot, he made me stand and took a few steps back. His eyes stared at me up and down. "You are heavy, butterfly," he suddenly said, and my eyes widened. The sudden feeling of embarrassment came over me. My hands wrapped around my chest when I found his eyes going up there. "What?" I said loudly while stuttering and quickly took a step back. "I didn't ask you to hold me," I shouted before turning to the left with fast steps. But before I could take 5 steps away from him, he grabbed my backpack, pulling me along with it towards him. His chest touched the backpack, and I was trying hard to get away, but then suddenly, his hand moved from over my shoulders towards my chin, forcing me to lift my head. My eyes met his dark ones again, but this time, they held a glint of mischief. "I just said the truth, butterfly. No need to be mad, you are fat," he said, and smirked. My mouth fell open. With a soft grasp on my wrist, he turned me towards him. "You are fat, Maya," he said again, making me feel suddenly furious. Where the courage came from, I didn't know. Grabbing his tee, I pulled him towards me and looked into his eyes with an angry glare. "Stop," I said, and he arched his eyebrow before smirking again. "Or what, Maya?" he said in a mocking tone, and I went speechless, not knowing what to threaten him with. Then suddenly, an absurd thing left my mouth. "Or I really cry." As I said it, he started laughing out loud, and I just stared at him while blinking. He kept laughing like I had said the best joke. Suddenly, I felt tears building up in my eyes. It was embarrassing, a small pout automatically started forming on my lips. Don't laugh! I shouted in a whining, crying tone, but he didn't stop. He was walking away while laughing, and I followed him, clenching my fists to stop those tears. When I was near him, I thought I would shout at him to stop again, but my voice was muffled inside his lips when he suddenly turned around and pressed his lips to mine without giving me a second to think. His lips rubbed against mine with harsh sucks. His tongue entered, tasting every corner of my mouth while I kept trying to say something. His lips didn't let me speak even for a moment. With a harsh suck and a popping sound, he left my mouth. Another word from your mouth, Maya, and I will kiss you again. I sat silently, grabbing the black seatbelt with my fist while Reyes drove the car, humming a song. The drive home was peaceful. When we reached my house, I unbuckled the belt and was about to leave when Reyes called. Maya. I didn't answer, as he had told me to shut up. He called again, Butterfly. I didn't answer and just remained seated. Maya. This time, I let out a small voice. Am I allowed to speak now, Reyes? He chuckled, unbuckling his belt before turning towards me. No, you were not allowed, so now you deserve punishment, he said. Bending his back while coming closer to me, he placed his lips on mine again. I walked inside, taking slow steps. Dad, Mom, Evan, Victor, and Aunt were all sitting there on the sofa watching something. Victor looked at me instantly as I took one step inside the hall. Oh, you are here too. Go quickly, change, and come here quickly, Dad said. I knew what the excitement was about. I nodded my head and walked towards my room. Placing the backpack in its place, I took my comfy clothes and went inside the bathroom. As the cold water kept pouring slowly on my head, the image of Reyes together with me kept coming back and forth, and then whatever Victor had said, how his eyes looked at me. Letting out a small sigh, I closed my eyes, emptying my thoughts. I started focusing on clearing my skin. Taking the vanilla body wash in my hand, I started rubbing my skin. Although there was a loofah, I always preferred the softness of my hand. Taking the shampoo, I made foam between my palms and then started applying it on my scalp. Once everything was done, I tapped on the water again and let the foam drip along with the water from my body. Then I wore a red shiny set of pajamas. Walking down the stairs, I saw my mom running towards the sofa with some snacks in her hand in a hurry. Did it start? She asked, panicking, and I shook my head. Well, today the president was going to make some announcement, and Dad was so excited about it as he always had an interest in politics. This interest captured Mom's attention too, but it was forced upon Evan and me. They wanted us to watch too, although we were not interested, but we were forced to watch. Alas. What did he say? I asked, sitting on the empty seat beside Victor as there was no seat left. Trying to ignore his presence, I decided to act normal, but it was hard when my body was awkwardly trying to push myself away from him. Not yet, Victor said, and I hummed, rubbing my fingers on the silk fabric of my nightsuit. It was awkward. I turned my gaze slightly at him when I saw him taking a deep breath. Vanilla, he whispered, and I blinked my eyes. My cheeks started burning, and I quickly turned my head towards the TV. Finally, the president arrived, giving a speech about the education and employment program he was about to release. Then he said something, and my mind went blank. Also, the new minister will also be taking his post there, and then he came. Wearing a navy blue coat, his hair neatly styled, his white and black beard giving him a sense of maturity, his sharp eyes looked at the cameras like they were connecting to us directly. He looked powerful, just like his son. Alessandro Bernard, father of Reyes. I knew it. Dad shouted excitedly. Even though he knew the dark side of him, he always admired his work in politics and the business world. My mom chuckled, seeing his enthusiasm, and then everyone did when Dad got up, walked towards the TV, and pointed at Mom, who was against him. See, I told you, he said mockingly, and Mom rolled her eyes. Of course, you did, she said like it didn't affect her, and Dad frowned, not expecting this reaction. Then suddenly, he started laughing as he realized Mom was faking it. Mom whined but then also started laughing. Meanwhile, Victor and I remained silent. I want to fight, Maya, Victor suddenly said in a very low voice, and I stilled before letting out a small question. Why? Because I always wanted to have you, Maya, and now that he is there in my place, I want to fight. Even when I know I will lose, I want to fight. Don't, I replied in one small word, and he made a scoff sound before asking the same question as I did. Why? I didn't have the answer. What should I tell him that it would get him killed? Yeah, I should, but then, would he listen? Seeing the determination in his eyes kept clenching something in my heart. Because I love him, I said and stood up, walking towards the kitchen without looking into his eyes. Taking out the bottle of cold water, I closed the door when suddenly, he, with a jerk, turned me towards him. I didn't know when he appeared there. Pressing me more onto the fridge door, he stared at me with the same painful gaze I had seen in college. You are lying, he said, and I gulped, trying to steady myself. My legs were getting weak. I wanted this moment to end quickly. I never wanted to hurt someone, but I kept doing it, maybe intentionally or maybe unintentionally. The guilt of making him sad kept making me feel weak. My one warm hand was pressed against his chest while the other cold one, which was holding the water bottle tightly, was getting squeezed between his chest and the bottle. Let me fight, he said. You will get killed, I replied this time with the truth. Then let me get killed, he said softly. He is powerful, I said in a small voice. I know, he said. I don't want you to get killed, I whispered, and he chuckled. Yet you are here, killing me with your harsh words. I didn't, I said instantly. Yes, you did. When you said he was your boyfriend, you hurt me, and when you said you loved him, you stabbed the knife of that word for someone else inside me. It's the truth, Victor, I mumbled, and he chuckled before turning his back to me. He said while walking out, and another stab got pierced inside, Maya. I stood numb. The bottle fell on the ground along with me. I sat on the ground while the bottle rolled a little away from me. A chuckle left my mouth when Reyes's face came in front of my eyes. You, why don't you leave me? How can I when you are mine, butterfly? His voice echoed in my ears, even when I knew he wasn't there. He was claiming me as his, even without his presence. The next morning arrived, and I walked down after getting ready, had my breakfast like every day. In all that, not for even once, I looked at Victor. Ignoring him was the best option for me. Walking out from the house, I looked where Reyes's car was parked. The windows were opened, making me see him perfectly. He wore a black shirt tucked perfectly. Opening the door, my gaze went towards him. His gaze was on me while his hand was busy with his phone, typing something. A silver watch was decorating his veiny wrist. Hey, butterfly, he said in his deep voice, and I nodded my head while buckling the seatbelt. Suddenly, he got up a little and crouched down towards me. Won't you say hello, Butterf? He was about to finish while getting more closer. I panicked and quickly looked down and said, Hello, Reyes. He chuckled. Are you avoiding me, Maya? He said, and I looked up, shaking my head as no while widening my eyes. Maya, stay still, he said in a stern voice, and I stopped. Lowering my eyes down, I waited for him to say something, but he didn't for a few minutes and then, sat straightly onto his seat. I let out an inner sigh of relief, closing my eyes as he started the car. Where are we going, Reyes? I asked after seeing that it was not the way towards college. Be quiet, he said softly, and I hummed, placing my head on the back support. I turned my head towards the window and started looking outside. I was lost in the scenery when his hand suddenly grabbed mine and started caressing it with his thumb. I let him, sitting silently. We were on the way when his phone rang again. As this time it was connected to the car, I could hear the call too, which I didn't want to as it was his personal. So, I did what I thought was right. Taking my hand away from his hold, I closed my ears with both hands. Yet, I could still hear someone asking Reyes about when he would reach there, and then Reyes said something I couldn't. Hearing a small chuckle, I turned my head towards him and saw his piercing gaze on me. I will be there on time, Dad. Don't worry, he said on the call, and I knew where he was taking me. Reyes, I can't go there, I said as soon as I saw him cutting the call. Did I ask you your permission, butterfly? Reyes let out a scoff sound, shaking his head, and again started focusing on the way. While I started biting my lips in nervousness. He was taking me towards the assembly, where his dad would take the oath, maybe. There would be media too. Shit, I didn't know what to do. Clenching my long blue shirt, I again turned my head towards him. Reyes, I don't want to. There will be media, I said, and he let out a sigh. It's a party, Butterfly, for Dad, he said in a calm voice, making me more panicked. Please, I don't want to, Reyes. There will still be media and so many people. I don't want to, I kept saying, trying to make him understand, but he suddenly rotated the steering wheel and, with high speed, took it away from the highway towards the side of it. Shut up, Maya. I don't care if there is any media or not. We are going, and if I hear your voice once again, I am leaving you here, he shouted angrily while looking at me with those dangerous red eyes, and a loud sob left my mouth. For fuck's sake, stop crying at everything. He shouted again, and I didn't listen. Letting out more tears, I shouted, I said I don't want to go. Why can't you understand? And that was it. He unbuckled his seatbelt and walked out, slamming the door. He opened mine with so much force, unbuckling my seatbelt messily. He pulled me outside and threw me on the road. No, Reyes, please. I am sorry. I shouted, but he walked furiously towards the door and closed it. Sitting inside, he started the car. I got up and ran behind it but couldn't even keep up for a minute. Sitting on the dirty ground filled with a dry, thin layer of mud, I cried. My blurry eyes just kept looking towards the way Reyes had gone. Reyes, please don't go, I said while crying and biting my lips, but he didn't come. Each second going was making me feel scared. I had fallen down on the ground once again when I tried to get up. But this time, a big stone was down there, just below my knees, making me feel immense pain. Letting out a painful cry and then brushing it off, I tried to stand up again. Walking towards the road, I made a sign for a lift, but no one helped. Walking more and more closer, I tried to get some help to go home, but suddenly, a car started coming towards me with high speed. I wanted to be away. Maybe a step could save me, but I couldn't. It was like my feet were frozen. They didn't move. They didn't take a step away. The warm tears started pouring. Knowing no way, I just waited for it to slam onto me and crush my body with its huge tires. But then suddenly, someone came running, grabbing my arm. He pulled me off from there with force, and my body listened. Shit. I am sorry, Butterfly, I heard before getting wrapped inside his arms. My tears wetted his black shirt, making it look darker while he held me so close to him in a breathless hold. I hate you, I said between my small coughs and loud cries, while he didn't say anything, letting me cry inside his warm chest. I was clenching his shirt so tightly that the buttons were forced to open. His hand kept rubbing my back. I could hear his loud heartbeats just like mine. It was comforting yet scary to think why he was having that reaction. I could taste my salty tears inside my mouth. He slowly slid his hands a little down and picked me up, wrapping my legs quickly around his torso. I let him pick me. He held me tightly. His one hand went to my hair, patting my head from behind. He didn't say a word still after the sorry. Clenching and unclenching the shirt, I cried. I was scared, I said between my cries and looked up at him, hoping he would say something to comfort me, but he didn't, and I regretted looking up too quickly when I saw his eyes. They were dark, my expression stilled. My eyes poured tears, but no sound came from my mouth except. Leave me, I said, pushing myself up from his chest, struggling. But his hold, which just a second ago was caressing my head, suddenly forced me into him. I saw the car a few feet away from us. Wanting to run away from him before we could even reach there, I bit his shoulder while he remained stiff. Then I broke into sobs, having no way to get away from him. His dark eyes stared at my every action, making me flinch at every eye contact. I was scared to even think about what he was going to do. When we reached the car, he placed me inside the passenger seat and locked the door from outside. I kept tapping the door to get out, to run desperately, but nothing worked. Taking the driver's seat, he locked the door from his side too and just sat, not starting the car, not saying something, just silent. And that silence scared me to death. Reyes, I called, and he turned his head toward me. What were you doing in the middle of the highway, Maya, he said, and I trembled, hearing the calmness in his voice. I am sorry. I mumbled, and he chuckled suddenly before shouting very loudly, what the fuck were you doing there? Don't you know it's dangerous? I flinched and looked down, sobbing. Do you even know what could have happened to you? Are you stupid? Don't you know that people can't ask for lifts on the highway, for God's sake? Didn't anyone teach you? For fuck's sake, you were about to get killed. He kept shouting, and I kept crying, looking down. Fucking answer me and stop crying. No, I mumbled while crying and hiccuping, and he shouted again, loudly. No one taught me, I said, and he stopped. Widening his eyes, he looked at me before closing them. Shit. He said softly without opening his eyes, and I didn't say a word, just kept crying silently. Minutes passed, but my cries weren't stopping while Reyes's head rested on the backrest. His eyes stayed closed, maybe trying to calm himself, because I saw him gulping again and again. Suddenly, my hand was pulled by him with a little force until I was so near him. His other hand went to my waist, and he made me sit on his lap. I let out a squeak at this action. I looked up quickly, and his eyes met mine. This time, there was no anger, no darkness. His hand, which was on my waist, slid down and went toward the bottom of my shirt, taking it up along with his hand. His hand slid onto my jeans until it reached the naked flesh of my waist, placing them there so comfortably. I saw his action with my own eyes, following his hand's every movement. When it was placed inside, I looked into his eyes again. Maya, he said softly in his deep voice, and I gulped before letting out a hum. First, wipe your tears and runny nose, butterfly, he said, and I widened my eyes, quickly taking my hands up to my face. I wiped my face. The sleeves of my shirt made it easier, and they were large. Once I was done, I looked at him again, and he shook his head before coming close to my face and placing his lips softly on my nose. Why are you like this? He whispered, letting his hot breath touch my lips, and a hiccup left my mouth. Taking his face away, he asked, why has no one taught you this, butterfly? Didn't your school teach you about those road rules? He asked as his hands started brushing my waist slowly. I closed my eyes, letting the last drop of a tear fall. I was homeschooled, I said softly, and he frowned. Why? He asked, and I lowered my head before slowly sliding my arms onto his waist and placing my head on his shoulder. He went stiff at my action, and I was surprised too, but yet it was comforting. It was what I didn't want to do, yet I wanted to do because the warmth and comfort his body was giving me was making me dive deeper into his arms. His hands again started moving a little up now on my back before settling there and caressing it. He let out a hum, and I rubbed my face on his shoulder. I was bullied, I said slowly before closing my eyes softly and letting sleep engulf me in the comfort of his arms around me, even if this closeness between him and me was dangerous. Reyes POV, sitting inside the car alone with me, she fell asleep in my lap, just like this. My hands moved up, taking a strand of her hair. Rolling it in my fingers, I pulled it gently. Closing my eyes, I inhaled her scent, which always made me desperate to inhale it again and again. My eyes roamed to her naked neck, which was peeking through her clothes, and I felt the sudden need to drink all of her, until nothing remains. Turning my gaze, I decided to avert my eyes when suddenly they fell on the rear-view mirror, which was turned towards us. Her back could be seen inside my arms, her head fallen on my chest. I was bullied, she said, and a chuckle escaped my mouth. Because you are an easy target for people, Maya, I whispered before pressing a kiss on her shoulder. Looking forward, I started the car softly without disturbing her not-so-precious sleep. Crossing the stops, I drove to the destination where I was supposed to be with her. Once reaching there, I stopped the car and looked down at her piece, which I was going to destroy. At the thought of this, a sudden smirk came to my lips. Placing my hand on her back, I started tiptoeing with my fingers. One by one, in the smallest steps, I reached near her neck. Pulling the top with my index finger, I let the walk continue on her exposed neck and then clutched it softly. Lowering my head, I took a deep breath, inhaling her scent again, and finally let my lips settle on her soft skin. Taking out my tongue, I slid it up, and as I thought, she moved. Quickly realizing the situation she was in, she tried to push me, but I pulled her more into me. Had a good sleep, butterfly, I said in a husky voice, and she looked up, her eyes looking at me with nothing but innocence, which always made me cruel to destroy it, bit by bit. Her lips trembled, maybe wanting to say something or maybe just cry, but before she could, I pecked her nose, and she went silent. Maya, I whispered, and she blinked. Fuck, why does she do this all the time? How was the sleep? I asked again in a huskier voice, and she finally let me hear the answer. Good. I arched my eyebrow and lowered my head until our lips were touching. The softness of her lips always made mine envelop in hers. Just good, I teased, and she lowered her head before letting out softly. Comfortable. Humming after the answer, I looked outside. The parking lot was empty, as the guests were all inside. Get up, butterfly, I said, and she moved. Her eyes finally roamed around, and a gasp of horror escaped her mouth. Opening the door, I walked out and turned towards her side. She clutched the seat as if she were glued to it. Let's go, butterfly. We've talked about this, I said, and she shook her head no. A frustrated sigh escaped my mouth. Bending down, I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her into a bridal hold. She started shaking herself to be free, and I tightened my hold. Soft music could be heard from outside, along with the voices of people who were talking. Paparazzi kept running around, clicking pictures of every person. When I walked in, the attention of the paparazzi turned towards me. Running towards me, the flashes went crazy. Maya desperately tried to hide herself, but that's not what I wanted, right? So I let go, trying to make her stand. I moved, but her hold on me tightened. Clutching my shirt, she tried not to let go. Finally succeeding, I made her stand straight and go forward in front of me. Placing my chin on her neck, I whispered. Smile, butterfly, I said, and she had no way except obeying me. She did, and the media kept capturing it again and again. Dad and Mom walked towards her, and the people quickly gave them way. Who? Mom asked, looking bewildered. My girlfriend, I answered in one word. After that, no word was spoken. The party kept going, and I stood near the stairs, holding Maya's hand. She was trembling, and I was enjoying it. Claiming her in public was never my thought, but when the opportunity suddenly came, I didn't want to waste it. I never knew that this claim would give me this feeling. The party was getting to an end. Maya never spoke a word, nor did I. Just watching her was sometimes enough. When people started to go, Dad came along with Mom behind him. We need to talk, he said sternly, and I nodded my head, following him while dragging Maya with me. Mom kept giving glances to Maya, which were never reverted, as Maya just kept looking down. Reaching inside the upstairs room, I waited for Dad to say something. He walked back and forth and then looked at Maya up and down. What is all this about, Reyes? He said. Nothing but her, Dad, I said and looked into his eyes. She is my girlfriend, Dad, whom I love maybe a little too much, I said and bit my lower lip to stop the loud chuckle that was coming after seeing Maya's state. What the hell is this, Reyes? This is not the time to play. What do you mean by girlfriend? You can't announce it like it's some kind of joke. Do you know how important the party was? Dad shouted in anger, and I knew it was not at all wrong. I should have told him. Sorry, Dad, but this is no play, no joke. She is my girlfriend, and I wanted to make sure people know it. What? Dad let out while looking at me with wide eyes. Mom walked slowly towards me and turned towards Maya. Look up, girl, she demanded. Taking my gaze away from Dad, I looked at Maya. My gaze turned to Mom, who was waiting for her to look up. Taking one step closer, I called. Maya, look up. Mom is asking something, I said, and she obeyed. Oh, I loved how her body listened only to my voice. She looked up, with those doe eyes at Mom. Mom turned her head and arched her eyebrow, looking at me. What's your name? Mom asked. Maya, she answered. A beautiful name for a beautiful girl, Mom said and chuckled. Turning her head towards Dad, she just nodded, and Dad understood. Letting out a sigh, he walked towards me. You, crazy son of mine, he said, and a loud laugh echoed in the room. Maya's POV, the laugh made me shudder in fear. Everything that was happening was wrong. My mind was blank, yet my heart held so many fears. And the biggest was this: the whole family looked happy, like they were accepting their son's love, who had asked for their permission, which was what Reyes said. But it wasn't true. It could never be true, right? My feet moved forward to run, but the fear of power held me back. Stumbling on my own steps, I was about to fall when he held me, and I lost it. I didn't want him to hold me. I wanted him to be away from me. I wanted him to disappear from my life. Turning my body with a jerk, he looked at my face, his eyes traveling everywhere. Are you okay, Butterf? He was about to finish when my hand moved automatically, colliding with his cheek with full force. I didn't know how it happened, but it did. I was shocked, and he was too, maybe for a second. His parents looked at me with wide eyes. I didn't want to know what would happen to me, what they would do. I just wanted to run, and I did. Pushing him harshly away from me, I ran outside. I kept looking back. No one followed me. I was glad. I ran, looking at the giant door, suddenly making it my target to reach. I ran, climbing down the stairs quickly. Just as I was about to reach the door, it closed, and a cry of helplessness escaped my lips. Knocking on the door again and again, I shouted. Some maids and guards were there. I looked at them and begged, please let me out. My knees gave up, and sitting on the floor, I cried. Please let me out. But no one listened. No one listened until Reyes came, looking at me with his dark gaze, up and down, while walking down the stairs with slow steps. My teary eyes roamed, searching for someone who could help me. And I saw them, his parents, standing on the first floor. But would they help me? Why would they? A loud sob left my mouth when Reyes suddenly grabbed my arm, pulling me up. His eyes met mine again, and I lowered my gaze, crying helplessly. Look up, Maya, he said angrily, and I quickly obeyed. I am sorry, I said, crying while maintaining the gaze. He didn't say anything to me and started dragging me upstairs again with him. I was thrown at his parents' feet, my head lowered in shame. I am sorry. I didn't mean to hurt him. I am sorry, uncle and aunt, I said, and Reyes crouched down, sitting on my left side. Look up at him when you say sorry, Maya, he said, and I did. I am sorry. Reyes' dad didn't say anything, while his mom came close to me, her heels clicking on the floor. Looking down at me, she grabbed my chin. See, Maya, I don't know what my son has done to you, nor do I want to know. I have never raised my hand on him, and you did in our first meeting. Reyes, I want this girl in control. Let's go, honey, she said, turning her head to Reyes and then to her husband. I lowered my head quickly. A loud cry was dying to leave when suddenly Reyes' hand slid from the left, grabbing my nape. He turned my face towards him, and his lips pressed against mine. He pulled me into a harsh kiss. His lips rubbed against mine back and forth, pressing me down, while his hand on my nape didn't let me lower my head. His tongue roamed inside my mouth, his teeth chewing my lips again and again until I started tasting blood. Leaving me breathless, he stood up, taking me in his arms, and I didn't struggle, crying into his chest. Taking me inside a room, he made me lie on the bed and hovered over me. I flinched, closing my eyes, terrified at the thought of what he was going to do. But then, he pressed his lips on my closed eyes, one by one. I opened them slowly, letting more tears fall. I am sorry, I said in a very soft voice. He brought his face close to mine, placing his lips on mine for a second before saying, Stop crying, butterfly. I'm not mad. And I looked at him, confused. Why? I let out in a small, trembling voice. Don't know, he said. And I let out more cries before grabbing his tea, pulling him closer to me. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I hugged him tightly. His weight was all over me, and suddenly, he turned, taking me along with him. His back was now pressed against the bed, while my hold remained the same. I'm sorry, I cried, and he hummed, rubbing my back with his large hands. And once again, I was in the arms of the one from whom I was running away, wiping my tears with his tea. I slowly tried to stop my cries while he chuckled. I looked up from his chest to him. Why are you laughing? I asked, and he just let out another chuckle before grabbing both my arms. He pushed me up, and my body slid on his a little. Our faces were close again, his eyes staring at me up and down. Why do you cry so much, butterfly? He let out, and I looked at him, sniffing. Because you keep hurting me, I said in a slow voice, and he hummed, closing his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. Isn't your tongue talking too much now? He said and lowered my head before glaring at him, placing my head on his chest. Remove your hands then, I let out in a small voice. Why? He said, tightening his hold on my waist, and I didn't say anything. Maya, he whispered in my ear, and I hummed. Taking a strand of my hair in his fingers, he rolled it before placing his hands on my back again. Can you tell me about yourself? he asked. I looked up, placing my chin on his chest. I am boring. There is nothing to know. I let out softly, and he smirked. So you are a nerd? He said in a mocking tone, and a gasp left my mouth. Placing my hands on the side of the bed, I tried to stand up from him when he suddenly pushed me back into him. Why do you always want to run away from me, hey? He said angrily, and I gulped before looking at him. Suddenly, a growl left my stomach. Reyes blinked twice while I remained silent, biting my bottom lip with my teeth. It was embarrassing. Turning his body again until I was on the bed, he got up and grabbed my hand, pulling me up with him. He was now on the floor while I was sitting on the bed. He was about to pick me up again when I quickly crawled down and placed my shoes on the floor. Oh, my shoes were still on. Reyes coughed, taking my attention to him. I looked at him. He placed his hand in the air to hold. I stared at it for a second and then placed my hand on his palm. He quickly tightened his hold and started walking downstairs. I followed his steps. He stopped when we reached the kitchen and left my hand. The ingredients were all for tortellini, risotto, and steak. Preparing them slowly. You all can go, he ordered the maids who were working in the kitchen. They all followed the command. I let my gaze roam all over, where half the preparation of food was done. The vegetables were chopped, the dough was prepared, and the spices were scooped up. Finally, my gaze went back to Reyes, who was looking at me. Do you know how to cook? He asked, arching his eyebrow, and I nodded my head before letting out softly a simple yes. Then cook, he said, and I obeyed him, nodding my head again. I walked towards the stand and started cooking. Reyes followed my every movement while sitting near the fruit bucket. His hand grabbed an apple, and without washing it, he started to chew. Wash it, I said, and he sent a glare at me. Do your work, butterfly, he said mockingly, and I bit my lip, nodding, then turned my head again towards the steak, which was sizzling. Flipping it back and forth, I let it cook fully. Once all was done, I wanted to wash my hands, which were somehow near Reyes. Walking with slow steps, I spared a glance at him and then walked 2 steps forward. Opening the tap, I let the harsh flow of water fall on me. I was about to take my hands back when suddenly Reyes stood behind me. His hand slid from my waist to my hands, slowly touching my skin. His hand rubbed against mine, taking my hands between them. I froze at the gesture. His hot breaths kept touching my neck from behind, and suddenly, I heard a lady's cough. Quickly pushing Reyes a little, I looked towards the direction from where the sound had come. Mr. and Mrs. Bernard stood there. Reyes' mom's eyes were sparkling, while Reyes' dad's stare was the same as, Reyes' always so cold. I suddenly felt hot all over my body. Lowering my head, I bowed, greeting them slowly, not in the condition to let a word out when Reyes suddenly said in my ear. Push me once more, butterfly, and I am kissing you in front of them. My heart dropped before my heartbeat quickened. My stomach churned at the weird feeling. Reyes. A whimper left my mouth while Reyes took some steps forward. Mom, Maya has cooked some food for you, he said, and I looked at him before licking my lips in nervousness. His mom nodded and ordered the maids to serve the dishes, which was quickly obeyed. In a few minutes, I was sitting beside Reyes while his mom and dad sat in front of us at the giant table. The dining room was like a hall, big, empty, yet so aesthetic with some decoration. Reyes' hand was in mine, his thumb gently caressing my fingers while I sat lowering my head. It's tasty, Reyes' dad suddenly said, taking the first bite, and I looked up at him. A sudden shyness got inside me, and I tightened my hold on Reyes' hand. Reyes suddenly chuckled, and I looked at him curiously, asking with my eyes the reason for laughing. He shook his head and said, Eat, butterfly. I hummed, and then my gaze went to Reyes' mom, who gave me a small smile, which I quickly returned. Reyes groaned suddenly, and my attention went back to him. It's perfect, Maya, he said, and I hummed, nodding my head. Picking up the spoon and diving into the food, I started eating too. The table was filled with silence, knowing how Reyes got angry when I spoke while eating, making me aware of the unspoken rule of not talking while eating in this house. The only sound of cutlery was making me nervous, but while Reyes' hand was sending warmth to my cold hands, it felt like he was unknowingly calming me. I finished eating and looked at Reyes, who was also done, but still, both of us were sitting, accompanying his mom and dad, who were eating. Once they both were done, we finally got up. Reyes took me along with him while following his parents, who sat on the sofa in the hall. So, this news will come. Are you sure about it? His dad said, and I lowered my head. A sudden thought that now all new came to my mind. I felt like I would faint when Reyes grabbed my waist and pulled me towards him, showing his dad. 100% sure, Dad. I want her. What's your age, Maya? His dad asked, looking at me, and I answered softly. We'll be 21st this month. Oh, your birthday is coming. His mom said excitedly, and I hummed, nodding my head. I couldn't understand how suddenly I was in this situation. Reyes. I let out. Reyes hummed, looking at me. What will I say to my mom and dad? I said in a slow voice, and he looked away, his gaze meeting his parents again. Mom and Dad, I want your help. He said. And that's how suddenly, we all were standing in front of my house. Yes, with his parents. Taking small, trembling steps, I knocked on the door. The door was opened quickly. Mom looked at me with widened eyes before letting out, Maya, what is happening? The news is saying. She was about to finish when Reyes' mom came to my side, and Mom was bewildered. Can we talk inside? Reyes' dad said from behind us, and Mom quickly hummed, making way. We all came inside. Mom held my hand and pulled me towards her. Reyes stared at my hand, which got separated from his for a few seconds before looking at Mom. Dad, Victor, and everyone were sitting there. Victor, a sudden feeling of fear came over me. Mom took me inside the kitchen with her while Dad quickly started adjusting the seats and everything for Reyes and his family to sit. Maya. Mom looked at me while pouring the water into a glass. Is he really your boyfriend? She asked, and I nodded, knowing there was no other way besides this. Why didn't you say it before when he came to our house? What the hell with the sudden surprise? Do you think we wouldn't accept it or what? She kept asking, and I was afraid that talking too much would be bad for me, so I decided to throw all that on Reyes. Mom, Reyes suddenly said it, and I didn't know about it. I said softly. She hummed, hugging me tightly. It's okay, baby. If he is your choice, we are happy, she said and gave me a squeeze on the shoulder. I nodded my head. She handed me the glass of water and told me to take it to them. I held the tray and started walking. Why the hell is my life suddenly going this way? Dad was talking with a polite smile on his face while I knew how excited he was internally to meet the one who was his idol. Reyes' mom was looking at the interaction while talking to Reyes. I forwarded the tray to Reyes' dad, who picked a glass from it and patted my head softly. Then, I walked towards my dad, giving him water, then to Reyes' mom, who gave a small smile, and finally to Reyes, who took it, sending me a glare. I knew he had found out about Victor. My mom came and sat beside Reyes' mom, who called her towards her. Reyes stood up and came towards me, holding my hand. He made me sit beside him on the right side of the sofa, in front of Victor. You didn't tell me you know him, Maya? He asked in a slow, deep voice, and I gulped before letting out a small voice. I was scared you would get mad. Oh, I am. He said and glared at Victor, who was looking at us. Look at him once again, Maya, and I am killing him here. He warned, and I quickly turned my gaze, looking just into his eyes. Maya. Victor suddenly called, and I ignored it, but it caught the attention of our family. So, Victor, what are you studying? Reyes' mom asked, and I closed my eyes, letting out an internal cry. Oh, he is studying the same subject as Maya. Both are in the same class. Reyes would have seen him there, Mom replied, and I opened my eyes, staring into Reyes' eyes, which kept getting darker. Reyes. I whispered, and he hummed, turning his head. He grabbed my thigh and tightened his hold on it. Victor's eyes remained on his hand on my thigh throughout the whole conversation, while my head remained lowered. Maya didn't tell me about this before, Mom said. Oh, we also got to know a few days back, but we didn't want to rush. Reyes' dad lied so smoothly, just like how Reyes had taught them. She is our Reyes' choice. Of course, we had to say yes, and seeing their bond, I am happy. She is perfect for my son, Reyes' mom said. My mom chuckled along with Dad, who smiled, looking at both of us. What is happening? I thought. I am glad you came here, Dad said, and Reyes' dad chuckled before saying, don't see our family as some elite. We are just normal, whipped parents for our son. Yes, I can see it. Dad said and let out a loud laugh. They seemed like some lost buddies, so close to each other. I like Maya. Reyes' mom said suddenly, and I looked at her, widening my eyes. Where was this conversation going? I have no problem with their relationship. Let's see what the future holds for them, and I am glad it's Reyes. You know, I have always been concerned about Maya when she started going to college, but I don't think now there is any need to stress. She has Victor and Reyes now, Dad said. Yes, she has me, Uncle, only me, Reyes said suddenly, and Dad smiled, arching his eyebrow at me. Quite possessive, I see. I bit my lip and looked into Reyes' eyes, which were looking at me. Not quite possessive, Uncle, but totally obsessed. Your daughter has had my full attention from the day I saw her, he said, and everyone started laughing except Victor. I am happy. Mom said while laughing. And that's how I was trapped into a relationship which never existed. They were gone, and I was in my room remembering how Reyes had sent me the cold glare. I knew tomorrow was going to be a very bad day. I took out a novel from the mini library I had created and sat on the bed. Wanting to erase his thoughts, I tried to concentrate, but the fear of tomorrow was too much, his eyes not leaving me for a second. Just as I was about to finish reading half a page, a sudden knock interrupted me. I widened my eyes after hearing where it was coming from. Quickly running towards the window, I opened it before peeking through and saw him. Reyes! I called, panicking while he ignored me, focusing on getting inside. I quickly gave him some space to jump, and he did. You shouldn't do this. You will get injured. I said, forgetting about the fear of what he was going to do. He turned his head and looked at me. His stare was piercing my soul through anger. Taking heavy steps, he started coming toward me, and I quickly started backing away until my calves touched the bed. My body landed on the bed while his landed on mine. You lied. He said, placing his hand on the right side of mine with a little force. His face got extremely close, his hot breath touching mine while his other hand pulled my large t-shirt up from the waist area. Placing his hand on my naked waist, he started caressing it softly. I kept looking at him in panic, my gaze trembling. I am sorry, I said, stuttering, and he hummed. Placing his face in my neck, he pressed a soft kiss, and my whole body shivered. Closing my eyes tightly, I tried to ignore the sensation he was sending me, but when I did, his other hand grabbed my skin before pinching it harshly. I let out a shout of pain. Reyes! And he bit the small spot on my neck that was exposed. It was painful. I tried pushing him, but he didn't budge. He kept biting for a few seconds before pulling the skin with his teeth and letting it go. Clutching his shirt, I let out a muffled cry. Why did you lie? He asked, and I closed my eyes before looking at him. Because you would have hurt him, I said, letting out a hiccup, and he chuckled. And why do you care, butterfly? He said, sliding his hand into my hair and fisting it softly. I didn't know what to say, what to let out, how to explain. I just kept stuttering, not knowing what could be a good response, and he suddenly pulled my hair tightly. A whimper of pain left my mouth. Answer me, Maya. Why the fuck do you care? He shouted, and I whimpered, flinching badly. Opening my teary eyes, I looked at him. He came even closer, and I thought he was going to hit me, but then he suddenly placed his lips on mine. I was shocked. Widening my eyes, I let out a small cry before grabbing his shirt with my hands. I didn't like how he was when he was getting angry at me. Pulling him closer, I let him rub our lips together. His tongue slid inside my mouth, touching every corner. Reyes. An unknown, sultry voice left my mouth, one I never knew I could let out, and his motions on my lips stopped. Pulling back, he looked at me. Fuck, kiss me back, butterfly, he said, and I nodded my head before pulling him by his shirt and pressing his lips on mine again. Together, I tried to copy his movement. I slid my lips like his back and forth from my upper lip to my lower one. A sudden groan left his mouth inside mine, and I liked the sound, like it was encouraging me. With time, our speed increased, and before I even knew it, he turned me around. My body was pressed against his this time, our lips not parting for a second. The heated kiss ended when I felt the sudden need for oxygen. He pressed his head against my chest, and I placed mine on his head. We were both breathing heavily. It was all new for me. I had never felt sexual desire for someone until he came into the picture. His fingers grabbed a small strand of my hair and rolled it between them. Maya. He mumbled my name, and I hummed, letting him know I was listening. But after that hum, not a word came out of his mouth. It was the silence we needed to hear our hearts, which were making the soft and fast rhythms of a peaceful melody. The slow night wind brushed our bodies from the window. The curtains were flowing, making a sound like some background music. His scent was making me sleepy, while his presence was keeping me awake. His fingers kept playing with my hair while my eyes followed his every movement. Minutes passed, and finally, he got up. I sat up, looking at him curiously. He turned toward the window and left silently. This time, his eyes were blank, ignoring my voice calling him to say just a word, maybe. I didn't know why, yet I kept calling him, but he ignored every call of mine. I ran towards the window, watching him go down, and when he finally left, I walked back to the bed, sitting in the same place where Reyes's presence had lingered just a few seconds ago. A sudden thought came over me. Is he angry at me on the other side? Reyes sat inside a car and called someone. I want some information about a girl called Maya Morales. From the start. He said, and the man on the other side responded with. Yes, sir. It will be done. Inside Reyes's house. Sitting on the bed, Reyes looked at the file in his hands. Opening the first page, he let his eyes roam at each word. And finally, at the thing which he was searching for, Little Star Academy. Once he got the name, dialing another number, he asked the same question. Can you provide me the information of Maya Morales? And within a few minutes, all the information was in his phone. Swiping through each name with their contact and address, he let out a chuckle. Let's punish them, butterfly. Somewhere. Click. Click. The sound of boots echoed in the dark room. Reyes's POV. I could hear the loud, muffled whimpers of each. The guards stood around them like they were guarding some treasure. When one of the guards noticed my presence, he gave signals to all, and they started making a way for me. Walking slowly, I took a long breath, inhaling the smell of mud and blood. A disgusting smell that always attracted me. Reaching near the tied-up students, I crouched down. Their widened and fear-filled eyes looked at me like I was the devil. And yes, I was. A chuckle left my mouth when they kept trying to speak. I know you have so many questions, right, beauties and buddies, I said, looking at the girls and boys who were tied together. But see, I wanted you to know, but I am not in the mood to answer. If you want a hint, then you can get it. I said with a smirk, and the boy started pushing himself away from the other three. Snatching the tape harshly from his mouth. Speak. I said loudly. He let out a painful cry from the pain when his small mustache was pulled along with the tape. Why? He said in a trembling voice. Well, you hurt my butterfly's heart, that's why. I said like a child who was complaining to his mom. He looked at me, totally confused. I got up, and his eyes followed me. He was about to say something when I kicked his face harshly, and he cried. I scoffed, such a child. Still hurt my butterfly. The others were totally terrified by my actions, and it amused me because that's what I wanted. Now, whose number is it? I said, looking at them, and they all started struggling and trembling for me to let them go. But how can I when they hurt her, my Maya, for whom I can turn the world upside down? Love wasn't my thing until she came. She made me feel weird. An ugly feeling suddenly came inside me and messed up my life. Maya. When I first saw her trembling eyes looking for a way to escape, her trembling body thrown on the floor, her lips wobbling to let out a cry, an unknown feeling came inside my heart. My friend, who pushed her, suddenly became my enemy. How dare he touch her? That was the only thing my mind was saying. But the words that left my mouth weren't mine, yet they were mine. Eyes off her. She is mine. My prey. A prey. Seriously, I would have laughed at my own words. But yet, the words felt like a prize. It was like I had to win her and make her my prey. When I started pushing her to the edge to make her obey, to dominate her, I never knew this process would be this joyful. I thought I would just destroy her, but my butterfly destroyed my peace. Not seeing her for a day made me desperate. It was like I would lose control over her life if I even stayed a second away from her. I never got to know when it became my addiction overpowering her, when she became my addiction. Destroying every bit of mine with her doe black eyes, her red cherry lips, her soft skin, her beautiful hair. I thought I was the one who was in control, but my butterfly started taking my heart in her control. Love not, it wasn't the phase of love, it was the phase of obsession. Spending each second away from her made me realize how important she became. An unplanned plan of meeting her with my parents just suddenly came, and I found the reason to take her with me anytime I wanted, to show her to everyone as mine. A sudden scream of pain broke my chain of thoughts. After a deep sigh, I finally looked at the girl's hand, which I had stepped on. Oops, sorry, I said and turned myself toward the guards. Take them to their home and teach them not to bully anyone after this, I said and chuckled, knowing I was the biggest bully here out of all of them. But alas, the things you made me do, butterfly. A smile came to my lips as I walked out. Swinging the keychain on my finger, I opened the door of my car and drove toward my house. The night seemed awfully lonely without her beside me. The cold wind kept caressing my hair. Licking my lips, I provided my lips with moisture. The day was cold. Once I parked the car at home, I got out and walked inside, and the first thing I saw was my mom waiting for me at the door. Hey, love, I am back, I said, and she looked at me from up to down, already knowing where I was. Dad, who was sitting on the couch behind my mom, pulled her hand, which made her fall into his lap. See, I told you to stop worrying about him. You should worry about other people instead, he said with a chuckle, and I walked toward them while shaking my head. No, why will she care for someone else when I am her son, I said, sitting and looking at them, and Mom turned her head, sticking her tongue out in a mocking way to tease Dad. See, my son is possessive of me, she said in a mocking tone, and Dad looked at her with wide eyes. Am I not, honey, he exclaimed loudly, and I knew that this conversation was going to end with them kissing, so letting out a sigh, I walked away into my room. Once inside, I started to take off my clothes and wore comfy pajamas and a tee. Sitting on the bed, I took out my phone and started scrolling through Maya's pictures, which I had clicked. I was missing her, like crazy. A chuckle left my mouth at my own thought. Throwing my back on my bed, I looked at the ceiling. Can't wait for tomorrow to meet you, butterfly, I said, looking at the picture of her sleeping in my car. It was adorable. Maya's POV. Reyes was gone angrily, and this thought was keeping me awake. Why was it affecting me? I didn't know. I never craved his attention, so why did it matter if he was angry, turning and twisting? I kept trying to close my eyes so I could sleep, but he never let me. Standing up, I walked toward the window from where he was gone and looked into the dark sky. It's really cold today. Did he wear something warm? Why do you care? I shouted internally at my own thoughts. My hands reached to close the window but stopped in the middle when my eyes suddenly went toward the spot from where Reyes picked me up. It was empty, yet I could imagine him sitting inside the midnight blue car, playing with his phone. Stop thinking about him, I scolded myself again. Grabbing both window handles, I closed it and walked toward the bed. Climbing on it, I pulled the warm blanket over me. Is he really mad? I whispered silently, looking down at my blanket, and a sigh left my mouth. I should have told him. What the hell are you thinking, stupid? He would have killed him. Reyes kept roaming inside my mind, and without knowing, my eyes slowly fell shut, enveloping me in deep sleep. The morning came, and I woke up after hearing the soft knocks on my door. Taking slow steps while yawning, I walked toward the door and opened it. The yawn, which was still incomplete, froze after seeing Reyes just in front of me. Blinking thrice. It was a dream, right? It is a dream. He isn't here. Why would he even come here? But my voice got stuck when I heard my mom's cough, who was just behind him. So, it wasn't a dream. Yes, it wasn't a dream. Turning my back toward him while adjusting my bird nest-like hair, I ran inside the washroom and locked the door. Shit, that was awkward. When I looked at the mirror in front of me, I felt more embarrassed. The drool was still there, the hair was here and there, some even standing straight. Eyes were tired. Shit, is that eye crust? Quickly washing my face with cold water, I tried to fix my appearance and then took out the toothpaste harshly. With a fast pace, I brushed my teeth and, taking a deep breath, slowly unlocked the door just to see him sitting on my bed alone. Mom was gone. Taking small steps, I walked near him, and the first thing that left my mouth was, "Are you mad at me, Reyes?" He turned toward me and looked at me from up to down, then looked at the clock on the wall. My gaze automatically followed his, and when I saw the time, I panicked. Oh, I was late. Quickly running back, I shouted. I will be ready in a few minutes, just wait. Minutes turned into 1 hour when I finally got ready. Picking up my backpack, I looked at Reyes, who was scrolling through his phone. Let's go, I said, and he got up silently while walking out without a word. I followed his steps while looking at his back. Why is he not saying anything? Is he gonna ignore me like this? Mom and Dad made Reyes have breakfast with us. During the whole breakfast, he spoke to everyone: Mom, Dad, Evan, but not me. He would have even spoken to Victor if he hadn't gone to college early. Right now, we were walking toward the car. He walked toward the driver's seat and opened the door for himself to sit. I looked at his movements and let out a sigh. Why is he being mean to me? A sudden pout came over my lips. I opened the door for myself, wore the seatbelt, folded my arms, and decided to ignore him too. Reyes' POV, I waited, looking at the entrance of her house for her to come. My gaze kept going back and forth from the door to the window, just waiting for her. But when she didn't, I stepped out of the car, knocking on the door. I first met her dad, who was holding a newspaper in his hand. Oh, Reyes, he called, and I nodded my head while greeting him. Good morning, Uncle. I came to pick her up, I said. Okay. Honey, Reyes has come, he shouted, letting Mrs. Morales know of my presence. We talked for some time until the guy who was living here came, Victor, I think. He informed Maya's mom about living here, to which she simply said okay and grabbed my hand, taking me toward Maya's room. Once we were near the door, she let go of my hand and stepped behind me. I looked back at her, confused, while she just gave me a soft smile. Slowly knocking on the door, I called Maya, and when the door opened, she looked all messy, wearing a large white tee and black wide pants. Her messy bun was just too weird to look at. But her gorgeous face. My eyes went toward her cherry lips, where a small amount of drool was in the corner. Her white eyes captured mine again, and I gulped. If her mom wasn't here, I would have pinned her on the bed. She ran quickly before I could say something, so I waited, looking here and there. Her mom coughed and walked out, leaving me there. My feet kept tapping the floor in desperation to have a taste of those luscious lips early in the morning. I was busy in my thoughts until the unlocking sound of the bathroom door echoed in the silent room. I was about to turn toward her when she suddenly asked. Are you mad at me? Why would I be mad at my butterfly? What is she saying? These were the questions just going through my mind for a few seconds, and then a smile came to my lips. Let me tease her. I looked at the clock and was about to say, let's go, when she quickly spoke and ran again inside the washroom. Fuck, I should give her the cold shoulder, right? That's what people do when they're angry. The next time she came out, I immediately sensed her presence when the fresh scent of afterbath engulfed my nose. She was already looking overly pretty today. I ignored looking at her, yet I was watching her from the mirror placed in front of me. She looked confused. I started taking steps out of the room while she followed me. I could feel her gaze on me the whole time until we reached the car. To be real, I was enjoying this quite a lot. Stepping inside the car, I chose not to open the door for her and sat in my seat. She sat inside, fumbling with the seatbelt. She looked angry, and that pout was making me laugh. Folding her hands, she looked straight ahead and started ignoring me. This time, her eyes did not once look at me, and this made all the fun I was having evaporate. I wanted her eyes on me, all day. A sudden idea came to my mind, and I turned the car. She turned her head toward me for a few seconds before looking ahead again. Oh, I'm going to paint the glass black on her side so she has no choice but to see me. The drive was silent, and now I was craving to hear her voice. Speeding up the car, I finally pulled over at my dad's farmhouse. When we reached there, getting out, I waited for her, and she did. Her pretty eyes stared at everything curiously, and I knew what they were asking. It's my dad's farmhouse, I informed her, and she ignored my words. Stepping away, she looked at the garden and then at the house, which was painted white. She took a few minutes and then started walking toward the garden. I followed her from a 5-step distance, which was bothering me quite a lot. Her hands kept touching the flowers on the side, sliding through them, and I felt jealous, until we reached the rose field. Careful. They have thorns, you'll get injured, I shouted in panic. She turned toward me with a frown, took her hand back, looked at me with a done face, and started walking again. I kept following her, and whenever she stopped, I would do the same. Once she reached the large white swing, I stopped. Caressing the swing with her soft hands, she sat on it and let out a soft sigh before closing her eyes. I stayed, looking at her movements until she called. Come here. she said, patting the spot beside her, and I followed. Stepping toward the swing, I sat just beside her, our shoulders touching. I'm sorry, she said, and I looked away, trying to maintain the cold image. Reyes, she called so softly, and it made me crave more, so I folded my hands just like her and looked at her with arched eyebrows. What? I said, and she chuckled. Are you copying me? She asked, laughing, and I frowned. No, I'm not, I said, unfolding my arms. Yes, you did, she said and placed her hand over her mouth. What's so funny? I asked angrily, and she stopped, coming close to me. Suddenly, I felt thirsty, my gaze went from her eyes to her lips, then back to her eyes, gulping, I tried to say something, but nothing came out. Well, you being angry, Maya's POV. The sudden courage after seeing him like this, I didn't know where it was coming from. This closeness, which once made me uncomfortable, now started making me feel like I was used to it. He was breathing heavily. I could almost melt on those hot breaths. Why is this happening? Is my anger funny, butterfly? He said huskily and started leaning towards me. I kept going back until a sudden sneeze left his mouth. Achoo! And I flinched. Achoo! Achoo! More and more sneezes started coming. He kept rubbing his nose, making it red. We should get inside, I said, looking into his eyes. He was about to say something when another sneeze came. You didn't wear something warm yesterday. These words suddenly left my mouth, and he held my shoulder, making me sit straight beside him. He kept rubbing his nose, and a soft chuckle left my mouth, seeing it turn into a tomato. Let's go. I grabbed his hands and said, looking into his eyes. I looked for his response, but not a word left his mouth. Finally, after a few minutes, he slowly nodded. Getting inside the house, I looked everywhere to find something. Where is the kitchen? He looked up at me with his dark eyes and then changed the position of our hands. Now he was grabbing mine. Pulling me to the left, he kept walking, and I followed. Once I saw the kitchen. Let go, I said, and he hummed before sneezing again. Oh God! I let out a small sound, seeing his condition. I grabbed a glass of water and started warming it up. Opening the fridge, my eyes searched for ginger and honey. I did find ginger but not honey. Do you know where the honey is? I asked, looking at him, and he arched his eyebrows with a smirk. In front of you. A sneeze came again, and I shook my head. Can you handle spice? I asked, walking toward the stove and putting the water to boil in a pot. Of course. What do you think I am, a child? He said arrogantly, and I hummed, ignoring his presence behind me. Grinding the ginger, I kept stirring the warm water and added a pinch of salt to it. Pouring it into a small cup after refining it, I turned around and met his gaze. His eyes stared at me and then at the cup. Pushing it forward, I gestured with my eyes for him to take it, and he did without looking away from me. I turned around to clean the mess when I heard his loud voice. Ew! I am not drinking it! He shouted, and I looked at him again. Placing my hand on my waist, I looked him up and down. And you said you're not a child? I said sarcastically, and he looked at me with wide eyes. I am not. This shit is disgusting, Maya! He exclaimed loudly. Give me honey with it, then I'll drink it, he said, placing the cup on the kitchen stand, and I frowned. I couldn't find it, I said, looking at him. But I did, he said and started coming closer. Before I could react, his lips were placed on mine, sucking them slowly. His saliva and mine collided, making my body feel warm. The touch was seductive. My hand grabbed his shirt, maybe trying to push him or pull him, I didn't know why. His tongue rubbed the small space between my lips, and I opened my mouth, letting him enter. His tongue roamed everywhere, while his eyes stared into mine intensely. I could taste the ginger and salt in my mouth, and I knew he was right. This medicine really was disgusting. He pulled his tongue out slowly, and with a big suck on my lips, he finally left them. He stepped toward the cup and picked it up, his eyes looking at me darkly with dominance. But with one sip, he spit it all out, and I couldn't hold my laugh. He looked so confident before, like he would drink everything. Warm it up, he stuttered while I just kept laughing. Turning his back, he sprinted out with quick steps, and I didn't miss the sight of his red ears. Throwing the tea in the sink, I started preparing it again. But this time, I added sugar so he wouldn't taste the spice and bitterness. Letting it warm, I finally poured it into a new teacup and walked outside. There he was, sitting on the sofa in the hall, playing with his phone. Reyes. I called, and he looked up. I took slow, careful steps toward him and gave him the cup. He looked at me, then at the cup. His eyes said he didn't want to drink it. It's sweet, I informed him, and he looked up clearly flustered. I would have drunk it, he said quickly, and I nodded my head. Then should I make one again, I asked, looking at him seriously, and he blinked twice before letting out a sneeze. Small drops of tea spilled onto the floor. He hissed and then slowly brought the cup to his lips, drinking while blowing small puffs of air from his mouth. Is it good, I asked, looking at him. And he hummed, letting me know he liked it. Once the cup was empty, I raised my hand for him to give it to me. He lifted his hand with the cup, but before I could grab it, he let it go. Grabbing my hand suddenly, he pulled me toward him, and I fell into him. Placing both hands on my thighs, he pushed them up until they were settled beside him. I just stared at his actions with wide eyes. Butterfly, you're making me fall, he said, and I frowned, looking at him with a confused face before letting my gaze wander toward his back and torso. No. You're sitting comfortably, I replied. And suddenly, he burst out laughing. My confused gaze kept looking at his face, which looked cute. Placing my head slowly on his chest, I let him laugh. His chest kept moving me up and down. Suddenly, a warm red hue spread across my face when his hands moved to my waist, holding me tightly while his laughter never stopped. Reyes. I let out his name after a few minutes, and he stopped, looking down at me. What is it, Butterfly? I wanna go washroom, I said, looking down in shame. Why does this make me so embarrassed? Maybe because I was sitting in his lap right now, holding my waist tightly. He lifted me up. I quickly placed my feet on the floor and stood straight, a little away from Reyes to make a way for him to stand. He did and said, let me show you where it is, Butterfly. I nodded my head, too embarrassed to say anything, and quietly started following his steps. Once we reached, I looked at him and then at the door. Opening it slowly, I peeked inside, and all I saw was darkness. Lights, I said, turning towards Reyes. Reyes looked at the switches and turned them on, but they didn't work. The washroom was still dark. Clicking it again and again, he tried. I think it's not working, I hummed and gulped, stepping inside with courage. Oh, I am scared of darkness. Grabbing the doorknob, I closed it slowly, and I couldn't see anything except darkness. Reyes. I called slowly, but he didn't hear me. Reyes. I said louder, and I heard him hum. Don't go anywhere, I said. Are you scared, Butterfly, he asked, and I hummed, nodding my head stupidly as if he could see. Okay, he said, and I fisted my hand, slowly taking steps without looking at the mirror, which was shining even in the darkness. Suddenly, my shoes touched something, and it made a small noise. I flinched, too scared to move, but then again, I started taking steps when a light came from the door's bottom. Use it, Butterfly, he said. I hummed, taking fast steps. Grabbing the slightly wet phone that Reyes had slid inside, I used it. After using the washroom, I clipped open the door just to see Reyes standing nearby. Done, scaredy? He asked, arching his eyebrow in a teasing manner. I hummed, giving him his phone quickly. Let's watch a movie, Reyes said and grabbed my hand before I could say anything. We were inside a big room that had 2 large comfy beds and at least 5 to 7 couches. The room was covered in black curtains and soft yellow lights. In front of us was a huge LED screen, which was now on. I was speechless. My eyes stared only at Reyes, who was using everything like it was his daily routine. So much luxury. And maybe it was true. Why not? He is the only son of the Bernard family. Look at the front, Butterfly. Reyes' voice cut my thoughts. I nodded my head, letting it fall on the soft couch. Reyes sat just beside me, still holding my hand, and then, suddenly, the lights started going off one by one. The loud sound of the starting music burst my eardrums, then, slowly, the music started to fade. Finally, the intro came. It was too big. And then the movie started. Reyes let out a sigh and suddenly shifted his position. Moving a little away from me first, He then placed his feet up on the sofa, turned towards me, and rested his head on my lap. His hand grabbed mine again, his fingers dipping onto the corners of my fingers, tightening the hold. My eyes, which were on him, turned back towards the screen. My palms were getting sweaty as the movie kept going, but Reyes didn't seem to mind it. Minutes passed. Then hours. I could tell that the movie was a flop because it was making me feel sleepy. My eyes turned towards Reyes, who was actually asleep. Your choice in movies is the worst, I mumbled before closing my eyes. Finally, my head dropped to his chest, and my eyes shut. His and my hands remained entangled, and the movie just kept going. Waking up, the first thing I felt was a hand caressing my hair. Opening my eyes slowly, I looked up, and his eyes met mine. I thought he would stop, but his hand still kept caressing them. Then, he took a small strand of my front hair and entangled it in his fingers. Pulling it harshly, he pulled me near his face, smashing his lips on mine. He let my hair go. My one hand, which was still in his tight hold, kept struggling to be free, but his hold was harsh, pushing it onto the couch until the surface was squeezed. Reyes, I let out the muffled sound of his name between the kiss and punched his shoulder with my free hand. Finally, he let my lips go. Why do you have to be so ugly? He said, and I looked at him with a frown while breathing heavily. Ha! He chuckled and placed his lips on my chin before trying to get up. And as expected, his head collided with my chin. Ow! I let out a small, painful cry. Shit! He said, holding his head while looking at me with an angry gaze. Your fault, we both said at the same time. Huff! He made a sound angrily, and I looked away. Pushing him with my hands on his back, I made that sound too and walked away. Idiot! I cursed him in my mind and ignored his presence. He didn't follow but just stood there, staring at my back. I looked back and saw his angry face. My eyes turned sharp, judging him. Then, turning myself again, I decided to seriously walk away this time. Walking outside, I was about to go out into the garden when I saw something, and my eyes sparkled, slowly stepping towards it, not wanting it to be scared. Slowly, with each step, until I reached near the kitty and sat on the ground with crossed legs. Pushing my hand forward, I picked it up and placed it in my lap. You are so cute, I said in a baby tone, looking at those two curious eyes and the fluffy body. Are you alone? Where is your mama? Did you forget the way, or were you hungry? I kept asking while caressing her fluffy hair, ignoring the sound of footsteps coming near me. Maya, leave it, Reyes said, and ignoring him, I got up. Walking towards the kitchen, I picked out the milk bottle from the fridge and took a small amount of milk in a bowl. While Reyes followed me, his eyes stared at all my actions. Maya, leave her, he said again, and this time, I could hear the anger in his voice. Giving him a look, I again looked at the kitty, who was finishing the milk. Once done, I placed the bowl on the stand nuzzling into the white fur. I slowly gave her some kisses, and suddenly, I was harshly turned back. My eyes saw nothing but Reyes looking at me in so much anger. Leave her, Maya, now, he shouted, and I flinched, but my hold on the kitty never loosened. Taking one step closer until we were so close, he grabbed my hands while his eyes remained on mine. Pulling my hands away from the kitty, he let it fall on the floor. The kitty quickly jumped on all fours and ran away. When I command, you will obey. Do you understand? He said, placing his fingers on my chin to make me look up, and I did, looking at him with nothing but anger. I pushed his hand, then his chest, wanting to go. I was about to walk away from his side when he grabbed my wrist and pulled me with one jerk. I could feel the pain on my back when the hard floor collided with it harshly. How dare you? He said in a low, dangerous voice. What the hell do you want? I shouted in frustration while my angry tears started spilling out. Don't fucking show me this attitude, butterfly, he said while staring right into my eyes. A gasp left my mouth when he grabbed my hair from behind and pushed my face toward his. Don't fucking show me this attitude ever again, Maya. The kitty you were playing with has a disease. Hugging her wasn't enough for you that you decided to kiss her, ignoring my words. I hate you. Cutting off his words, I let it out, and he stopped before pulling my hair harshly. Say this again, and I'm gonna fucking kill you, he said angrily in a low tone. I hate you, I said again, and before I could react, he pulled me into a harsh kiss. His teeth grabbed my lips in a tight hold, injuring them, while his tongue roamed around my mouth. Then, Placing his teeth on my chin, he grabbed the flesh of my skin, giving it a bite, then, sliding to my neck, he did the same and kept doing it while I kept whimpering in pain. "The things you make me do, Maya," he whispered and walked away, ignoring me, while I remained standing there. "Take a bath. We are going home," he said loudly, and tears started spilling from my eyes. Wiping them harshly, I walked towards the washroom, not caring if it was dark or not, but to be glad it wasn't this time. Looking around, I saw a big torch there, which was lighting up the whole washroom. I washed myself fully, keeping the kitty's disease in my mind, and wore my clothes back again. Closing the door, I got out and walked towards Reyes. My wet hair kept touching my back, wetting the fabric of my tee, causing my body to feel shivers of cold. I didn't say anything, just stood before him with his marks on my neck. Getting up, he glanced me up and down, then walked forward. His hand was about to touch mine to hold when I stepped away and took my hand back. He fisted his hand but said nothing and started walking. I followed him with small steps, and when we reached near the car, he pushed the door open for me to sit. I did without sparing a glance at him. Closing the door harshly, he moved away and sat in his seat. Starting the car. The ride home was silent, except for the sound Reyes was creating from stomping his feet on the trunk. My eyes just stared at the outside view, not wanting to have him in front of me now, yet all my attention was on him. His hands were tightly holding the steering wheel, his veins popping out. He kept taking deep breaths to hold himself back from saying something, but I didn't care. Not letting out my voice was the only option I saw, so I kept ignoring him. The view out of my side was plain, nothing too attractive, but just plain, yet I kept looking at it like it was the best view of my life. I had to ignore him. The car stopped in front of a shop. Reyes opened the door, and I just sat there, but my eyes followed his movements. He walked inside. I didn't want to follow him, so I rested my back on the seat and closed my eyes. Minutes passed, and then he came. Unlocking the door, he sat in his seat. I could hear the sounds but didn't dare to open my eyes, until something touched my neck. The cool sensation I felt made me look at him. There he was, applying medicine to the wound he created. My eyes stared into his while his remained down, focusing on it. When he was done, he picked out a concealer from his pocket and opened the cap. Tapping a small amount gently, he finally looked into my eyes. "Sorry," he whispered, and I broke eye contact, looking in front, ignoring the word he had just spelled out. Ignoring the way my heart suddenly started beating at maximum speed. Reyes is confusing. Biting my lips, I controlled myself from saying something. I just sat there silently. The evening wind was making sounds against the glass, playing the soft music of nature. When we reached near my houseway, I took a glance at Reyes' same arrogant posture, jaw clenched, tight hold on the steering wheel. After that one word, he was silent, just like me. Twisting the steering wheel, he finally stopped, and as his eyes were about to catch me, I quickly looked away. I gulped and started opening my seatbelt. Opening the door slowly, I unknowingly waited for him to say something, but when he didn't, closing the door, finally, I got out. Turning my back to him, I walked towards my home. Pressing the bell, I again looked back. He was still there, looking at me with those dangerous eyes of his. The door clicked open, and my attention quickly went back there. Mom was standing with a smile. I reverted the smile and got in. "Did Reyes drop you?" Mom asked, and I hummed. "You should have invited him inside," Mom said, and I looked at her and then replied, "He is busy." "Did you two fight?" Mom asked, and I ignored her words, walking upstairs quickly and sitting on the bed. "Maya, you have to understand that relationships are not that easy. You have to maintain them," Mom said loudly. "What relationship? We didn't have one from the start." "He is nothing but a bully," I sat, ignoring her words, and then finally walked inside the washroom. After getting all freshened up, I dressed myself in comfy pajamas. I was about to lie down on my bed when someone knocked on the door. "Mom," I sighed and got up tiredly. Opening the door, I saw Victor standing in front of me. "Yes," I said awkwardly, and he just looked at me for a second before saying, "Can I come in?" he asked, and I stared at him up and down before opening the door fully. "Yes," I said in a slow voice. He came inside and looked around. I followed him and then stopped a few feet away. "Maya," he called, and I hummed, letting out a small yes. "I am sorry," he let out, and I saw Reyes' reflection suddenly appearing in front of my eyes. For what, I asked. Turning towards me, he looked into my eyes. I didn't mean to do all that, but you know, sometimes it's just hard to control emotions. I had this feeling for you for a very long time, Maya. Just by seeing your pictures, I would always tell myself that one day, when we met, I would make you mine. And after all this, suddenly seeing you in a relationship with him just made me feel angry and sad. He explained, and I just looked at him. A sudden uncomfortable feeling came inside my heart. I didn't know what to say or how to make some changes. This conversation was making me feel guilty and desperate to make him leave this room. I am sorry. I'm really sorry, he said, and I gulped before letting out. It's okay. I cursed myself for stuttering. No, really, I am sorry, Maya. I shouldn't have made you uncomfortable, he said, and I nodded my head like I understood what he was saying. It's okay, Reyes. Victor. I forgive you. It's okay. That wasn't your fault, I said quickly while my heartbeat quickened. I was about to say his name. Why is he the only thing I can remember now? Why does he make my heart feel like this? Victor hummed and turned towards the door, taking a few steps. I let out a shaky breath, composing myself. When suddenly, he turned again towards me. Can we be friends, Maya? He asked, and I panicked. Yeah, sure, I said, stuttering, and a wide smile appeared on his lips. He shook his head while biting his lips to control the smile. Turning towards the door, he finally left, and I walked towards the door, closing it softly. My back touched the door, and heavy breaths started leaving my mouth. Closing my eyes, I let myself calm down before walking towards the bed. Today was tiring. Lying on the bed, I took the phone from the drawer and set an alarm clock to study after a quick nap. Closing my eyes, I waited for sleep to engulf me, and it did, quicker than usual. The cold wind kept making small noises. The small smell of mud was so comforting. Maybe the neighborhood uncle was washing his car. The warmth of my blanket was peaceful. The dream I was having was blank, letting me fall deeper into sleep. My eyes opened when the alarm rang. Slowly taking in the bright light from the ceiling, I turned towards the side of the window and looked outside, and as expected, it was dark. The night looked beautiful and cold. Oh, I kept the window open. I was about to turn to the right side to get up when suddenly I felt something hard touching my back. Quickly getting up, I looked to the right. My eyes widened, looking at Reyes sitting cross-legged on my bed. Reyes, I said while looking at him with a confused expression. What are you doing here? I asked, looking at him while blinking. He didn't say anything and started shifting his position, slowly placing his head on my thighs. He lay down, surprising me with his gesture. Reyes. I called his name again, and he turned his face towards my stomach. I am sorry, he whispered and wrapped his arms around my waist, nuzzling. I was speechless, yet I wanted to say something or shout at him, tell him to leave right now, but feeling his calm breath against my stomach made me stop. I am sorry, butterfly, he said again, and I unknowingly hummed. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath before calling his name. Reyes. He hummed and rubbed his face like a toddler. It's late. Why did you come here in this dark? I asked, placing both my hands on the bed, supporting my upper weight on them. I was trying to get a little away from Reyes, but he just moved with me. Wanted to say sorry. He spoke so softly, like he was trying to melt me with his voice. Why? I asked, not understanding his desperation to say one sorry, his desperation to come here all the way, in this cold night, just to say this one word. Maya. He said my name before turning his face so he could look at me. I looked at his movements until our eyes met. His hands slowly reached my cheeks, caressing them softly, and then suddenly, he grabbed my face, pulling me down into a kiss. So soft like cotton candy, sweet yet melting perfectly inside the mouth. His lips rubbed their soft pink skin on mine, his saliva letting them slip so effortlessly. The warmth of his mouth and mine created a soft heat inside my body, pulling out with a small suck. He broke the kiss. My face was still so close to him. My eyes remained on his eyes while his remained on my lips. I can't endure your ignorance. I felt like everything was crumbling inside me. I wanted to shout just to remove this feeling or beat someone up, but most of all, I wanted to kiss these lips of yours. I wanted your attention. This has never happened to me, Maya. I never craved anyone's attention, then why are you making me crave you so desperately? He said, and my lips trembled. My eyes fluttered. His gaze was intense. I wanted his eyes to meet mine to see what his words were doing to me, how I was reacting to them, but his eyes just stared at my lips. Moving my face closer, my eyes looked at his face, taking in every detail. I could see our silhouette so close in the mirror it looked like a beautiful picture. Closing my eyes, I erased everything from my mind. My heart started beating crazily. The warmth of his breath touched my chin as I kept moving little by little closer to him, and finally, I felt that softness again. He was still, and I hated it. Moving my hands, I placed them on his collar, grabbing it tightly. I pulled him up and opened my eyes. Making just a little space between his lips and mine, I said, "Kiss me back." And he did. I was pulled into a desperate, harsh, and hungry kiss. It made me feel the craving he was talking about. Sucking my lips again and again, he moved his tongue inside. I tried to move mine too, matching the pace. He groaned, and I moaned between the kiss. It felt like a sin that I shouldn't have committed, yet I was doing it because it was him. Because he could make me do all the bad things. Because his eyes could control me. Because his words could make me move against my will. Giving a large suck with a plop sound, he grabbed my hair from the back and pulled me up, away from his face. Getting up without letting go of my hair, sitting on his knees, he moved close to me, and I looked at him with my teary eyes while breathing heavily. "It's painful," I said, trying to grab his hand, which was painfully gripping my hair. "It's painful me too, butterfly," he said, and I looked at him, confused. Moving his face near mine, he touched my forehead with his. His dark eyes stared at me like a hungry wolf. "I want to rip all those clothes on our bodies that are keeping me away from you. I can't bear even an inch of distance between us. I want your body close to mine. I want our breaths mingling just like this. I want you so close to me that even if thousands of people try to pull me away, I remain just as close to you. I want you, Maya, like I have never wanted anyone. I want you, butterfly, like we are one body with two souls. And here, I am not asking you, I am telling you, from this moment onwards, you belong to me, and I belong to you." Reyes said all those things, and I heard every word clearly. My heart raced while my mind asked, "Is this right? What is going on with me? He is the person who hurt me before and can hurt me anytime, too. Then why are his words pulling me like a magnet?" Something warm dropped from my eyes, and I knew I was crying again. But this time, I didn't know why. Reyes's intense eyes never left me. Were they waiting for me to say something or do something? But I didn't know what to say or what to do. "Maya, let me make this relationship real," he said, and I wanted to say no, you can't, but his lips touched my teary eyes and then moved to my lips, stealing the words from my mouth. Sliding his lips down toward my neck, he stopped near my collarbone and placed his lips on it. "I can't bear to be away from this, Maya," he said, licking my skin, making shivers run down my body as the cold wind from the window passed over the wet spot. Then, pulling away from me, he was gone. Just like that, my body didn't move. I could feel his hold on me. I could feel how his lips lingered on mine. I could feel how his tongue had roamed all over me. I was silent, yet there was a storm raging inside me, making me feel breathless. Dropping my body onto the bed, I curled up and closed my eyes. Silent tears kept falling from my eyes, and I never knew the answer to why. The morning came just in front of my eyes, which were open from the time he left. Getting up, I walked inside the washroom and got freshened up. Wearing a soft purple tee, pairing it with white wide pants, I walked downstairs. Mom was placing the breakfast. I passed her a soft smile and wished good morning, then to everyone, including Victor. Not like always, today I ate slowly, because today I didn't want to see him. Today I just didn't want to meet him. I needed space, away from him. After Dad and Victor left, I waited because he had told Mom and Dad that he would be the one to pick me up from now on. But when he didn't come, I guessed that he would have forgotten and was still waiting for me outside, so, getting up, I walked towards the door. Putting my feet into the white sneakers, I walked out and looked towards the spot where Reyes would usually park his car. And yes, my guess was right, he was there. I took 2 steps and then paused. "I don't wanna go." Taking my steps towards the garden, I peeked at him from behind the big concrete wall, and then the door opened, and I got scared. He would come here. Quickly taking out the phone from my backpack, I called him, but why? I didn't know. Reyes. I called his name when the call got picked up. I am. I am. What is it, Maya? He said, and I gulped, hearing the cold tone. I am in college. I said and slowly peeked at him. Even from the distance, I could see the big frown, and when he suddenly looked in my direction, I hid, breathing heavily. I waited. You are in college? I heard him say that too loudly, and I trembled. Yes. Dad dropped me. He didn't say anything, and I peeked again, just to see him slamming the door and getting inside before driving the car away. Biting my lips, I closed my eyes. What I just did. If he didn't find me there, shit. Walking out from the house, I walked towards the way to college but again stopped. It's okay. Nothing will happen. I told myself before taking out the mask. Covering my face, I turned towards a different side. With each step, I took small deep breaths. The morning sun felt peaceful. My steps made noise after hitting the concrete road. The neighborhood was silent and empty, which I loved because I was scared to run into someone. When I reached the small park, I looked at it from the distance. There were some people walking and running, even some kids, so shaking my head, I started walking again. Soon, a small smile came on my lips after looking at the old uncle on the road who was helping his wife, who was tired from walking, to take just a few steps more. Moving on, I looked around and then back. I was far away from my home now. I knew the way till here, but the idea of exploring more ways didn't seem bad, right? So I kept walking, sometimes in different small streets. The flowers were blooming and glowing in the sun. I could hear the giggles of children who were bicycling, and then I saw a small cafe that looked beautiful, like one in a dream. I couldn't resist myself and walked there. The small bell rang, indicating that someone had entered. It was empty, but there was a guy at the counter who quickly came to greet me. I gulped, and said a small, awkward hello, replying to him. He looked awkward too. For once, I thought to turn and run, but then. Actually, I do open the cafe after 9, but as you are here, please make yourself comfortable. I nodded my head and walked towards the small, cute table near the glass window. He asked me if I wanted something, and I asked him for water and a coffee. He came with a water glass and then was gone to prepare coffee. I placed the bag on the next chair and opened it. Taking out one book and a notebook, I placed them on the table. Removing the mask slowly, I picked up the glass of water and gulped it down. Taking out some pens, I covered the whole table with my books and started preparing for my upcoming exam. The small birds chirping around were like motivational background music, telling me to study, so I did. Forgetting everything, I gave myself time to study. A few minutes passed, and then he came, stopping just near my table. I looked up, and then he went frozen. I called him, but he didn't move, and then with a small, embarrassed cough, he moved. Placing the cup on the small remaining space, he smiled. I don't see you often here, he said, and I looked up at him again. I didn't want to answer, but I also didn't want to come across as a rude person, so I answered. Just doesn't like traveling a lot. Oh. Must be introverted. He said excitedly with a gasp before smiling widely and sitting on the chair in front of me. I blinked and then started focusing on my coffee. You know, I am introverted too, and blah blah. He kept saying so much. Introverted? Yeah sure. I just remained silent, wanting him to finish so he could leave. When he didn't, I placed the cup near him. He frowned and chuckled. Shaking his head, he picked it up and walked away. I again resumed my work. I didn't know how much time had passed, but in those hours, I got to know every detail about him. His name was Addie. He loved baking. He had a grandma named Susie. His parents lived in another country and couldn't accept his love for baking, so he ran away. In those moments, I just didn't say anything, just listened without looking at him. I was a little tired when suddenly a large glass of lemonade was placed in front of me. I looked up and saw him smiling at me. You must be tired, he said, and I let out a small thank you. And then he again sat near me. I first closed the books and placed them inside the backpack again as I was done with my study. Then, sitting straight, I grabbed the straw, slid it towards me, and took a sip, while he was staring and smiling. Don't people come here? I asked, looking around the empty cafe, and he stopped smiling. Well, they all come after 12. And I hummed, focusing my eyes again on the lemonade. It was tasty. Do you like? He was about to ask when we both heard the small ring of the bell and looked behind towards the door. He quickly got up and ran to greet while I stood up with wide eyes. Reyes. I could feel the small hairs on my body rising. He was here. He was here, looking at me with those dark eyes. His expression was blank, making me scared. I stumbled, and the chair made a small creak. Addie, who was just near 2 feet away from him, looked back and then asked. Are you okay? I couldn't let out a word. My eyes widened when I looked at Reyes. They were angry, scary, and hurt. Addie turned and looked at him and then again. He was about to look at me after seeing how Reyes' eyes were staring at me, but before he could, a hard punch was thrown into his face, and a scream left from my mouth. Reyes. Addie was thrown into the tables, making them fall. My eyes went teary. I am sorry. I said. Reyes ignored those words and took a step toward Addie, grabbing his tea along with the brown apron he was wearing. He pulled him up before throwing his body on the floor. When I heard the painful groan and cries of Addie, I went numb, his face started to get bloody, and when I saw it, my legs felt like they were losing all their strength. Reyes' eyes turned to me, and I saw red in them. He took heavy steps toward me, but Addie suddenly grabbed his leg, and Reyes stopped. His eyes stared into mine, and suddenly, a loud cry left from my mouth when I saw him kicking Addie harshly on the face with the same foot he was holding. I had fallen to the ground. My knees felt the harsh blow of the hard floor then. I am sorry. I cried, this time not saying it to Reyes but to Addie. I did this, I knew, yet I hurt him. Reyes walked toward me and grabbed my hair tightly, pulling me up onto my feet. You did bad, Maya. I hate lies. He said and pulled me toward him. His hold on my hair left, and he grabbed my wrist tightly, pulling me along with him. He picked up my backpack with his other hand and dragged me outside. Please call the ambulance. He is bleeding. I said, trembling and crying. A chuckle left from his mouth, and I flinched. Leaving my hand, he opened the door of his car, which was in front of us now, and pushed me inside the back seat. Locking the door, he walked toward the driving seat and started the car. Reyes. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I am sorry. I will never do this again. I said again and again, looking at his back, but all my pleas were ignored. After a few minutes, he stopped the car with a loud jerk and went out, leaving me in the car. My eyes followed him outside. He walked back and forth before taking out a cigarette. Burning it up, he inhaled it. Don't. Those words unknowingly left from my mouth after seeing him take that harmful stick toward his mouth. A louder cry left from my mouth. Turning my head, I rested it on the seat, taking both of my legs up. I curled myself up. I am sorry. I mumbled. Minutes passed, and it was burning hot. The sun was harsh, making the inside of the car suffocating. Reyes was still outside, sitting on one of the fallen trees. We were in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing except trees. Placing my face on my knees, I turned my head toward Reyes. He was silent, and I was too. His back was facing me, but I wanted him to look at me. I wanted to know what he was feeling now. Yet, I was scared. Not of him, but his anger. Small tears again started leaving my eyes silently, remembering what I had done today. I closed my eyes softly, trying to keep those tears inside, and then after 2 seconds, opened them again just to see him looking at me. The car's window felt like a window that made the distance between us. I didn't know if I was liking this distance or hating it. He just stared at me, just like me, and no one came closer. A tear again left from my eyes, and I moved my lips, whispering a sorry, wanting him to read them. He stared at me before getting up. He came toward the car and opened the door. Sitting inside the driving seat again, he started the car. Silence engulfed us. I remained in the same position, my head leaned against the window. My tears kept pouring, but not a small sniff left from my side. The car was parked softly this time. Our university. Get out. He said, and my eyes widened. Biting my lips, I stopped the choked cry that was desperate to leave my mouth. I said, get the fuck out, Maya. He shouted, and I flinched badly. The cry I was holding back started pouring out loudly. I cried, trying to grab the door handle before unlocking the car with my trembling hands. I looked at him again, but he didn't. He didn't spare a glance at me. I am sorry, I said again. Get out. The coldness in those words made me feel empty. I got out with my trembling legs. My backpack was thrown out of the window toward the ground, and with a loud screech, he drove the car back before turning it and leaving. Reyes! I called, but he didn't listen. He never listened. I said sorry. I said sorry. I kept talking to myself while crying. The bell rang, and I stumbled, picking my bag up. Walking with small steps, I walked inside the university. I could see some students glancing toward me, and it made me feel more scared. When I reached near the washroom, I went inside it. Washing my face softly, I let out cries when I felt students coming inside. I quickly walked into the small compartment and locked it from inside. Sitting on the closed toilet seat, I made my cries quieter. Time passed, and some students even knocked on my door, but when I didn't answer, they left. Again, a lecture passed just like before, and then again, but my feet didn't move. I just sat there, and then suddenly, I felt something, a small pain inside my stomach before feeling the wetness down there. Widening my eyes, I panicked. Periods. Quickly, I got out and started looking for sanitary pads, but there was nothing. I searched my backpack and found nothing. I looked at the mirror and slowly turned back. I could see the red stain on my white pants. I couldn't go outside, so I waited until the last bell rang, and this time, no one came here. I was scared. Quickly fumbling through my backpack, I picked out my phone and called. The phone rang for a long time, and then a beep sound came. A cry left from my mouth. I tried again, and this time, the call was picked up. The first thing that left from my mouth was, "I am sorry." And the call was cut again. I called again, crying. My fingers kept trembling in fear. "Please." The rings kept ringing at least 5 times, and I heard his irritated voice. "Stop, Maya. Help." The word left my mouth along with a cry, and I heard the beep sound again. I gasped before completely breaking into cries. My hands trembled as I tried again, and again, but he didn't pick up. My breath turned shallow. The cold air around me wasn't helping. It felt suffocating. The phone slipped from my hand, falling onto the tiled floor with a soft thud, but I couldn't even bother picking it up. My fingers curled into fists, my body curled into itself as I let the silent cries shake me from within. I got up slowly, dragging my feet toward the door, my heart hammering inside my ribcage as if it would burst out any second. Peeking out slightly, I saw guys loitering around the corridor in groups, their laughter echoing off the walls. Some girls were there too, standing with them, talking, giggling, lost in their own world, too far away to notice me. So, I stepped inside again. Then, suddenly, my phone rang. My breath hitched. My blurred, teary vision searched for the device. Hands shaking, I reached for it blindly, barely able to see the screen, and pressed the green button without a second thought, bringing the phone close to my ear. "Where are you?" His voice came through, deep, cold, demanding. A loud cry left my mouth before I could stop it. My body shook, my shoulders trembling as I bit down on my lips hard, trying to stifle the sobs. I saw some students looking towards the washroom, their whispers increasing. Panicked, I quickly hid beside the wall. "Washroom, ground floor." I stuttered, my voice barely above a whisper. My throat felt raw. My stomach twisted in knots. The beep sound echoed, and the call disconnected. Within minutes, I heard loud gasps coming from outside. My breath hitched again when I heard footsteps. That familiar, firm gait. My hands clutched the hem of my tee, and my heart pounded harder, the sound echoing inside my ears. I could recognize those footsteps now, and the realization alone made my eyes sting again. Standing at the door, he knocked softly. My fingers curled around the handle, hesitating, before I opened the door slowly. My vision was blurry, but even through the haze of my tears, I could see him. "Reyes." I looked at him, crying, sniffling loudly, my body weak and trembling. My hands, almost instinctively, lifted in the air, reaching for him, begging him to take me into his arms, to hold me, to let me know I wasn't alone, but he didn't. He just stood there, unmoving. So I walked towards him instead, my legs barely carrying me as I wrapped my arms around his waist, burying my face into his chest. "What help, Maya?" he asked, his voice void of warmth. I whimpered, my hands fisting his shirt as I nuzzled against him, my cheek pressing against his chest, wetting his black tea, making it darker. Periods. I mumbled, my voice trembling. He didn't say anything. Not a single word. Instead, he pulled away from me and stepped inside, his sharp eyes scanning the washroom. My stomach dropped in fear, and before he could see the stain, I quickly pressed my back against the door, hiding it from his view. His jaw clenched. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he exhaled through his nose before turning around and walking away. My breath caught in my throat. My chest squeezed painfully. My legs moved on their own as I ran behind him, forgetting everything, just needing him to not walk away. He stopped abruptly, turning towards me, his eyes sharp, unreadable. A small scoff left his lips. Then suddenly, he removed his tea. My breath hitched. I watched as he took slow steps towards me and without a word, wrapped it around my waist, securing it with the long sleeves. My throat went dry, but before I could say anything, he picked me up in a bridal style and walked inside the washroom again. "Where is your bag?" he asked, his voice still cold. I looked at him silently before answering. He crouched down with me, picked my bag up from the toilet seat, and then walked outside. My ears buzzed. I could hear the whispers around me, but I didn't care. I couldn't see anything except him. Softly, I placed my head against his bare chest, my fingers lightly grabbing his shoulder. "I am sorry," I whispered. He didn't reply. I broke into cries again. He placed me inside the passenger seat and drove in silence. "I am sorry," I repeated, but he didn't listen. He didn't even spare me a glance. When we reached home, he opened the door for me. But I didn't get out. I stayed, looking at him. Waiting. Hoping. "I am sorry," I said again. He crouched down, grabbed my arm, and pulled me out with a little force, making me stand outside. Then, without another word, he walked toward the driver's seat. "I am sorry," I shouted. But he just sat inside and drove away. My backpack hung low in my hands. His tea still covered my waist. Walking inside my house, I went straight to my room and fell onto my bed. The cries started again, unstoppable, uncontrollable. Minutes passed. Hours, maybe. My lips kept murmuring a soft sorry into the silence of my room. Slowly, I walked towards the washroom. Showering. Applying a pad. My body felt numb. The whole day passed. The whole night. But today, my mind, my heart, my mouth spoke only one name. Reyes. Sleep refused to come. My eyes stayed on the window, searching for his car, for him. And for a moment, I thought I saw him, standing there, looking at me. But when I blinked, he wasn't there. I wanted him there. I wanted him to see me. I wanted him to hold me. A drop of water from the sky touched my skin. The coldness made me shiver. The rain started pouring on the concrete road, and with it, silent tears fell from my eyes. The thunder roared, shaking the sky. And I cried out loud. I have fallen. Fallen for him. For the person I wanted to stay away from. For the person I feared. This isn't love. It can't be love, but then why does it feel like he owns me? Why does it feel like I belong to him and only him? The raw emotions he makes me feel. Can't be love. The night went, and morning came. Picking up the backpack, I walked out from the house, and I saw nothing. His car wasn't there. He wasn't there. Maybe he is late, I said to myself, but then the door opened. "You are still here," Victor said, looking at me, and I nodded my head. "Reyes. Come, I will drop you," he said, and I shook my head in denial. "He will come, he is just late." Victor hummed and stood there for seconds before going towards his bike and driving away. He left. Minutes passed, and the door opened again. Dad came out. "What are you doing here, Maya?" Dad asked. "Where is Reyes?" he asked again, and I sniffed before replying. "He is just late." Dad hummed and kissed my forehead before bidding a small bye. I stayed rooted in my place, waiting for him. He didn't come, not even after an hour. Taking steps towards the way of the university, I walked. Each step made me tear up. He is cruel. He is a monster. He had hurt everyone. He had hurt you. Then why? Why? I didn't know the answer to this. No one did. Why do we feel love for a person? No one knew the answer. No one had ever answered this question. There are reasons, but love doesn't demand reasons. Reaching the university, I sat inside the class, but my eyes didn't look at the board. They looked for Reyes, who didn't came to take me today. He wasn't present here, yet I wanted to see him here near me. The bell rang, and my eyes searched all over the canteen, but he was nowhere to be found. I found myself back at my home. My hands grabbed the phone tightly, and I again pressed the call button. The rings kept going, but he didn't pick up. I am sorry. I typed a small message and curled myself in bed, waiting for the reply, waiting to hear his voice for once. The next day came. I got up and walked towards the window. My eyes stared at the spot where his car should be parked, but it wasn't there. I knew today was a holiday, yet I waited for his car. Standing there like a fool, I waited. He is not talking to me. He is ignoring me. Getting down, I ate breakfast silently when Victor called me. Maya, are you listening? He asked, and I hummed while focusing on my food. Let's go shopping today, he said, and I hummed again without even listening. I sat on the bed while my mom started ruffling the closet. Taking out a long red dress, she threw it on the bed and told me to change, and I did. She started doing my hair. Once done, she started applying a small amount of makeup on my face, and I let her do it. Suddenly, the bell rang, and she went down hurriedly. Maya. I was called out loudly. Gulping a small amount of water from the water bottle, I walked downstairs. Just to get stopped in the middle. My heart thumped loudly when I saw him. My throat felt the pain. He stood there, looking at my mom, smiling while placing a bouquet in her hand. Mom smiled and turned towards me. Look at me, please, Reyes. I begged inside, but he didn't. Mom came with fast steps towards me and grabbed my shoulder, pushing me towards him. She made me stand in front of him. He looked down at my hand before looking at my mom. Thank you, Auntie. He said and grabbed my hand, making my breath hitch. I looked at his hand and then at his eyes, which still didn't see me. Taking steps towards the door, he took me, and I went, following his steps. He opened the door and made me sit before taking the driving seat. The silence was eating me. The ignorance was paining me, yet I couldn't say a word. His hand, which held me, was now holding the steering wheel. Not even once did he look at me. The car was parked, and he got out, opening the door. I got out too, slowly. He took a step away from me and grabbed my hand again. I walked with him inside that large mansion. Leaving my hand, he sat on the sofa in that big hall, and finally, his eyes looked at mine. His hands went inside his pocket, and he took out the phone. 73 missed calls and 1 message. I am sorry. He said while looking at me with a blank expression and then stood up. His shoes made a sound while hitting the hard floor. You are sorry, right? He asked while walking around me, and I nodded my head, letting a silent tear fall. Why? He asked. I hurt you, I replied, and he chuckled. Oh, you did, butterfly. You did so painfully, he said, and I let out the sob that was choking me. Taking steps towards him, I tried to touch him, but he stepped away. I am sorry, Reyes, I said again, trying to touch him with my hand. When he suddenly grabbed it and twisted it behind my back. My body arched as I let out a whimper of pain. I searched everywhere. I felt the fear. I felt the pain. I felt hurt. I felt betrayed. I felt empty. Everything together, Maya, when I didn't see you in your classroom. When I couldn't find you. When I understood that you had lied. When I saw you there. When I saw you with him. When I saw you talking to him. I am sorry, I said again, crying, and with a jerk, he pushed me away from him. Make me feel you're sorry. Make me understand how much sorry you are, Maya. My teary eyes looked at his. Taking a step towards him again, I stepped closer, and he took a step back. I nodded my head while letting out a small sob. Slowly crouching down, I let my knees touch the hard floor. My eyes never for once left him, while his followed me. I am sorry, Reyes. I said, looking up at him with my teary eyes. I am sorry. I promise I will never lie to you. I said again, and after that, I couldn't let my voice out. My sobs took the place of those words. I wanted to say more, yet I couldn't. He was still silent, looking at me blankly while I kept crying in front of him. When my head was about to go down, he took a step towards me. The sound echoed in the silent atmosphere. His hands touched my hair softly, and so slowly, he made my neck arch. My eyes were looking at him. Reyes stood tall in front of me. His hands left my hair and slid towards my chin. Grabbing it with very small force, he rubbed his thumb over my wet lips, and again, a sob left my mouth. This closeness. I didn't want it ever in between him and me, yet here I was. His thumb kept caressing them softly, wiping the saliva and tears together. Reyes. I called while stuttering and whimpering. Hush, no words, he said, looking at me with a frown, and I shut my mouth. Taking my lips inside my mouth, I stopped them from letting out another word. Let them out, butterfly, he said sternly in his deep voice, and my stomach churned. Obeying his command, I let them out, and he again started caressing them. Not even a word was spoken for minutes. He just kept caressing my lips. The wetness on my lips was making his thumb slide easily. Maya, he called, and I blinked. My eyes shook from left to right, looking at his eyes one by one. His thumb pushed my lower lip down before inserting his thumb inside my mouth, and I went numb. My eyes widened while he remained the same. Bending down a little, he made his face close to me before saying, "Suck them." It was a command that I couldn't follow. A whimper left my mouth when his thumb pushed my tongue. "No." I let out while crying, and he chuckled. Taking out his thumb, he stared at me before standing up straight and taking a step back. Before I could say something, he turned back and walked up towards the stairs. "Follow me," he said before walking away. Placing my hands on the floor, I pushed myself up and followed him. He stopped when we reached the first floor, and I did too. He stood near the railings and turned towards the front, looking down. "Come here," he said, and I took small steps towards him. Once I was near him, I stopped, and he turned his face towards me. His hands, which were resting on the railing, lifted up, and suddenly, with a jerk, he held my face, making me move in front of him. Now my back was touching those hard railings. "I hate you, Maya," he said, and I looked at him with a frown. Before I could say something, his hand, which was holding my face softly, went to my hair with a harsh hold, and he pulled them away from him. My body was arched on those railings, making me feel the pain in my back. I closed my eyes, feeling the harsh pain, and let out a whimper. I hate whenever someone sees you, whenever someone talks to you, whenever someone touches you. I can't endure, even your own shadow beside you, not even your parents, Maya. Reyes. Maya, let other men come close to you again, and you will see the worst. I am not a good person, Maya, not a good person. He said those words in a low, menacing voice, and I felt shivers run down my body. I want to punish you so badly. But I can't. Not when you are looking like this. Fuck. He cursed and pushed my head up before pulling me into a harsh kiss. I have become mad for you, Maya. He said between the kiss and entered his tongue inside my mouth. I knew this was wrong. Everything was wrong. He was wrong, I was wrong. Yet when his lips met mine, I felt those breaths coming back, the ones that were gone when he was angry at me. My hands clenched his shirt tightly between my fingers. My body trembled in his hold. Closing my eyes slowly, which had widened upon hearing those words, I kissed him back. I knew I was gone. Gone for his madness. Even if it kills me. Standing in his arms with our lips connected turned all the wrongs into right. I could feel his heart from the hands pressed on his chest. His one hand was behind my head, pushing me more into him, closer to him, while his other was sliding through my waist, to up, sending me goosebumps. His lips moved, sliding up and down while taking my lips between them. His tongue kept inserting my mouth, rolling over mine. Meanwhile, his hand went up near my neck, holding it from the front before pushing me away. He looked at me, and I at him while breathing heavily. He was calm, yet he was like a storm. Taking a step back, he took a long breath. "Can I touch you more?" he asked, making my breath hitch, my heartbeat fasten, and I quickly turned my back at him. Looking downwards, I pressed my hands on the railing, clutching it tightly. My breaths again became heavy. Reyes. Before I could answer, 2 arms wrapped around my waist, and his chest touched my back. all right. He whispered into my ears before turning me towards him with a jerk. His eyes again met mine. Bending his head, he placed his head on my shoulders. It's all right. I can endure it. He breathed those words heavily inside my ear, and I stilled. His hands were still placed on my waist. Maya, say sorry to me. He said softly, and I blinked. Placing my cheek on his head, I asked. Are you still angry? He didn't say anything, just took a long breath, sniffing my neck. I am sorry, Reyes. I said softly, looking at the front wall. He hummed before pulling himself away and suddenly picked me up in bridal style. Reyes. Let's go. He said and started walking while taking me, opening the door of the 5th room from the left. He made me stand before grabbing my hand and pulling me towards the balcony. The white curtains flowed beautifully, and when I stepped in from that big entrance of the balcony, I felt mesmerized. Over the glass floor, a grey couch was settled on its side, some a little longer than it. Plants were placed, filled with pretty flowers. A large LED was placed on the other side of the wall near our right, in front of the couch. Reyes pulled me towards the couch and made me sit before walking inside the room again. I looked down at my feet, and it looked like I was in the sky, not too far, yet in the sky. It was scary, at the same time beautiful. He came with a soft blanket in his hand and, on the other hand, holding some fruits. Sitting softly, he placed the blanket on the corner of the couch and suddenly grabbed me. Falling on the couch along with me, he pulled me into his arms. Our heads touched the side supporter of the sofa, and then he moved, taking his one hand away from me without removing the one which was placed on my waist. He pulled the blanket up. Pressing the buttons of 2 remotes one after another, he placed a kiss on my shoulder. I wanted this, he said, and I didn't know what to say. The coldness of the AC started falling in the balcony, touching my face, yet my body felt warm under the blanket. My body was a little away from Reyes, but his hand on my waist worked like a bridge between us. The movie started, and I was getting focused. A small laugh left my mouth when the actor, who was dead handsome, was called ugly by one of his friends. But the laugh died down when the screen suddenly went blank. Why are you not looking at me, Butterfly, Reyes suddenly said, and I frowned. Turning myself, I looked for him, but the closeness when I turned made me breathless. Didn't you play the movie to watch? I asked, confused at his words. Let's not watch it anymore, he said before pulling me into his chest tightly. Do you find him handsome? He asked suddenly. And I didn't know what to say. Answer, Butterfly, he asked again while grabbing the small strand of my hair before rolling it in his fingers. Yes, I answered truthfully, and his movements stiffened. More than me? He asked again. Yes, I answered again, and he suddenly pushed me away. I looked at his white eyes and frowned. You find that bastard more handsome than me? Are you blind, Maya? He said fastly, and a chuckle left my mouth. But you said you hate lies, I said, biting my lips to hide the loud laugh which was about to come. Ha, every girl wants this, Reyes. This body, this face, and you are telling me that he is more handsome, he said in disbelief, and my laughter died down hearing those words. Then you should have held them here. Those words left my mouth automatically. Turning my back at his, I pushed his hand off my waist and tried to be free from his grasp, but he suddenly placed half of his weight on me. Placing his face on my cheek, he grabbed my body tightly. But this Reyes wants you, Butterfly. You are heavy, I said while trying to push his body, ignoring those words, but he remained the same. Stay still, Maya, he said in a stern tone, and I stopped pushing him. I want you like I never wanted anyone, Maya. Reyes, I called while gulping at the intensity of those words. He hummed before turning me towards him and placing his lips on mine, giving them a soft suck and then leaving them. I am losing myself. Reyes, I said while closing my eyes, my voice shuddered as I took a long breath before finishing those words. Then let it loose, Maya, because I want you here, with me, near me. Sleeping in his arms felt like being surrounded by a storm, but no air could touch me when he was touching me. His heartbeat was as soft as my favorite new music, which I would listen to every time I wanted to feel nothing but peace. His hand, which was caressing my back, felt like a protective shield I never knew I needed. Reyes saying the name itself makes me feel those small tingles inside my stomach. Moving closer, I put my hand on his waist and his hand stopped moving. His heartbeat quickened, and his body started feeling warmer. A small smile came to my lips, and a hum left my mouth. I could feel him taking a deep breath and then placing his hand again on my waist. I slept just like this, in his arms. Opening my eyes, I let out a small yawn before mumbling gibberish and then rubbed my eyes. Turning my body, I tried to move when suddenly, I felt the surface behind me give way. I was about to fall when suddenly I heard the sound of fast footsteps. My back was touched by two hands, my eyes were wide open for a second before knowing who had just saved me. Without turning my head, I said, "You saved me." "Nah, I saved myself," he said before pushing me back into the sofa seat. I turned towards him and looked up at his face. "Did I sleep too much?" I said, looking at his wet hair, which looked just like after a bath. "Nah, I forgot to dry them," he said while looking at me with those dark eyes. "Did you watch me after taking the bath?" I asked, not knowing where this question even came from. He chuckled before crouching down and sat while folding his legs on the carpet. My eyes followed his movements. "I did, butterfly," he answered. "For how long?" "Control your tongue," I said, cursing at myself. 48 minutes, 13 seconds. He said suddenly, making me surprised. My eyes widened. "What? 48 minutes, 13 seconds, until you woke up, butterfly," he said again, and I was bewildered. I didn't know what to answer him. "Come closer," he said while pointing his finger at me before gesturing for me to come. I nodded my head slowly and lowered it. "You look so fucking sexy while sleeping, butterfly." "Reyes," I shouted at the shameless comment while my cheeks turned red. My tongue was out of words. What the hell did he just say? "I didn't know you were that fond of the color blue." Ha! My eyes lowered, adjusting the strap which was now on my shoulder. Quickly, getting up, I stood in front of him and ran out from the balcony to the room. "Where is the washroom?" I shouted. "On your left, my butterfly," he shouted back, and I went all red. Running towards the left, I quickly opened the door and slammed it shut. My body was warm. A smile kept coming again and again every time I tried to calm myself. "He's crazy," I said before splashing the water on my face. When I got out, I saw Reyes sitting on the bed using his phone with great concentration, and he suddenly smiled. "What are you looking at?" I unknowingly asked, and he turned towards me. "Come here," he said, and I obeyed. Walking towards him, I stood in front of him, but he held my arm, pulling me closer until his knees were touching my legs. His feet wrapped around them while his eyes stayed on my face. "See," he said, showing me his phone. It was a couple video where the man was exercising for a kiss by his wife while letting out a painful groan. I hummed, not knowing what to say. "I want a long life like this," he said suddenly, and I looked into his eyes. "Hey. With you, butterfly." And suddenly, I felt my heart race, not from a great feeling of a future with him. Fear crawled behind my back, and I felt all the shivers in my body. What about the future? Future is future, Reyes, let's keep it there, right? I will write the future of us, butterfly. There was nothing but silence which he broke. "It's getting late, let's go. I have asked your mom's permission till afternoon. Butterfly can't be a bad son-in-law, right?" he said while getting up, and I gulped the words that were coming from my mouth. "It can't be possible. Me and him, it's not possible. Future, no, he can't be my future." Taking my hands in his, he walked, and I walked behind him. The car ride was silent. I sat just looking down. I didn't want to see why Reyes was driving so fast, why he was beating the car floor with his shoes, why he kept making with scoff sounds again and again. The car, with a loud slip, stopped near my house and my heartbeat stopped. I didn't look up, not even once. I just waited. "What the fuck is the problem, Maya?" he said while gritting his teeth, and I didn't know the answer. Or maybe I did, but I didn't want to tell. "Answer me, Maya," he said, his voice holding so much anger in it. I gulped, wanting to answer, yet not wanting to. "Fucking answer me, Maya," he shouted suddenly, and I flinched with a response. "Future with you." He, with a quick movement, started the car again and drove it at full speed. The twists and turns of the road started making my stomach churn, and before I could say something, the car stopped in an empty alley. Removing his seatbelt hurriedly, he turned towards me while his dark eyes looked into my scared ones. "Tell me." He took a deep breath to calm himself before completing. "What about it?" I shivered with the intensity of those words. It was like he was controlling everything in him. "Reyes." I stumbled on my words. "Fucking tell me at once, Maya." He shouted again and I flinched, a whimper left from my mouth. "We can't be like that," I said while looking down, clenching my dress tightly. "Can't be like what?" he asked, grabbing my hand which was on my dress tightly. "Like them. There is no future of us together." Closing my eyes tightly, I let it all out in one. I didn't have the strength to look up after that. His hold on my hand loosened, and then there was silence in the car. He moved away from me, sitting straight and looked at the front, before saying just a word. "Why?" he asked, and taking a long breath I answered while, removing the thought of him, hurting me again. "I don't love you," I said, trying to make the reason. "Oh butterfly, your love is not needed when I love you," he replied. "No, love is needed from both the sides," I said again, trying to make him understand. "It will be needed, if my love has something to lack," he said, and I was about to say something, but he cut me off with a look that froze the air between us. "When I love, Maya, it consumes. It devours logic, burns through reason, and drowns everything else. You don't understand. No one else can love you when I do. My love doesn't leave space for tenderness or choice. It's a storm that swallows your name, your soul, your will. And you don't get to not love me. Because when I love you, even you won't be allowed to love yourself without me. So go ahead, say you don't love me, it wouldn't matter. You must know this. I will still love you with a madness that bends fate, and there won't be a corner of this world untouched by it. When I said I will write our future, I mean I don't care whose blood will be splattered, where the storm named Reyes will come, I will have you no matter what. Our future is together. I will write our future together. Reyes. I can't be with you," I said again, but when he turned, my mouth was shut. His eyes held the darkness in them which scared me. "Tell me one reason which can stop me from loving you," he said, looking into my eyes. His hands moved to touch me, but before he could, the reason was out from my mouth. "Because I am scared of you." And his hand stopped, while his eyes just looked at mine. "Because you keep hurting me," I said again and looked down before looking up once again into those dark eyes. "Because you had hurt me." The sun was getting down, each second made my heart fasten. Reyes hadn't said a word after that. His eyes just stared at mine and mine couldn't look away. It was like he had commanded me to not move them away. His hands' veins were bursting with the force he was clenching his fist. Mine was kept grabbing the cloth in my fist. My brain was telling me to do nothing but move away from him, yet my body wasn't giving any reaction to the command. It felt like he was controlling me without a word. He moved, sitting straight on his seat and started the car. I really wanted to ask, I really wanted to, but I was scared. The car speed was slower than usual. Taking the U-turn, he again moved the car towards the house and I knew he was taking me home. The car stopped and he unlocked the door without getting out. I grabbed the handle and pushed it open. I took out the right foot and placed it on the road when I heard, "I will change." My heart stopped, my body stiffened, my hand fisted the door handle. I didn't look back, I couldn't. I felt his hand moving towards me. "You can't." Those words quickly left from my mouth before he could again control me. I moved, taking steps away. I quickly got out from the car and left, with no glance at him, not turning back to him, nothing. The sound of the car roar after I got inside the door echoed near the area. I stumbled on my own feet. Before I could fall, I was held by someone. "Are you okay?" he said, and I knew the voice. Moving my hand a little away. "Yes, just got unbalanced." He hummed and took his hands back. I moved away, taking steps towards the stairs when I heard him saying, "You look beautiful." Closing my eyes before opening them again, I replied with a small thank you and took quick steps towards my room. I changed my clothes and sat on the bed. Today, there was nothing inside me, no tears, no hurt, no happiness, nothing. It was blank. It was weird. I tried to remove those talks, his eyes, his face away from my thoughts, but yet he was there, just silent. This silence was awkward, making me feel something clenching in my stomach, a very weird feeling called empty. Walking near the window, I sat near it, looking at the roadside. My eyes kept moving where Reyes's car would have been parked every day, before staying there. I didn't say, I didn't cry, I didn't feel, I just stayed there, taking a seat on that window. The wind started to get cold, the sun started turning orange, and soon it got drawn into the sky, making the darkness of night appear. A knock on my door disrupted me. A call was there to eat dinner, and I refused, telling that I have eaten with him. Without opening the door, after that, there was nothing. I just stayed, resting my back. The weather turned colder, and then the rain appeared, splattering the cold water drops on my face, waking me up from that emptiness, and I finally moved near my bed. Laying down, I let myself rest, closing my eyes. The morning appeared colder than usual. My eyes blinked, looking at the water drops falling on the road with fast speed. It was raining. My body felt too weak. I was feeling thirsty for water. The morning chill was sending me shivers. Getting up with a lot of strength, I moved up and took small steps towards the door. Today, the distance between the door and my bed felt farther. Opening the door, I moved towards the stairs and started getting down, but suddenly my vision got blurry. Before I could take a step, I felt the floor beneath me turning into air, and I fell. My head was hit with a hard wall beside me, and I let out a loud whimper of pain. I heard Mom calling my name too loudly, and after that, everything was black. My body ached as I tried to move. My body was burning. Trying to open my eyes forcefully, which kept getting closed, I looked up. The ceiling with lights came into view, and then slowly I tried to move my head when a pain in my head made me cry. My hands quickly moved an instinct to touch where the pain was, and I felt the cloth wrapped on that. "Don't, you are injured," I heard Victor's voice and then felt the warmth against my hand. "What happened?" I asked. "You are having a fever and an injured head," he said with a low chuckle. "You just love to hurt everyone, right?" he said, and I frowned. Closing my eyes, I moved my hand away from his, but he again grabbed it, this time tighter. "Don't hurt yourself again, Maya, because it hurts me too," he said before leaving my hand. I let out a small sigh, and after a few seconds, my mom, dad, and little brother walked in. "What did you say to Victor?" Mom asked with a frown on her face. "Your daughter is injured, and you are asking about him," I said, looking at her with a small pout. She shook her head and moved towards me. Sitting on the side of the bed, she placed her hand on my head and started caressing it. "You scared us there. Your dad has lost the strength to lift you up. It's good that Victor was there. He picked you up and ran. I never saw him like this, Maya. What is with him? Do you think that's the place to talk about it, dear wifey?" Dad said, cutting her in the middle. Evan ran towards me and stood straight. "Is it paining?" he asked with a pout. "Nah, how can it hurt when my superhero is here?" I said, and he looked down. "But I couldn't even lift you up," he said, and I chuckled. "Are you calling me heavy?" I said. "Well, you are heavy," he said with a teasing smile, and I looked at my dad before letting out a whine. "Dad. Okay, let's go out. Let her rest for a few minutes. Then we are going home." I hummed and closed my eyes. Mom stayed near me, sitting on the side of the bed. "Your phone kept ringing," she said, and I hummed, letting her know that I was listening. When I looked at the screen, it showed Reyes's name there, Maya. "Did you two have a fight?" she said, and I didn't answer. "I won't ask why. It's your first relationship, and I'm letting you handle all the things yourself because it's the matter of the heart. I'm just letting you know that we are here whenever you want a shoulder to lean on," she said, and I hummed, holding her hand. After that, there was silence for a few minutes, but my heart spoke just one name in that silence. Reyes. 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 Like it was a spell which I had to say, or I would lose my breath. Dad, Victor, and Evan came together. Victor was holding the medicine bag, which he gave to Evan before moving towards me. Holding my arm, he started supporting me to walk, and I let him. Walking towards the car, I heard, "You are still burning from high fever, Maya." And I hummed. Sitting inside the car beside Victor felt unknown. Mom and Dad were sitting in front, while Evan, Victor, and I sat in the back. The car started. The rain was still going on. Victor moved his hand towards mine and placed it on mine softly. I didn't move. There was no strength in my body left to move. The car stopped. Taking out the umbrella from the back, Victor gave it to Mom, Dad, and Evan and held one. Mom got out from the car, then Dad. Opening the door for us, while Mom opened the door for Evan, Victor got out first and quickly walked towards where Dad was standing. Letting Dad aside, he moved his hand towards me to grab. I grabbed it slowly and walked out. He quickly moved the umbrella over me without thinking of himself getting wet and grabbed my arm. We were walking near the house when I heard Mom say rather loudly, "Reyes." And my feet stopped. My heart quickened. I felt my breaths getting fast. My body shivered. Slowly looking up, I saw him standing in the rain all wet. The water kept dropping from his body. His eyes met mine, and suddenly Victor's hold on me tightened. My body tried to move. My feet stumbled trying to go towards him, but he held me there. "Leave me," I said in a very soft voice. I wasn't sure if he had listened or not, but I knew Reyes had understood. His gaze never left me, while mine stayed on him too. His eyes turned towards the hand of Victor. Dad moved towards him, but before he could reach, he ran towards me and punched Victor straight in the face. I heard the gasp of Mom and Dad. "Stay away from her," he shouted before pulling me into his arms. "She has fever," Mom said, quickly walking towards us, but Reyes looked at her like she was here to snatch me away from him and held me more tightly. "Please open the door," he said in my ears, and I felt a sob suddenly come out from my mouth. Before I could understand, I was crying, hugging him tightly back. I cried, while letting out a loud cry. "Open the door, Mom," I said, and Reyes rubbed his wet face on my neck. When the door got opened, Mom shouted, and Reyes lifted me up in bridal style without a word and started taking me inside. My head was pressed against his wet shirt. I saw his lips shivering from cold. "Why are you like this?" Those words left my mouth, and I tightened my hold on him. He was cold, yet he was warm. He was storm, yet he was calm. He was possessing me, and I let him. "Why is he like this?" He didn't look at me, but I heard the whisper between those trembling of his lips. "Just because it's you." While stepping on the stairs, he changed my position in his hold to go through the small space, and when we reached near my room, he called, "Evan." Evan quickly came and opened the door. I looked down at him, and unknowingly, a small smile came on my lips. Now he is ordering my brother too. Stepping inside my room, followed by everyone, he placed me on the bed and made me lay down. His cold, trembling hand touched my forehead softly, sliding on the bandage. "You are injured," he mumbled, and I tried to nod my head when a hard pain came on my head, and I flinched. "Hush, rest," he said before sitting down on the floor in front of everyone. Everyone was speechless. Mom and Dad wanted to say something but couldn't. Reyes looked at me like I was his all. Sitting on the floor, he let his head fall on my stomach and closed his eyes. "Son, change your clothes at least," Mom said softly, looking at him. He, without opening his eyes, replied, "Let Butterfly's fever go down a little, Auntie. Then I will come," he said softly and slowly opened his eyes. "Uncle, can you tell me about the medicines?" he asked, turning his head towards Dad, and Dad was bewildered for a second before nodding his head. "I will make hot coffee for you all," Mom said and left the room. Victor also left just after that, and Dad was telling Reyes all about the medicines. After informing, Dad too went out. Evan slowly made his way towards Reyes and sat near him. I looked at him and then Reyes. Reyes followed my gaze and looked at Evan. "Are you going to be my sister's husband?" he suddenly asked, and I went all red. "Get out," I said in a slow voice. "Well, your sister is telling you to get out, buddy," Reyes said with a little smirk on his face and turned his head towards me. Evan stood up and started going out when Reyes shouted, "That's true, buddy." "No," I shouted, looking at his face, and Reyes turned his head slowly towards me again. Making his face closer, he looked into my eyes. "Don't say that, Butterfly." When I went back home, I lay my head on my mom's lap and asked, "Do you think I can change?" She asked me, "For what?" And I answered with one word. "Maya." "What did she say?" I asked when no other word was out from his mouth. "She said it depends on how much you want her, how important she is, how long her existence can affect you, How long can you love her? Knock. Coffee is here. Mom said, coming inside with a tray in her hands and gave Reyes a cup. Maya's clothes are wet too. I think you both should change quickly, or the fever won't go down, and son, you will get ill too. I will arrange them. Reyes hummed, taking a sip of coffee. Mom went back to arrange clothes, and after that, there was silence. The clothes were arranged, and Evan took Reyes with him to change the clothes, while Mom helped me to change clothes and let me sleep again on the bed. I wanted to close my eyes, but the thought of Reyes coming here didn't let me. My eyes waited for him to appear, and Mom noticed. Maya, is Reyes always like this? She asked, and I looked at her. Hey! Is he always like this? He punched Victor. Mom asked, and I panicked. She was misunderstanding him. No, Mom. I said Victor to leave me, but he didn't. Instead, tightened the hold, but Reyes understood. I said everything so fast, not even knowing what I was saying. What? Mom asked, and I bit my bottom lip. Mom, it's like Victor loves me. I said softly, and she hummed. Before she could say something, a knock interrupted us. Reyes stood near the door wearing my dad's blue shirt with small white stripes, pairing it with white pajamas. Mom got up from the bed and left after telling me to take care. Reyes still stood far away, but his gaze never left me. My eyes and his still made eye contact. I gulped when he started walking towards me. Standing near me, he crouched down and made his face more close. When she asked me how much I want you, I couldn't measure it. Not in words. Not in logic. I just know that when you are near, I feel something brutal and beautiful clawing inside my chest. It's not gentle, it never was. It's a craving, an ache that borders on obsession. I want you like a secret, I'm terrified to speak aloud, like a sin I'd commit again and again just to taste the guilt. When she asked how important you are to me, I looked at your picture and wondered if you even realize what you have done to me. You are everything, and that truth came too fast, too heavy. I didn't plan for this, I didn't plan for you, butterfly, but now you are in my veins, and everything that was once clear feels like static without you. You are the silence after a scream, the calm before the wreckage. You matter more than I'm ready to admit, but it's already too late to unfeel you. And when she asked how long your existence would affect me, I had no answer. Because this is new, terrifyingly new, and I don't know what the future looks like with you, or without you, but I know that if you disappeared, something inside me would go dark, mad, crazy, and never turn back on. I don't know how long you will matter to me. I just know that right now, you are the only thing that does. All I know is this obsession is cruel. To you. To me. But it's the most honest thing I've ever known. I am willing to change, butterfly, for you, just for you. His eyes told a new story which held me as his only character in it. His love was consuming, which kept pulling me, and now, when I am drowning, he is standing there with this look of love, removing all the fear to drown inside his love. Moving his head away, he stood straight and walked towards the table, shuffling through the medicines. He clipped them open and filled a glass with water before coming close to me. I sat up and waited. Do you find medicines bitter? He asked, and I hummed. He looked at me and placed his knees on, sliding his body a little down until I was in front of him. His gaze hovered over my face. Maya. He called, and I gulped. Slowly moving down his head, he placed it on mine. The coldness of his wet hair made the bandage a little wet. His hand moved, taking the capsule near his mouth, putting it between his lips. He pressed them on mine, and then the other one was gone too. The bitter taste spread in my mouth. My face scrunched in disgust at the bitterness, and he pulled his face away. That's the punishment for hurting yourself, butterfly. He said before putting the corner of the glass on my lips. I started drinking the water while looking at him with an angry gaze. After drinking, I lay down, and he turned my head away. When I felt him going away, I quickly moved aside to give him space to sit. He chuckled, and I turned my head to get a glimpse before turning again. Sitting on the bed, he placed his hand in my hair and started ruffling them softly. How did you get hurt? He asked, and I, without looking at him, answered. The fever's weakness made me stumble and just fall. He hummed before asking, and why did you get the fever? He asked, and I had no answer. I am hating this, the fever, the hurt, the weakness. You can't have those. Once you become my wife, I wouldn't let you have them again. he said, and I blinked. Are you going to cage me? I asked, looking down at my hands. Yes, he said, and I closed my eyes. Yes, I am going to cage you in my arms to protect you from everyone, to keep you away from everything that touches you, that hurts you. What about my family? Your family has become mine too, Maya, your mom, dad, even Evan. But I won't let them snatch you away from me. No one can do so. Not even you. We will have our little world with just you and me. And what if I want a friend, Reyes? No other person can enter your life, Maya. Get this inside your head. I am promising you to change, but let anyone near you, I will be the worst version of this Reyes, Maya. A knock came. There stood Victor, holding a bowl of soup in his hand. Reyes got up and walked towards him. Taking the bowl, he shut the door with a slam in his face. I widened my eyes, looking at his action while he arched his eyebrow. What? I quickly shook my head and took a long sigh. In a blink, suddenly Reyes was over me. Tell me you care about him even a little, and I will kill him here in front of you. Hey, you can't do that. Oh, butterfly, test me. Biting my lips, I looked into his eyes and then said. I am hungry. I am hungry too, just for you. Food. I am hungry for food. I quickly cut him off, and he chuckled. Standing up, he picked the soup bowl up from the floor and started making me eat. I can eat with my hands, you know. Nah. Let your hands be useful for other stuff. He said, and I hummed before opening my mouth, not understanding what he was referring to, letting him feed me. After finishing, I was made to lie down while Reyes pulled the blanket over me and sat on the side. You can lie down, I said, and he looked at me before crouching down his face. Are you sure, butterfly? He asked with a teasing smile, and I moved my blanket up to hide the red cheeks but didn't reply. Sleep, he said before pressing his lips on my bandage and then moving them to my nose. His eyes moved to my neck and then came back to mine. I love you crazily, Maya, and this madness to have you as mine can make me do anything. I never could guess why I fell for this stupid face and fat body. Ha, that hurt me. And I pushed him away with my hands, but his hand tightly grabbed mine and pushed them to both sides of the bed. His lips moved to the naked skin of my neck and kissed it softly. Maybe because these eyes have made me see the innocence. Maybe this nose has the cutest structure I have ever seen. Maybe because the lips are cushiony soft to melt in my mouth. Maybe because the mouth is as sweet as honey. Maybe because these curves on your body were made for me to adore. Maybe this chest was made to become the canvas to paint by me. Maybe because that hip's roundness was made to be grabbed by me. Maybe because the only thing I saw after I saw you was you. Maybe because every time you call me, it feels like a dream. Maybe every minute I spend with you feels like a breath that can make me feel alive. Maybe because inside me, I only see you. Maybe because when I saw you, I wanted no one else to see you. Maybe because you are so pretty that it hurts, that it pains, that it burns to not see you in front of me. Hearing his words in my ear felt like a new fever, which made my whole body weak. His breaths felt like a chain which was caging me. His hands, which still held mine, started to feel like they were burning. Reyes, I said slowly, and he inhaled softly on my neck with a groan. Say my name again, butterfly, he said without looking up and suddenly started nibbling on my neck. Reyes, his name was out almost like a moan, and he stopped, looking me up and staring into my eyes. He said, I want to carve this name inside you, in your soul, in your heart, so the only name you will remember is mine, not even yours. Can you get up? I said, trying to revert my gaze here and there. No, he said sternly, and my eyes came back to look into his. These eyes, do you even get, Maya, how much they affect me? He said and placed his lips on my eyes before getting up and laying beside me on the bed. My breaths felt heavy. Closing my eyes, I tried to calm my racing heart, when suddenly his hand pulled me into his arms. My head got pressed against his chest, and I could hear him too, just like mine. His heart beat loud and fast. Fuck, you have made me insane without even doing anything. He cursed, and I bit my lips, looking up at him. But I can't marry you, I said while blinking, and he looked down before pressing his lips on my forehead. You don't have to, because I will, Maya. Sleep now, he said, and I hummed. Rubbing my face against his chest, I fell asleep. I felt his lips on my head and then the peaceful sound of rain along with his heartbeat, which was getting calm now. Get up! Get up, butterfly, I heard the small whispers in my ear. With a soft hum, I opened my eyes and met with Reyes's chest near me. You have to take medicines, he said, and I hummed. Getting up slowly, I waited for him to get up. He got up and walked towards the table, taking medicines from there. He placed them in my hand, and I consumed them with the water he gave me. Reyes looked at me and then took the glass from my hands. A sudden pain jolted in my hand, and I flinched. He quickly came closer and held my hand. Hurt yourself like this again, Maya, and I am going to punish you badly, he said angrily, and unknowingly a pout came on my lips. I am sick, you can't. Shut up, he said while turning his head, and I blinked, seeing his neck suddenly turn red. Do you have fever too, I asked, and he said nothing. Getting up from the bed, he suddenly picked me up and sat himself on the bed before pulling me in his lap. What are you doing? I asked when I felt his hands on my shoulders. Giving you a small massage, he said before starting. I hummed when I felt the squeeze of his hands on my shoulders. Closing my eyes, I let him, and I didn't even know when I fell asleep. The next time when I woke up, the fever was almost down. My eyes opened and searched for Reyes, but he wasn't there. Slowly getting up from the bed, I tried to walk to the washroom when the door got unlocked, and he came. Why are you standing? He asked with an arched eyebrow, and I replied. Washroom. He hummed before coming close and checked the fever with his hand on my cheeks. Humming, he walked towards the door and opened it. I walked in and locked the door. When I got out, I saw Reyes in the same place. Reyes grabbed my hand softly and took me to the bed. You know I am not that ill, I said softly, and he hummed without a reply. Sitting on the bed, I rested my back on the wall while Reyes sat in front of me. When is your exam? He asked, and I replied. On 14th. He hummed, and I frowned. Aren't your exams coming too? He chuckled and looked at me. Do you think I care when my dad is the one who owns that? He said, and I hummed. But isn't it bad? I asked, and he looked at me with a teasing smile. Do you want me to study? He said, and I nodded my head truthfully. And what will I get for that? He asked, and I looked down, not knowing what to say. A kiss wherever I want, he said, and I hummed before looking up at him with wide eyes. He laughed and looked at me with arched eyebrows. Where do you think I want that, butterfly? He said, and I was all red in embarrassment. Mom and Dad came to check the fever, and when it was all gone, they called Reyes and me for dinner. We both got down with them. Eating the food, Mom asked me to come into the kitchen. I went with her, while Reyes, Dad, Evan, and Victor all were outside. Taking out the water bottle from the fridge, I tried to drink, when Mom scolded me and told me to heat it. I turned on the stove and waited for the water to boil. When suddenly, we both heard a loud groan and the shout of Dad. I quickly turned off the stove and ran outside behind Mom, just to see Reyes beating Victor harshly. I ran between them, not understanding what had happened between them so suddenly. My hands moved to my mouth when I saw the blood spitting out from Victor's mouth. Reyes, stop! I shouted, but he didn't listen. Moving closer, I tried to touch Reyes, but he was blind in anger over something. A sob left from my mouth. My dad came and tried to hold Reyes when Reyes turned towards him angrily and was about to push him. I didn't know when I got the strength pushing him away from Dad. I slapped him across the face, and he stilled, his head down, his breath heavy. My hands trembled. My whole body shivered. Move away, I said, looking at Victor, who was coming close to me. He tried to stand between him and me, but when I said it, he moved. Taking steps closer, I walked towards Reyes when he took a step back, and a painful cry left from my mouth. I am sorry. Those words trembled in my mouth, and he looked up. My heart clenched seeing his eyes red fury, yet something shone in them, something I couldn't see in those eyes which had once made me fear. Something broke inside me, and I tried to run towards him, but he turned away and walked out with quick steps. I heard Mom calling me back, but I was gone for him. Running behind him, I followed, and when I reached near him, I grabbed his arms, but he jerked my hand harshly. Reyes, I am sorry, I said, and he looked into my eyes before coming close to me. His red eyes met my teary ones. Grabbing my chin, he moved his face close to mine until there was a small gap between us. Do you know what he said to me? He said angrily, and I let out a sob when I felt the tightness of his hold on my cheeks. He told me that he loves you. He loves what's mine, Maya. I wanted to fucking kill him right there, but you came slapping me for that fucking bastard. Fuck, I will kill him. He shouted over my face, and I cried, closing my eyes. With a jerk, he pushed me away and started going. You promised me you will change. I shouted, and he stilled. Without turning back, he again started walking. If you love me, Reyes, then stop hurting others. Stop hurting me. I shouted, and he was gone. I stood there in the rain, looking at where his car had gone. Dad came and took me inside with him. What was that, Maya? Dad asked, his eyes filled with worry. He is hurt. I hurt him, I said, looking into my dad's eyes, and he frowned, looking at me. Are you crazy? The only person who is hurt here is Victor. Look how he has beaten him. He shouted, and I let out a cry before falling on the floor. Because he said to Reyes that he loves me. He said that he loves me, Dad. I said, looking at my mom and dad. Victor quickly crouched down, trying to grab my hand. Don't touch me, I said angrily while crying, and he stopped. But that doesn't give him the right to beat someone, Dad said, crouching down near me and sat. Love isn't like that, Maya. He said, and I cried. I know, but his love is like that. He is like that. I love him, Dad. I fell for him before I could even know. It hurts, Dad. It hurts so much. I let out all the pain of loving him in front of my mom and dad, third person's POV. Victor sat on the bed with a picture of his childhood with Maya. And took a deep sigh before tearing the picture. A small tear left from his eye, going towards the wound Reyes had given him. I lost against him, Maya. He said before closing his eyes. The next day came. The home was silent. Dressing up for college messily, I walked down. Mom, Dad, Victor, Evan all looked towards me, and I took a step closer. Eating my food silently, I finished up and walked out to the door. My eyes roamed around to see Reyes's car, but it wasn't there, so I waited. I knew Dad was looking at me from the window, but I didn't care. I just waited. Minutes passed, turning into hours, and I heard the click of the door opening. Dad came out and said, "Let's go. I will drop you." A sudden cry left from my mouth, and I turned my head towards Dad. "He didn't come, Dad," I said, and then the tears started falling. Dad came close to me and wiped my tears off. Grabbing my hand, he made me sit in the car. "What if he didn't come? We will go to him," he said, and I hummed, letting out a small sob. The car reached college. I quickly got out, looked at my dad, and ran after, giving a nod to him. Running here and there, I searched for Reyes like crazy. My eyes moved, taking glances at every person who looked like him. My tears never stopped. I ran everywhere like a mad person to find him, but when I didn't, my speed slowed, and the only name left was Reyes. The sound of steps made me look up in hope, but it shattered when I saw Victor in place of him. I couldn't find him. I let out before crying, and Victor ran towards me. Holding my hand, he took me home once again. My cries echoed in my room. Mom kept coming to check, but without him, my world felt dark. I never knew I would fall for him, Reyes, who had made my life so hard, who had hurt me again and again, who had made everyone suffer around me. He is cruel. He was the person I was supposed to hate. Then why, when he had snatched my soul, do I feel like I am not breathing? Why do I feel the fear? The fear of losing him. Why is his absence making me beg to have him again? Reyes, the name I have spoken 1,000 times in a day, with each breath wanting him near me. This thing called love hurts. Why did I have to fall for him? A cry again left my mouth. The next day came, and my eyes stared out from the window, waiting for his car to appear, but it wasn't there. My voice didn't come out, just tears did silently. Sitting beside Dad, I just looked out from the window. Today, Dad walked out with me, following me to search for him again, and when we didn't find him, he made me sit in the classroom. My silent tears kept falling, and when the bell rang, my eyes looked at the door. He will come, he will, he has to, or I won't talk to him. But he didn't. I was once again back at my house with Dad. Lying on the bed, I clenched the bedsheet tightly. My eyes looked at the window, staring silently. Third person's POV. In college, Victor stood on the terrace, looking at the sky, his fingers grabbing a burning cigarette. Moving it up, he took a sip and let out the smoke. A tear left his eye before he let out a curse from his mouth. Fuck. Maya's POV. The next day came with the same routine. I cried, I searched but couldn't find him. Dad was silent too, but it was broken when he asked me a question. Do you love him that much? His name is the only thing I breathe, I said. After that, there was silence again. Lying on the bed, I closed my eyes. He is cruel. So cruel. He said he wouldn't hurt me. He promised. Yet he was hurting me. He broke his words. He lied. Yet I want him. Even if he doesn't change. Even if he still bullies me. Even if I have to live as his captive for the rest of my life. I want him. The morning came, and today I just stood near the window, glancing at the empty place. The same actions were followed. I searched for him and then sat in the class, my thoughts filled with nothing but him. Third person's POV. Taking out his phone, Victor opened a picture and started driving the bike at full speed. The sound of his bike echoed behind. His expressions were blank as he drove it, twisting and turning until he reached a big door. The guards came to ask who he was, and he replied with one sentence. Tell Reyes, it's about Maya. The door opened after a few minutes, and Victor walked in, his white shoes making sounds on the hard tiles. Entering inside the big mansion, he saw Reyes's dad sitting on the sofa with a glass of water in his hand, his mom sitting in front, placing the glasses on the table. Reyes walked down from the stairs and looked at Victor. What about Maya? He asked, not angrily, not softly, just blank. Reyes's mom and dad stood from the sofa and came near them. I know what you have done to her from the start. I had heard the voices which echoed behind you and Maya whenever you would walk out from near anyone. I wanted to save her, but I was late. When I knew all this, I wanted to tell her mom and dad about you, but whenever I got close to her, the only name she said was yours, Reyes. I had fallen before you, before everyone else, for her. But she never saw it, she never felt it. And then you came, taking her away from me. I wanted to make you mad in front of her parents so she could see how dangerous you are for her. But she has become blind when it comes to you. She has been mumbling your name each second. She has gone crazy for you. I tried to get her attention, but besides you, she sees no one else now. But she doesn't love me. Reyes said, gulping all the words, all the pain of her absence. His body screamed at him to take his butterfly into his arms, but his anger refused to do so. Yes, he was angry for her slapping him. But if Maya is in his arms, he would take more. He wanted her desperately. He hadn't moved a step since coming back. The only thing he was doing was lying on the bed, holding her photo and saying her name. I didn't think Reyes Bernard would be this stupid. She breathes your name, Reyes. How could you not understand with the reaction her eyes give when they're looking at you? She loves you, Reyes. And after you, she can love no one else, so please, don't make her cry more. Because it hurts me to see her like this. You don't get to love her, Reyes said, closing his teary eyes before opening them again. Oh, I have loved her before you. But after me if anyone dares to beat him up. Victor said with a chuckle, and Reyes nodded his head. Victor opened his arms, and Reyes looked at him with an arched eyebrow. You are still my rival. Reyes said, and Victor chuckled while shaking his head. Oh, trust me, I'm not. Not anymore. Reyes took a step closer and hugged him before saying. Let's do so. But don't forget, if you break it, I will kill you. Victor hummed, and the tears started spilling from both of their eyes. Ahem. Victor's dad cleared his throat before saying. Well, your mom wants Maya here. Victor and Reyes broke the hug. Victor hummed, but Reyes looked at his dad. Tomorrow, Dad. Why she can't endure a day without you, Reyes. Victor said, and Reyes nodded his head before smiling with a little tear in his eyes. Tomorrow is the 14th, Dad, and I have asked something from her. The next day came. Taking small steps. I walked to the dining room to find all the things being my favorite. I took bites without saying anything when suddenly Mom softly pressed her hand on mine, which was rested in my lap, and that was enough for me to break into tears. I cried in front of everyone again. Evan was held by Dad while Mom kept rubbing my back, trying to soothe me. Victor placed a glass of water in front of me, and Mom picked it up, making me drink. Love just hurts. Nothing is beautiful about love. It's just hurtful. Sitting on the bench, I wrote my exam paper, and when it was finished, I walked out from the classroom just to see him standing near the railings, resting his back on them. My eyes widened, my lips turned into a pout, my head started hurting, my heart started beating, and my whole body started trembling. Come here. He called arrogantly, pointing his finger at me and gesturing with it to come closer. I wanted to complain about it to him why he was talking to me like this. But having him here in front of me made me silent. Taking steps closer, I went near him with my trembling legs and stood straight. His eyes stared at me, and I let out a sob when I saw them. Oh, how much I had craved for them. He stood straight and came close to me. His hand held mine before picking me up in a sudden bridal hold. I let out a small squeak and then took a deep sniff of his scent. My cries never stopped, they were just silent. My hands moved to his face, caressing it softly while he remained stone-faced, looking ahead, yet I could see the small tears trying to escape. Taking me to the terrace, he made me stand and took a step back. Hey, butterfly, he called. Missed me? And I cried, nodding my head slowly. He chuckled and said, So you missed me? He asked again, and I replied with a trembling voice. Yes. But you said you don't love me. He said, and I shook my head violently. No, I love you so much. I said, and he hummed, coming close to me and placing his hand on my cheek, softly wiping the tears with his thumb. Then say it properly, Maya. Say that you love me. I nodded my head and looked into his eyes before letting out. I love you, Reyes. I love you. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were teary. Will you slap me again? He asked with a chuckle, and I quickly shook my head no. No. I wouldn't, I will never, I am sorry. I said while crying and tried to come closer to him, but he stepped back. Ask me how my paper went. He said suddenly, and I frowned. Blinking away the tears, I slowly wiped them and asked him. How? He looked at me deeply and replied. Excellent. Now, do you remember the promise? He asked, and I hummed. To kiss me wherever I want. He said, and I nodded my head. He took a deep breath before saying, Then kiss me here, Maya. Opening the button of his white shirt, he let it hang on both his arms like a jacket. My gaze moved here and there, but then it stopped just near his chest. A name was written. Maya. And I burst into loud cries. You are crazy, I said, running toward him and hugging him tightly. I love you. I fucking love you so much. He said, and I hummed with a small reply, I love you too, Reyes. He tightened his hold on me, and I tightened mine too. It felt complete now. It felt like Reyes was the soul inside me, and without him, I would be dead. I love you. I said while crying into his arms and then moved a little, letting out a whisper in his ear. Let your hold loose a little. He turned his head to me and loosened the hold. I slid my body a little away and pressed my lips on his chest. Maya. On each letter, one by one. I heard his groan and felt the way his hold on my arms tightened. I love you, Reyes. I said again. Sitting in the car beside him never felt so calm. His hand held mine, kissing it again and again while driving. He had told me again and again, and I had told him the love we held for each other. The car stopped near his house, and I looked at him. He didn't say anything and just kissed my hand again. Parking the car, he got out and ran to open my door. Giving me his hand, he said. Let's go. Mom is waiting. I gulped and quickly started adjusting my dress when suddenly, with a jerk, he pulled me toward him. Don't try to be beautiful for someone else when I am here, butterfly. He whispered huskily, and I hummed, looking into his eyes. His eyes moved to my lips and then again into my eyes. I knew what they were asking for, but I said, stopping him. Let's go. Walking inside, I felt the nervousness. But when I went in, I was engulfed in a big hug. I was surprised, but then my gaze went toward everyone. Mom, Dad, Victor, Evan, Uncle, they all were here. I was waiting, Maya. Anne said before giving me a forehead kiss. I turned my head toward Reyes, who stood near the wall, taking the support of a pillar. His lips held a soft smile, and then he said. I love you. I read those words from his lips and replied with the same. Aunt took me inside and made me sit on the sofa. We talked. My mom did too, while Dad, Victor, and Reyes's dad were talking as well. Reyes and Evan were also engaged in a small, fun conversation. It felt good, it felt peaceful. Do you like the surprise? Reyes asked while looking at me. The cold air from the balcony touched my face, and I hummed before replying. Just tell me before doing so. I don't know how much my heart can endure. He took a step closer and grabbed my chin softly, making me look up. That's just a start, butterfly, of our life. So, we have decided you are getting engaged as soon as your exams end. And then, we will leave the wedding decision to you. Reyes replied with a small yes, and held my hand tight while I replied with a small nod. Everyone beamed with happiness. Dinner was arranged at his home. We ate and had a small, very good night, and then I was back at home. Reyes replied with a small yes, and held my hand tight while I replied with a small nod. Everyone beamed with happiness. Dinner was arranged at his home. We ate and had a small, very good night, and then I was back at home. The next morning came with a small glow of sun. Rubbing my eyes, I let out a yawn, and as soon as they opened fully, the first thing I remembered was his face. A small smile came on my lips before completely downing into shyness. Getting up from the bed, I looked out from the window. The place was empty. Of course, you stupid, how can he come so early? But a fear of all that being a dream crawled upon me. Which I shook and walked inside the washroom to get ready. After getting ready, I walked down and sat on the dining. Today someone is glowing, ha! Mom said suddenly, and I let out a loud cough. Victor quickly gave me the glass of water, and I looked at him for a second and then replied with a small smile, thank you. He smiled back, and then his smile never faded. Mom. I whined, and Dad chuckled, even Evan too. I was about to get finished when a loud sound of horn echoed on the road. I blinked, and Dad looked at me with arched eyebrows. Is he announcing the whole neighborhood, that he had come to take you? Dad said, and Mom burst into laughs. Walking towards the door, Mom opened it and shouted. Maya! Making me panic. I quickly ran just to see Reyes's car filled with balloons, on which Maya was written in bold. Reyes! I shouted, and he suddenly called. My girlfriend! I stopped, and all the neighbors started looking at me. I went all red, standing in front of my mom. Reyes heard her scolding with his head lowered. You can't do that, Reyes. They will call cops. I will handle them. No, you can't be silent. Mom shouted, and a small chuckle left from my mouth. Reyes looked at me with an arched eyebrow before flying a kiss towards me, and Mom shook her head. Ha, just take her, she said, and Reyes smiled brightly, quickly hugging my mom, who went all surprised. He grabbed my hand and pulled me out. Making me sit in his car, he drove the car to university fast. When we reached there, my mouth was wide open. Did you do this? I asked. And he nodded his head like a child. I blinked and again looked in the front, where all the cars and bikes, including the professor's one, were filled with balloons. Why? Because it's our first day as girlfriend-boyfriend here, and I was bewildered. The days kept going, and his love for me kept increasing with each day. Nothing changed between us. I kept falling for stupidity again and again. He somehow suddenly became from the macho man to cute in my eyes. There were moments when I would see that Reyes come back, whose I was scared of, but I love him too. Standing on the ground, I looked at those two boys who had challenged Reyes for a bike race. I didn't know leaving him for a few minutes would turn into this. The bike kept going, and my fear went high. I didn't know what came over me. I suddenly walked in front of his bike, and he, with a jerk, stopped the bike. Are you crazy? He shouted, and I flinched. I was scared. Okay. What if you got injured? I shouted back. Yes, this had changed too. Now I could talk to him angrily. Making the bike stand, he walked towards me and declared. I lost. Chuckling, he grabbed my waist and pulled me close to him. Removing the hoodie cap, he let my eyes become visible to him. Fuck, your love has become my weakness, he said. Really? I asked with a teasing smile, and he hummed with a chuckle. We were lost in our words when we heard the comment of that one boy who was racing. Won't you let her meet us? He said, and Reyes's expression changed into blank. The other boy was telling his mate to shut up, but he didn't listen. Reyes looked into my eyes, and I blinked. He smiled softly at me and then said, "Wear your mask, butterfly." I did and nodded my head. Reyes turned towards them and then took steps forward to the boy who had commented. The boy moved back in fear, but Reyes grabbed his collar, stopping him from moving. "See, here are some things you have to understand. No one can say anything to her, buddy. No one can demand to see her besides me. Now get the fuck out before I beat the shit out of you." The boys ran away, and Reyes turned towards me. I looked at him with narrowed eyes, and he pouted. "I just threatened them, butterfly. See no actions." A chuckle left from my mouth. Third person's POV, standing on the aisle, Reyes wore a blue tuxedo. His expression calm, yet there was a storm going inside him. His feet kept tapping the floor, waiting eagerly for Maya to arrive. The excitement of seeing her in that white dress he had selected was becoming overpowering. He had asked about 15 times. When is she coming? Is she ready? Is she nervous? Should I calm her? Everything felt so dreamlike: the decor, the guests, the media, the dinner, their family, little Evan, everyone, and Reyes felt his heart stop when the big door opened. First step was taken by Maya's dad, then came his butterfly, looking the most beautiful woman. Oh, how would he die again and again to see her like this? Oh, how much he could do just to have her here in front of him. His heart raced. His breaths became heavy, and a tap on his shoulder made him go all teary. "Dad, I am getting married to her, my butterfly." Taking steps closer, without waiting for her to reach the stage, he ran towards her. Maya looked at him and smiled, looking at those teary eyes of his, and whispered, "Crazy." Nodding his head to Maya's dad, he grabbed her hand tightly and picked her up in bridal hold. "Fuck, I am getting married," he shouted, and the guests chuckled. Maya bit her lips with shyness and whined. "Reyes, I am getting married to you, butterfly. Fuck, I love you so much," he said and made her stand in front of him. The priest started. "Priest, Maya Morals, do you take Reyes Bernard to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love him, honor him, and stand by his side in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health, for as long as you both shall live?" Maya replied with "I do," she said softly while looking into his eyes. "Priest, Reyes Bernard, do you take Maya Morals to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love her, respect her, and stay faithful to her through every joy and challenge, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, as long as you both shall live?" Ray replied too with "I do," he said while getting all teary. "Priest, now I pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride." Reyes wasted no time taking her into his arms and kissed her softly, pouring all his love. When the kiss broke, the first thing Reyes said was, "I love you." And the first thing Maya said was, "Well, the kiss was salty." And everyone chuckled.
The end.